We survived till Friday. I had my storage pod show up yesterday. And so I did side scrollers. And I unpacked a pod and boxes therein all day. And then I had side scrollers again. And then I died. It was a fun day outside of unpacking the pod. It's like a Christmas in the summertime to open boxes of stuff I already own. And speaking of Christmas in summertime, GamerSupps is having a sale. Well, Christmas in July sale. Make sure to use code Kirsche for 10% off all your Christmas in July GamerSupps orders. Hell yeah, buddy. Does mean all ties to Georgia are severed and we have the Northern Foxu forever. True. That is the case. I sounded very gummied out. Am I still in residual gumminess? I don't feel residual gumminess. I was gummied out on the late night side scrollers. You bought the now is the time for ethical cannibalism Kirsche shirt. Oh my god. If anyone bought shirts off of that fucking Jackbox game last night, please post them when they come in. I will need to see it. What flavor is good in GamerSupps? You haven't tried it yet? Oh my god, I have all of my Jujutsu Kaisen flavors back now! Yay! The Jujutsu Kaisen flavor was my favorite flavor, but it doesn't exist anymore. Unfortunately. Finhel Nyasha, thank you for the 4 months, my dude, thank you. Side Scrollers was fun to watch. It's as funny to learn I'm the Mussolini of the group. Being Mussolini is fun, except for being bald! Rare Xenosaga news. Momo has been added as a playable character in Xenosaga Chronicles 2 Switch 2 edition. She joins Cosmos and Telos as the 3rd Xenosaga character in the game. While cool, why did it have to be fucking Momo? What? Man, like, of all the characters they could have, like, even Shion would have made more sense, even though I don't like Shion either. Kirsch's bald now, fuck! Average Cuppa, thank you for the 8 months, my dude, thank you. Thank you, but Momo! Because magic, I mean, it's good news nonetheless, because that means Xenosaga is not forgotten. I'm just being fucking nitpicky, man. Shion would have made sense, because she's like, you know, de facto another main character syndrome kind of thing, right? Like, she's like horrible main character lady. She was fun in the first game. And then she just became a dumb bitch. And I was like, fuck, why have you done this? Ziggurat8 would like to know your location. He could have more Momo because I hate her though. And then he'd be happy, right? Kirsche makes the trains run on time even if she doesn't. No, Munya. And not only did they add Momo, they gave her an alternate imaginary number domain mode. I mean, that makes sense, because, like, Xenosaga 2 took place almost entirely inside her head, so I think that makes sense that she has an imaginary number domain. How are the cats doing? Have they acquired a new box fort from which to survey their domain? Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna clean out the living room, because the living room basically become where I was storing everything until I figured out where I wanted it to go. And so I like moved everything out of there, and I was like, well, all right, now I have room for all the boxes here, and then I can set up the couch here. That was not the case. There was no room to set up the couch because there were so many boxes. And once I got everything out of the pod, it doesn't make sense. I don't know how Tim managed to pack this pod, but he must have used some kind of magic, because like, what the fuck? It looks like all of the stuff that was in the pod should not have fit in it. Like it was some sort of magical bag that is actually larger than what it appears to be. I don't know, man. Pod magic is powerful. I guess so. Oh, this guy's a little crazy. Played a lot of Tetris when he was a kid. Tarkov magic! It probably is. Friend who is helping pack stuff left a small portrait of Jesus to protect my things in the pod. And thankfully, Jesus kept my things safe. Nothing was broken upon arrival. I am so excited. I have my beautiful table. Yay! That's called being good at puzzles. Your wife hates when you pack because you can do that too. You know? Yeah, bless up Jesus, thank you. Did I find my original capture card? Not yet. There are many boxes to unpack. Most of the boxes I've managed to unpack so far are like kitchen stuff. And then there's been a couple of Gamer Subs boxes. I don't store it with water, it'll turn to wine. Oh no. I think I'm actually going to put the portrait of Jesus in my basement. I don't remember the context, but KB linked me angry cops going through a property and they had a basement Jesus in like a meth house. And I was like, maybe if I put a Jesus in my basement, good things will happen in my home. It turns out half the pod is just Gamer Subs. They have sent me a lot of stuff. A basement Jesus from this old crack house. Yeah. Even Hawkenfriars, thank you. If he's willing to use a TARDIS to ship your stuff, that's a good friend. I still can't believe how fucking much pods cost. And I think they've charged me extra on top of what I was supposed to pay, unless those charges are going to fall off. So I have to wait and see if they get processed or if they fall off before I know if I need to call the pods people and be like, hey, what are these extra fucking charges, you assholes? Speaking of Gamer Subs, Caleb Hammers achieved a new flavor, liquid assets. I can only imagine how many people started buying after he got a code, man. Because I think he's only had a Gamer Sub sponsor either since the beginning of this year or like really end of last year. So that was fast as fuck, boy. From crack house to crack home, true. Mika Lim, thank you. Glad everyone liked the meme. You chose Mussolini for me because both Italian Leaf and Hiro Tito, both Japanese, and Powder's an Aryan Dream Girl. No, all of the casting made perfect fucking sense. I just needed to neg you a little bit for making me bald. Imagine being fucking bald, brother. Standalone Complex, thank you. Georga, Monya. Matt Larson, thank you. Everything arrived intact? Thankfully, yes. My table, especially, that I was worried about, because it's like that big carved table with the glass top. That's perfectly fine. All of the mirrors and like the portraits that I had, all of the glass is fine. The glass for my coffee table, also fine. My couch is probably the only thing that didn't fully survive, but it's also fine because the couch wasn't going to be like the main couch for my house anyway, because it's too modern looking. But it's my basement couch. But like, I got that couch in 2015, and the cats had already obviously put like some damage into the leather sides of the couch. But it being like rubbed up against itself and other things inside the pod shredded a lot of the leather. But I was like, I don't really care that much, you know. This is just gonna sit here until I actually find a furniture set that I want, and then it's going into the basement where it belongs, and it'll be the comfy gamer basement couch. You just got Gamer Subs a bleach flavor using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. Fuck yeah, buddy. I don't know what the bleach flavor is, actually. Didn't get to do this earlier because T-Mobile sucks. You're scattering now. Madmaster Porky, thank you for the 15 months. Ni howdy, funny fox lady. How's my trip back from space? Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Zim the Despo, thank you. Munya, dear Foxu. It's your first day of being 29 years old, and so far, you've been productive. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Zim the Despo. I hope you have a good birthday day, my guy. I hope you have delicious pastry of your choice. I have a 3-day-old chocolate donut on my desk. I took a bite out of it like I'm eating birthday cake with you. Let's go, brother. Hold on, it takes a lot of chewing. Why are you guys saying no? 3 days old? Food is better than no food? It's still good! Why would you not eat it? It's not like it's been exposed to air. If you exposed a donut for 3 days to air, it'd be hard as a rock. I got it out of my pastry box before I sat down at my desk. Why are you like this? Your future husband would be disappointed. What? It's fine! It's been on my... No, it hasn't been on my desk for 3 days. I bought donuts 3 days ago, and the ones that I couldn't eat, I put in my pastry box in my kitchen. To your fellow drinking chatters, you highly recommend the combination of Gamer Supps Doggy Style and Jägermeister. Truly a delectable combination. I've not heard of that yet. Maybe I'll have to try that. Stale donuts make you sad. This is not quite fully stale, but it's like, this would be 100% stale tomorrow, so it needed to get eaten, you know? You know what I'm saying? This is among her least worst food takes. Why is everybody going crazy about this? Kirsche tomorrow, ooh, my tummy hurts. My tummy would not hurt from a donut that is 3 days old that has been held in a pastry box, bro. There ain't no way. You're here thinking it was in my desk. No, I mean, understandable if you thought that at the beginning, because I didn't mention my pastry box, but then I told the story. Beard, thank you. Alapkavar, Kirsche. And yeah, dude, a dual shake, Kirsche. Understand your reasoning. You still feel the urge to try Pal World as is, as the game has changed so much since I last played. It might as well be a different game. It'd be a shame if I lost a core part of progression. No, I don't want that. I want to use command controls to spawn in the pals that I want. Speaking of drink combos, you found that Sakura Splash and a dark beer are also surprisingly very good, but very earthy and sweet. Interesting. Interesting. What the fuck is a pastry box? Why is Kirsche so much more cultured than me? Do you know what a bread box is? A bread box is just like a wooden box that you put bread in that it supposedly goes bad slower inside of. And a pastry box is basically the same thing, except instead of all wood, it has like a glass door on it. You got a donut place where you're at, where they make the donuts in front of you. It's like hibachi, but for poor dieting decisions. Oh, okay. This woman ate trunk pizza and was fine. You think a few-day-old donut is going to affect her? Yes, it was in a pastry box, man! Ideally, you shouldn't even know what pals are available to catch until you find them in the wild and catch them. You know, like in the good days before wikis. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. Most of us aren't rich to have them. Pastry boxes aren't a rich person thing! They're just cute! Your bread box has a VTuber on it. I also have Silvervale's bread box. There are already mods functional in 1.0 Pal World for spawning in pals. You can get them through the Steam Workshop. Interesting. Interesting. Imagine actually playing a game! I really do want to play Pal World, but I would have to figure out how to set up a server again. I don't remember how to do that shit. I don't remember. They had strategy guidebooks and sweaty aim forums in the good days. Why did you do this? You're now being bombarded by chats not knowing what a bread box is and you feel ancient! I'm so sorry. Your mother has a bread and pastry boxes for sourdough that she makes. They definitely work. Yeah, they're so fucking good. I love them, dude. I love them. Chat, she's autistic. She's gonna play the game exactly how she wants to. Ask her how she plays Civ. How many hours do I have in Civ 5 again? When's the last time I even played Civ 5? Damn, April? Holy shit. Yeah, 2,679 hours in Civ 5, and I don't even have, like, half of the achievements for the game. Because I play it in a very autistic manner. I don't play it correctly. You don't need to set up a server if I play solo? Yeah, but where's the fun in playing solo, man? Silvervale Deadass released a Sakura Splash print bread box as merch, like a literal bread box. Yeah, she did. I have it. It's great. Lord Suchio, thank you for the 14 months. A good evening, Fraulein. Voice in my head. Don't worry, you're not schizophrenic. Spotty Rain, thank you. You can't enter the box for it. What about the Fox Bort? What's the Fox Bort? Jen Jacko, thank you. Did she fall in? What? Anthony, thank you. You got your size fat sweatshirt that you can't wear because it's 100 degrees. Your wallet and your tiny war criminal. Thank you! Thank you for your patronage, my guy. Hopefully it'll cool off and you can jam in the sweatshirt soon. Only 2,000 hours, barely out of the Civ tutorial. That's 2,000 something hours in a Steam game. Remember, I spent most of my time in MMOs. And they were not on Steam when I started playing them, so I never got a Steam counter for my hours. So those are thousands upon thousands of hours just lost to the sands of time now. Still no sign of the t-shirts. I saw one guy got his t-shirt. It was someone got a t-shirt and I got like so excited that I was just like, oh my god, it's a t-shirt! And completely glossed over that he said it was his birthday at first. We need a VTuber to release a wrench set so maybe it'll stop going missing. Jesus. Most Nugget! Thank you. I'm so sorry I forgot your name on side scrollers while I was blasted out of my mind. I was really excited to talk about the money dollars you got me for my birthday, and then I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I'm sorry. Your ketchup tithe, madame, let you in chat feast upon linguine at Kirsche's a pepperoncino with a side of garlic butter dog bread. Oh, that sounds really fucking good, actually. Oh my god. I did correct myself in real time, but I still feel the need to extra apologize because I still forgot his name in the first place. You know, like, as is expected of me, but I still feel bad when it happens. Shogun Neat, thank you for the 9 months. Happy Pioneer Day, Miss Kirsche. Happy Pioneer Day! I didn't know that was a day! Do we get to wear fun hats? And also, congratulations on this, the day of your stream birth. Please enjoy a placenta donut. Appalachian Yeti, thank you. You just had a job interview a bit before stream. Went well, you hope you get the job. Don't blackpill. Good luck. Fingers crossed for you, buddy. Hell yeah. Sickworks, thank you. Let's be honest, if Steam had my hours, it would just say yes! Probably. Battleizer, thank you. Let fly the dancing courses of the weekend to sanctify that we have and will continue to make it, and may we all speak our joy in one voice of ow wow wow wow. Bahamut, thank you for the 222. Speak of branded kitchen stuff. If Kirsche releases a branded oven, then chat could canonically put buns in her oven. I think that would be really hard to do. Because, like, for appliances, I don't think I would be able to make something that would rival, like, a really good appliance. And, like, I love the brand of toaster oven I have right now. But I think that was, like, I got it on sale, so I didn't pay full price. So I think like, full price for it is, like, $300 or $400. That's an expensive fucking product. Thank you. It was a very pleasant surprise to hear your name yesterday. It was such a surprise that my Oshi remembers I exist even when I don't donate. Of course I remember you exist, sir. You've been here for a gajillion years. Don't think Kirsche should ever mess with anything that creates fire. What do you mean? I'm a woman. I was trained in the kitchen. Here you were just wanting a Korschmart brand apron. Good lord, I've constructed a box with 5 Surefire LEDs in it. Is Surefire known to, like, radiate more heat than other light bulbs? I don't know anything about light bulb brands. Just make faulty gas appliances for the headlines? What the fuck? What the heck? Mad Master Porky, thank you for the 15 months. I read that already. Thank you, thank you. Where am I? Oh, wow. Matt Larson, thank you. Does Tim even have any furniture or anything left? Yeah, I let him keep a bunch of stuff. Because I was just like, I don't want to take everything from you, bro, man. Like, I know I purchased a good portion of stuff for the apartment, but, like, I gotta leave you with something, you know? That chatter's right. We all seen that you can't stop touching fire in video games. I know fire can kill me in real life. I just gotta see if it can in the video games, too, you know? Does he even need it? That's a great question. Damon, thank you. All hail the Mad Foxu Emperor, still on the job search trail. May the small tithing please the benevolent ruler of the Kirsche. Go buy some ramen. I haven't had ramen in a hot fucking minute. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, Damon. Thank you, Damon. The big blinding sunlights in Tarkov that wipe out your screen. Yeah, they get very hot, and you can 100% make a toaster oven out of them. I don't like that. Penguin, thank you. Let's go. I got the UR. Gotcha, Kirsche wall scroll. I'm sorry again that a misprint happened. I need to make a tweet about it in case anybody is still confused. Defter Tuna, thank you for the 16 months. 16 months of yapping from our favorite Foxy. May the millennials be many and the Kirsche's fluffy. Only the fluffiest. Hope I'm well. You just passed your midterm. Carville told Dems to drop the voter ID fight. 75+% support. Just move on. I don't know what that means. GOP has the shot, but Thune's dodging. Yeah, everybody's been upset with Thune for months now. Leave It called him out, yet he says we should do his job for him. You love all the hard work I'm doing. JP friends love my JP friends, hello. Hello, cheese violence friends. Tim is back to just a mattress and a TV on the floor like all bachelor men. He has an entire, like, bedroom of furniture. I just bought the stuff in, like, the communal areas because I'm, you know, I have styles that I like, right? Not your fault, probably. Would be very surprised if you somehow were. Hoping the manufacturer covered the cost of the misprint. That's also what I'm hoping. Massive Doge, thank you. And before Kirsche versus 3-day-old donut flood posts tomorrow on X. It's in a pastry box. It's fine. A Massive Doge, thank you again. Zim the Despo, thank you. Requested carrot cake from your mother as your birthday pastry. It had a glaze instead of frosting because it's too fucking hot at home. I went to a barbecue recently where they had carrot cake cupcakes, and I was like, I really hate carrot cake, but I want something sweet. Let's see if I still hate carrot cake, because it's been years since I've tried it. And I took a bite, and I was like, yep, still hate carrot cake. Why would you trick me with something that looks like cake but tastes like carrot? That doesn't make any sense. That's disgusting. Sick Works, thank you! You can have like a whole kitchen brand in the Victorian style or microwave that says Munya when it's done. I think for things like those, I'd probably have to like do stuff with a company that already makes those products, right? Carrot cake is gross. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. I don't understand how people like that shit. Haster the Fool, thank you. Jaeger and Doggy. Call it hunting dog, hound dog, or something of the like. Could be a different meaning of hair of the dog, could it not? Usagi, thank you for the 30 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Second year of boycotting Off-Kai Expo since they blacklisted you, even though you live locally. Yeah, and I mean, it's like, again, if they're willing to do that shit to me over the things that I've said, why would you give money to people who quite literally want you dead as you have the same opinions? It just seems completely counterintuitive to give money to people who genuinely hate you and would cheer when you are killed. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Could you enter the box for it if you brought a charcuterie board with various high-quality meats and cheeses? I would definitely let someone into the box for it if they would help unload the boxes. That's dedication. You don't know why some people go and appear at the con at this point? I think some people just get really taken in by FOMO, and they're just like, if I miss this event, you know, everyone else will be talking about it, and I won't be, and then I'll be sad. But it's like, you can spend time with people you're friends with and also not support the con. Which is like, next time TwitchCon's going on, I had a lot of fun with people outside of TwitchCon. But TwitchCon itself was just like, I basically just wasted money on this ticket. So it's like, instead of supporting TwitchCon, I just could just go there and hang out with people outside the con like I did previously. Pneumonia. Outside con. This is worthless? Yeah, exactly. I bring in the pillow cheese and she'll put you in her fort cabinet. I need to learn how to make that fucking cheese. Pneumonia. And Cha-Cha was excited to go, so was Ecto. Nobody does any research into Off-Kai, so they get away with stuff? Pretty much, unfortunately. And it's also like, they are the de facto VTuber convention until they actually get some kind of competition that does allow all VTubers. Even looking at Off-Kai stuff, you get FOMO, but you know you won't have as much fun in the con as you will with friends outside of it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You willing to go to TwitchCon strictly to hang out with people outside the con? It'd be way cheaper too. Yep. Did I see GamerSup's flavor? Like Caleb Hammer got one? Yeah, Liquid Assets. It is a clever name. It is a very clever name. Standalone Complex, thank you. MMO, Massive Munya Online. True. True and real. No. JoJo references, thank you for the 17 months. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Bren Hydra, thank you. Good morning, Foxy. Been dealing with a renovation hell for 3 weeks with Pablo and the Three Stooges. This close to calling ice on principle. Good lord. I'm sorry to hear you're also in renovation hell. I am in basically the same quarter. I'm doing repair hell. And it's just a lot. It's a lot to juggle with everything that's going on at once. Off-Kai's literally like 45 minutes away from you and you still couldn't pay you to go to it after the crap that they pulled. Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. Does not make sense to just actively and willingly give money to people that hate you. Why would you do this? You discovered me from Side Scrollers podcast? Welcome. Welcome. Side Scrollers is a fun-ass time. I'm on you. Moose Nugget, thank you. I don't hate you, Kirsche. Glad you like the notes. Thank you, Moose Nugget. I appreciate it. Jin Rollins, thank you. Loved my cannibalism shirt on the side scrollers. I was really confused about the shirt drawing thing, so I'm glad I did most of it right. Bokir, thank you for the 2 fucking years. Thank you. Thank you for the constant white pills and laughs. You're welcome. Thank you for being here, my guy. Therian.ai, thank you. Just played through a very cute puzzle platformer called Planet of Lana from the same people who made Viewfinder. I don't know what either of those games are. Sub 6 hour playtime, but well worth it. It also just got a longer sequel that you're enjoying. Ooh. Ooh. Marmalin, thank you. If you think about it, a trunk is really just like a pastry box for your pizza, so it's a-okay to eat trunk pizza that is days old as well. That's a stretch, but you know, I'm gonna go with it. Girugamesh, thank you. Talking about dessert, just got banamba bread. I love banamba bread. I love the banamba. You suspect most carrot cake haters ate dried out, improper made cake? No, the carrot cake cupcakes were incredibly moist. They just tasted like carrot, which is disgusting. Anthony, thank you. If they banned you because of your opinions, they would melt down at yours. Yeah, exactly. The HDC diddly doodle man, thank you. You'll probably file a police report for the Fansly booth in the main hall of a 13+ con. On paper, looks like it breaks a few laws. I mean, if you're local to the area and you know that it breaks laws of the area, yeah, absolutely do that. I know nothing about the laws where they are. I just think that that's really fucking weird. It seems like it should be illegal to me, but I have no idea because I don't know the laws of the area. So if you know, yeah, absolutely report that, because what the fuck? Do it, fuck off, guy. Do I also dislike beets? I do dislike beets. I just wanted to tell me that my opinion on carrot cake is incorrect and I should feel bad. I made some real fucking delicious mashed potatoes the other night, though. Oh, I had my childhood turkey pie, and I made some baked potato on the pot, on the stove, and mashed them, and oh, I'm gonna have some leftovers tonight, man. Hell yeah. She prefers tropical fruit over traditional northern veggies. She's practically a banana and rice Somalian. I like pineapple! I like my fruits juicy. Here she doesn't like beets, then why does she beat us so much? What the heck? No carrots, no turnips, no radishes, no beets. No! I think radishes are fine. I'm pretty sure I've had a radish in my salad before, and I think those were okay. Strange that the people who find Foxy problematic show a consistent habit of being inappropriate with children. It is kind of confounding every single time. Painheart, thank you for the kick biddies. Ghosting at conventions is a time-honored tradition. What does he mean by this? What about Ginger? I love Ginger. Lawless Namakian, thank you. You read the video title, you cannot enter
Spicy
fart
cat
box.
raid.
You
What the hell is this?
laugh.
Spicy cat raid.
It's definitely not the title of the stream. Thank you. Sometimes illiteracy makes us funny. Zillin White, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. If you'll stop blackpilling, the beatings will cease, or at least we'll move on to a new cause. True. Spicy Loud raid. Oh yeah, maybe I do have... For some reason, whenever we do side-scrollers the way that we do for the late-night episodes, I can't hear fucking anyone. Like, their volume is so fucking low, they might as well be whispering like this in my ear. This is about the volume that I get to hear everyone on side-scrollers at. And so I have to, like, crank my volume on my PC to beyond what it should be. Like, I have to crank both the volume and the gain to make people audible. Why would Craig do this? Everyone's audio just doesn't make any fucking sense, and so if I can handle it on my own side instead of making it into an issue, I try to. I need to get the volume issues figured out. Can never hear the game. I hate audio. It is magic at this point, as far as I'm concerned. None of it makes fucking sense. Sorry, couldn't hear you. I don't have my pants on. What did he mean by this? A smug go at, thank you. Here's to hoping they stamp minors on the hand or something so they don't go into the adult section. They didn't properly fence off. Allegedly, you smell a controversy and you hope you're wrong. You are wrong, but not for the reasons that you think. There is an adult section at Okage, but it's called the night market, so it happens later in the day. So the Fansley booth is just in the regular area that's open all day, that's open to, like, literally everyone who goes to the con. It's not in the adult section. The whispering is an after effect of playing games late at night, not wanting to wake up parents, maybe. Well, like, they're not whispering. They're talking at, like, full volume, but it sounds like a whisper to me because the audio is just fucked. People be calling me a bad German person for hating carrot. Well, it's a good thing I'm not German. I'm French and Italian. Where are all of these noises coming from? Go away, go away. What? That's weird. Didn't get any red squares whatsoever, but I had a notification on my phone that said my modem is unable to be reached. That's weird. That's weird and confusing. Why would that be the case? So much onion, so much garlic. I love garlic. Onion I'm kind of picky about, though. I think my favorite way to eat onion is like raw red onion. Those are fucking amazing. I love red onion raw. But with cooked onion, most of the time it's not cooked in a way that is desirable, and it just makes me think of like slimy little worms on the food. So I don't try to eat onions very often. I'm kind of terrible Italian, doesn't like carrots. Like, she's gonna come out saying she hates pasta. I love pasta. She wants us to love her, but she insists on reminding us that she's part French. Cook onion down to sweet brown mush, you know? You like caramelized onion personally? It takes a hot minute to actually get it to that state. Yeah, caramelized onions are pretty fucking good. Not reheated, though. Like, if you have leftovers, onions immediately make whatever the leftover is, like, inedible, so you have to pick out all the onions. You're like your grandpa. You can eat yellow onions like an apple. Jesus. Kirsche eats red onions like an apple. I might as well. I fucking love them. Enma Zirconis, thank you. Yet more proof the Foxu has different senses than you because you've never been able to taste carrot in your carrot cake. I have autism taste, and my nose is also really good. My eyesight's not so great, though. Ollie Wally, thank you for the 8 months. She eats carrot-flavored cake, but she's fine with potato-flavored whipped cream. Oh, that was a mashed potato joke. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? I don't understand. Yeah, potato-flavored whipped cream is pretty great. Sick works, thank you. Foxy has distinct palate taste. To you, food is food. Yeah, sometimes the texture autism is annoying even to me, because it's like, I would like to eat that. It smells good. It looks good. But my body rejects it as soon as the texture of it hits my mouth. You cut red onions up in chunks and grill them. It makes for excellent skewer with green pepper, ham, and pineapple. It does. It is a very excellent skewer food. I'm not a fan of ham, though. I'm not a fan of ham. Diner J, thank you for the 4 months. Your long weekend's cut short because of mold in juice coming from Mexico. Recommend avoiding the cheap welfare-grade juices unless you need penicillin. All right, so now we have the Cyclospora diarrhea lettuce. We have an egg recall that just started happening because a bunch of eggs have salmonella. And now we're having a moldy juice recall? What is welfare-grade juice? Is that like Capri Sun? How do I have texture autism, but I can deal with cum? I feel like the explanation for that would be TMI. The lettuce was a false positive. Yeah, I don't know how true that is. Because it's either if the lettuce is completely a false positive, it's not coming from the lettuce, but it's coming from all these restaurants that have lettuce. So it's either something else that all of these restaurants serve, or it's like we suspected in the first place, and maybe it's in the damn fucking water supply, because we imported them all here. Why does moldy juice make you think of Israel? What the fuck? John in English, thank you. How much for more ASMR? Asking for a friend. More ASMR like what? Wolfgun, thank you for the 2 months of Proom, dude. Thank you. Red Stinger, thank you for the 10 pounds. Thank you. Matthew Vanderborten, thank you. Hello, Miss Kirsche. On the road, say hi to Mom. Yes, she knows about VTubers. Hi, Mom! Hello! Ryfile, thank you. You got Ghost Haunting, your modem. Check my house for old dolls, weird paintings, and strange books. It's me. I'm the one buying the weird paintings and bringing them into the house. No, Steven DeLorean, thank you. Gamer Subs, Kirsche, Pineapple, Kool-Aid, Sloppa flavor when? Why would it be a Sloppa flavor, man? Sickworks, thank you. This is why everything we use/have should be made in the US, where there is real quality control. I agree. I agree. Like, obviously things would be rough while we're transitioning back to making stuff in the US, but I think it would be way better in the long run, right? Hell. Only one test was a false positive. The other evidence points to Taylor Farms, and they're still investigating them. Yeah. Flying Nanook, thank you. Have ever tried tomato soup cake? No. Saw a recent tasting history episode, and it didn't look too bad. Yeah, I don't think I would want a tomato soup cake. I don't think I'd want that either. I know that there's, like, some chocolate cake recipes that put mayonnaise in them, but, like, I don't know if I could eat that either. Just that knowledge is kind of haunting. Living in Michigan, you've avoided the poo situation, given you don't eat Taco Bell or lettuce in general. Yeah, it's a great day to not be a Taco Baco enjoyer, you know? It's the cursed peacock painting. You just watch. She'll squawk like a dinosaur bird as the spirit possesses her. I had a friend help me pick something up in the middle of my box sporting yesterday. And when we went to pick it up, my friend really wanted KFC. And I was like, you're literally in the mecca of, like, good mom and pop food, and you want to eat fucking KFC, buddy? I'm like, what the hell? So I was like, all right, you know, you're helping me. I'm going to pay for KFC. No big deal. And I was like, you know what? I haven't had KFC in years. Let's order popcorn chicken. I love popcorn chicken. That's the one thing I look forward to. It's like, oh, popcorn chicken. That's great. I love you, popcorn chicken. That was the one thing I wanted. They gave me tenders. They basically just doubled up my friend's meal and gave us that and did not give me my popcorn chicken. And I looked at him and I was just like, so you remember what I said about going to fast food? Her day is ruined. Yeah, right? Absolutely fucking ruined. My disappointment was immense. But tendies, yeah. But KFC tendies are gross, man. They're not good. You ate popcorn chicken one time and you nearly shit yourself inside out. Back when my mom had moved back stateside from St. Croix and she was living out of a motel in New Hampshire, I would walk on the highway to the Rockingham Mall. So I'd be like a teenager dressed in mostly black, walking along, like, I don't know how many lanes it was back then, like 6, 8 lane highway. It was not a safe or smart thing to do. Don't do that. But I would walk around there because there was like a Walmart near it. And that Walmart would sell popcorn chicken at their deli. And Walmart had some fucking bussin' popcorn chicken back in the day, dude. Definitely didn't make the best choices. It's not like I had too much of an option. Where she lived, the only ways I was going to get food was by walking on the highway. Tendies are the tutorial level of chicken. How do you fuck up chicken? Because they're fast food and they don't care. How did this retarded fox make it to adulthood? You ordered fast food last night and you got the wrong drink. It was an acceptable drink, but still. The best thing about that Supergirl movie is apparently KFC has a blue soda integration with the movie. The blue soda's pretty good. Prague Meister, thank you for the 31 months. It's been 31 months. How many years is that, Kirsche? Almost 3 years. Thank you for giving me the answer, because I wouldn't have known. Bussin' Walmart popcorn dude, Walmart's popcorn chicken was an intense vibe. It was so good, and it was weird that it was good, because it was fucking Walmart, dude. Axel Jack, thank you. Have I ever to Chi-Chi's? It was a Mexican restaurant famous for their salsa. They used Mexicans to pick their green onions, and they didn't come in from the fields to poo. So they just go in the field of onions, killed 2 to 3 people near Pittsburgh. The location that killed them shut down, and now there's no Chi-Chi's restaurants on the East Coast. I don't think Chi-Chi's is recognizable to me. Like, saying it out loud, it feels like it should be recognizable, but it's not. But then again, I'm not a big fan of Mexican food, so I don't really go to Mexican restaurants. The opposite of the movie. I thought Kirsche was going to talk about the foreskin cup, not a flavor. The foreskin cup? jdeg.jpeg, thank you for the bits. A few days ago, you find yourself climbing Mount Washington. Suddenly the weather turned. You later find out it was 20 degrees and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Check your phone by habit. You have reception. Fox lady yapping. You crawl through the rain and fog up the mountain. Can't see in front of you, freezing. The only thing keeping you going is the faint sound of Munya in your ears. Suddenly the clouds clear and it's a beautiful, pristine sky, followed by the sudden sound of slaves! Doo, 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 doo. I'm glad you didn't get lost on Mount Washington. That place can be scary when it's snowing. Good and Walmart almost never go together. That's what I thought, you know? That's like the only reason I would go to a Walmart. And then sometimes my dad would need to buy something and he's just like, oh yeah, Walmart means cheap. And we would go inside a Walmart and then he'd look at me and be like, hey, where do I find this? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't buy things at Walmart besides popcorn chicken, man. Like, Chi-Chi's collapsed due to several reasons. There used to be one in Taylor, Michigan. Damn. Maybe thinking of CC's Pizza? No, I know CC's Pizza, but no, Chi-Chi's, the name sounds specifically familiar for some reason. Have I ever been to the Rainforest Cafe in the Burlington Mall? It's out of business now, but back in the day, it was a bop. Yeah, the Rockingham Mall had a Rainforest Cafe as well, back in the day. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. For those that don't know, the Supergirl cup is supposed to be in a trench coat. It does not look like a trench coat. I didn't even know they had a special popcorn bucket, but I guess every blockbuster movie, supposedly, is going to have their own special bucket now. I think it sells salsa in the grocery store? Maybe. Chi-Chi's is salsa? That might be why it's familiar. Why are there so many shootings at CC's Pizza? Because who the fuck is going to a pizza buffet, buddy? Like, what? And Mazurkonis, thank you. Saw on the news a recall for fresh fruit as well. Might not be true because it was ABC News. I mean, it could be. I feel like everything is in a recall nowadays. A super block, thank you. Making you think of Tres Leche. Bro, stop. You're such a fatty. What the heck? Be jammin', thank you. Mayo's just eggs and oil. Just what your cake needs. I mean, maybe, but mayonnaise has a very distinct flavor that doesn't really mix with, like, sweet chocolatey cake very well, you know? You know? And it's like, I guess, like, you won't taste the mayonnaise because the chocolate flavor will be overpowering, but, like, I don't know, man. Seth Cragen, thank you. Just a small contribution to your favorite news anchor. Appreciate your coverage of issues you wouldn't know about in an entertaining way. Speaking of which, I want to go over all of the stuff that I have found from the Shiloh trial, because holy fuck. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the 29 months. The KFC near you is a nightmare. You'd rather just buy popcorn chicken from the store and cook it in the air fryer? I'm dying. Why air fryer when you can toaster oven? I know. Master Prick, thank you. Used to like KFC, but like everything else, it's gone downhill. If the supposed spices leak, it's true. You'd be down to try some homemade KFC. True. True, I'd rather try it at home. I would rather attempt to make it myself. Where's my browser? Your browser. Bam. Bam. So last time I brought this up, it was the other day where we talked about this. The child wears a tracking device provided by the Rochester Police Department because of his risk to wander off. He does not follow any rules because he does not understand any rules. And Day 2 had also confirmed that the child said, or the father said his child was actually 9 years old at the time of the incident. Not 5, not 8, but 9 years old at the time of the incident and wearing a police-issued ankle monitor because he does not understand rules. That was the last time. That was where we were at. And so, reading, yeah, Little Tyke's My First Tracker IRL. Yeah, this whole situation is incredibly ridiculous. And I think I mentioned on Side Scrollers how, like, when this incident first happened, I was like, well, you know, you shouldn't call a child a slur, but also, this is kind of just where we are now. so who really cares, right? She didn't do anything illegal. And we have, like, Carmelo Anthony raising money for being a murderer, and yet you expect anyone to get angry over a fucking word? Like, that's just not gonna happen. And Chi-Chi's green onions caused the largest hepatitis A outbreak in US history, sickening over 600 people and causing 4 deaths, leading to total closure of the chain. It was the onions and the salsa that you can still buy in the stores. Well, it's a good thing I don't buy that brand fucking salsa. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the info, Axel Jack. In 2 generations, white people will not even be allowed to speak at all. Yeah, I don't know what to say about all of this. But this guy had been giving updates every day. And he says, day 2 update, this was on the 21st. The state continued its questioning of the first witness, the father of the 10-year-old child, who was 9 at the time of the incident. 2 interpreters were required, rotating every 30 minutes. So you expect me to believe that this guy was both insulted and aggrieved by a word in a language that he can't even speak? Like, the more I learned about this trial, like, the more of a sham it obviously was. The father testified that he worked as a bus driver, odd given that he does not speak English, and bus drivers typically need a driver's license with English proficiency requirements, which, another good point. Why the fuck does he have a driver's license if he even needs 2 interpreters to testify that he was offended by a word? What are we doing? What is fucking going on? God hates taxes, thank you. Don't forget that the real Colonel Sanders got sued by KFC because they bastardized his food. I didn't know that. What the heck? What the heck? It's a white kid with an ankle monitor? No, it's a black kid. Why would you think it's a white kid with an ankle monitor? We're just not a real country anymore. We're not. We're absolutely not. Every last white person in Minnesota needs to have a gun next to their front door right now. The viral video was then played for the jury and the courtroom. After laborious, often repetitive, and seemingly coached questioning by the state, the father eventually stated that he saw his son take an item from Shiloh's belongings. He said Shiloh chased after the boy and he believed she was pursuing him, not only to retrieve her property, but also to, quote-unquote, rumble with or strike him. Just as defense attorney Brian Carolus began his cross-examination, the clock approached 5 p.m. and the judge adjourned for the day. Why is she going to court? Because she said the N-word to a child stealing her belongings and then was filmed by a sexual predator who's now back in Africa who also said the N-word on film multiple times. But just her is getting charged for saying the N-word. Which, in light of this, we can't really make fun of the UK for not having free speech anymore, can we? Because the Britanification of the US seems to be starting. How is she being charged for saying a word? Because she has the wrong skin color. And then he has more of an update here. Did I finish reading this? No. The viral video was then played for the jury and the courtroom. After laborious, often repetitive, and seemingly coached questioning by the state, the father eventually stated that he saw his son take an item from Shiloh's belongings. Oh, I did read that. I did finish reading that. Why is that highlighted? Sorry, chat. And then that's update. That's the day 3. I went back and it went to the same post. Very confusing. Now I'm very confused. What's happening? Okay, alright. Much confusion. It wouldn't let me go back to the correct place, so we're gonna have to scroll again. God hates taxes, thank you. You talked so much shit about it too, that's what led to the lawsuit. You forgot to finish the previous supa. You're a coconut sometimes. Who talked so much shit about what, and it led to which lawsuit? I now have no idea what you're talking about, I'm sorry. Dima, thank you for the CRCs. This is a good one. He once had a Mexican lady asked for benefits because her daughter was in the army. Benefits lady responded, what you were thinking, your daughter's the one serving, not you. I yelled it back at her in Spanish. What the fuck? Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. Oh, Sanders and KFC? Oh. Interesting. I wonder how that lawsuit went. Alright, where are we? Where are we? Where's that post I was reading? So much scrolling. I think it was this one. Yes, it was that one. Beautiful. And then we go to day 3. Day 3, Shiloh's attorney continued cross-examination of the father today. After asking the same question 4 different ways with the help of translators, the father admitted under oath that portions of his testimony from yesterday do not match his interview with investigators last year. So this guy is perjuring himself under oath, just like admitting he is telling things that aren't true. Strange. Yesterday, the father claimed Shiloh ran after the boy not only to retrieve what was taken from her, but also because he believed she intended to strike, fight, or quote-unquote rumble with the son. Shiloh's attorney pointed out that the original statement to investigators made no mention of that. The father was also asked multiple times whether he or his family had any involvement in a fundraiser. He answered no each time. Court is now on lunch recess. That's really weird that he answered no each time, because there was a GoFundMe set up, and I'm pretty sure it even says that the child is a 5-year-old autistic. But now we know that the child is 9, has a police-issued ankle monitor, and we know that the demographic of this man and child frequently participate in autism scams. So is this child actually autistic, or is this part of a scam? Crozan, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Wait, she was ruled not guilty on the first count misdemeanor? We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. We're not gonna talk about the outcome yet. And then they had recess, and then day 3, part 2, Shiloh's attorney, Brian Carlis, methodically walked the father, Shire Jamale, through his testimony, allowing him to impeach himself on multiple key points, seemingly to the growing confusion or surprise of the jury. Jamale's description of Shiloh's conduct yesterday differed dramatically from his earlier statements to police. He struggled to reconcile those inconsistencies and repeatedly doubled or tripled down, even when confronted with clear evidence from prior recorded testimony. Man is just fucking lying every which way. Bro. I'd like to rumble with Shiloh, if you know what I mean. She's married, you whore! The testimony regarding fundraisers was especially bizarre. Jamale stated at least 3 or 4 times that he had not been involved in any fundraiser for himself or his family. When confronted with evidence showing otherwise, he initially refused to review it to refresh his memory. What the fuck? Moments later, he suddenly admitted to working with the NAACP to raise money for his family and even knew the exact amount received. He then claimed he had full control of the funds with no conditions, insisting that the NAACP had set up no trust and that all the money was deposited directly into his personal account without any stipulations. Yeah, that would be really bizarre if the whole time he was just like, no fundraiser, no funding, no GoFund, no money. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, the NAACP helped with money. It was this much money and we get access to all of it immediately. Like, what the fuck? How is this taken seriously? How is this even a trial? It blows my fucking mind that this is where we're at, dude. Additionally, the father initially said his son was 9 years old at the time of the incident. After the child's birthday was clarified on the record, he was corrected. The boy was actually 8 years old at the time and is currently 10 years old. This child's age changes so fucking often, dude. What the fuck? He has absolutely no idea how old his own fucking child is. Come the fuck on, dude. Some kangaroo court shit going on. You're telling me that there's a white woman on trial for saying a word with the wrong skin color, and the guy who's testifying against her doesn't even know his own child's fucking age? Yeah, that's a reliable narrator. Was literally everyone in the courthouse but Shiloh and her lawyer a Somali? Apparently the jury was mostly white. Unfortunately, it was mostly white women. He knows he's just lying. You see, normally I would say he's just lying, but he seems to be an individual that has trouble understanding the passage of time. So I would also be willing to believe he genuinely doesn't know how old his child is. Plot twist, they don't know the age of the child because it's not their child, and this is one of those trafficking cases. What a horrific realization that would be. The state has now rested its case. The defense will call a few witnesses tomorrow morning, followed by closing arguments. This guy posting about it says he expects the case to go to the jury after lunch break tomorrow. Jury instructions will include breach of peace language related to the disorderly conduct charges. One count involves Shiloh responding to the Somali man who filmed her, and the other involves her alleged conduct towards the child. And then we have, understand that if a white man had given testimony even half as inconsistent and evasive as the Somali Shire Jamale did today, they would skip straight to closing arguments and the jury would return a not guilty verdict in 10 minutes. That's how abysmally low the standard of conduct is for non-white foreigners in this country. You won't hear many details of his insane testimony outside of posts like this because the media's primary job is to hide any problems with multiculturalism from you. And he's got an unfortunately good point, right? Apparently, during the trial, they weren't even allowed to bring up the fact that the guy who was filming Shiloh was a fucking pedophile. Apparently, they weren't allowed to bring that up. And they couldn't even ask this guy to come testify at the trial because he had already fled back to Africa. White liberal women are the most dangerous thing to democracy. Not quite the most dangerous thing, but I have a tab for that. Closing arguments have completed. Shiloh trial update. Day 4, part 2. Where's day 4, part 1? There's day 3, part 2. Day 3, part 2. Day 4, part 1. Or day 4, part 2. So where's day 4, part 1? I hate Twitter. Here we go. Court resumes 8:30 to 9 a.m. today. Prosecution arrested. Defense will call final 2 witnesses. Defense called a Rochester police detective who interviewed the father 10 to 11 days after the incident. The detective confirmed the father never once claimed he feared Shiloh Hendricks would hit his son. In fact, he never mentioned any fear of Shiloh doing anything during their entire interview. The judge had to warn defense attorney Brian Carlis for contempt after he kept pressing the obvious point that the GoFundMe is a well-known, verified fundraising platform. Why would the judge warn him for this? Because he's just saying what's true. What is the warning for? That doesn't make any sense. And the way he posted all these updates was very unorganized and confusing to follow. Seems like it. Prosecutors tried to sell this as a simple open and shut case, claiming Hendricks' words were quote-unquote fighting words and her conduct disorderly. They insist it's about evidence, not emotion, while shamelessly leaning on the boy's alleged autism for sympathy. The defense made it clear the government is prosecuting a young woman for her language. Attorney Carlis rightly called this the result of years of cancel culture run amok in America. And he's right. He's right. The fact that there's even an American on trial for saying a word is a massive indictment. And it's once again proof that our Constitution is not going to be used in any sort of good way. Its principles are used against us because we wish to uphold it by people who wish to completely destroy it, but know we want to follow it. You can blame it on them interpreting it the wrong way all you want. It doesn't change the fact that they're using it to bludgeon us to death, essentially. It's a clear violation of the First Amendment. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Big Hylio, thank you. Kirsche in the main defense. It was a case of Schrodinger child age. That's so fucking retarded, man. Joventino Villa, thank you. You don't like this Clown World ride, Miss Kirsche? You want to get off? You also saved about half a tank of gas by using code Kirsche at Gamersubs. Fuck yeah, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Kind Pink Rabbit, thank you for the 32 months, my dude, thank you. Phoenix DS, thank you. This should have been thrown out. Of course, the judge is more than likely an activist. Yeah, they probably are. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. There's nothing constitutional about this trial. The judge, prosecutor, DA, and all the Somalians involved should be glowing, you know? There's zero evidence Hendricks even knew what was stolen from the bag, let alone that the child was autistic. Carlis exposed how prosecutors are exploiting the boy's condition to manipulate the jury. Once again, does he even actually have autism, or is he one of the people who is part of the autism center scams? The defense also hammered the father's ever-shifting story and multiple lies on the stand. In his initial police interview on May 8th, he showed zero emotion and never expressed any fear that Hendricks would harm his son. Yet when he testified in front of the jury, he suddenly turned on the waterworks. He would also he was also continuously evasive and lied repeatedly when questioned about the GoFundMe that raked in $340,000. Hendrix's reaction was completely understandable. She was responding to the theft of her property. Yes, her words were harsh, but they don't meet the legal standard for fighting words. And her behavior was not disorderly conduct. Which is true. The guy filming, once again, said the word several times himself and even told her to say it again. The defense closed strong. Americans still have the right to speak freely without the government punishing them for it. The 6-member jury is now deliberating. This incident and trial have been example after example of the disastrous and never-ending consequences of multiculturalism. Still waiting on jury. This kind of goes back to what we were seeing during the Carmelo trial as well, where if black jurors are going to be encouraged to lie in order to get on a jury, in order to acquit people because they're black, how are you supposed to have any faith in any sort of jury system from this point forward? If jurors are being encouraged to lie, once again, and if jurors are going to take activist stances even when they share the race of the person on trial, how are you supposed to have any kind of confidence in the system? If you know that people in the jury are deliberating based on race, regardless of what their race is, everyone is kind of fucked. You don't have a real justice system if that's what's happening. They need to be unbiased and impartial. Can't even waive your right to a jury because the judge who will decide your case instead is probably an even bigger activist than any hypothetical jury. Yeah, it's completely fucked. This is the, like, complete denigration of our justice system in front of us. This is lawfare at work. Now she has to waste even more time and money on an appeal. Eventually she'll get a judge that isn't an activist retard, but it's just to frustrate and intimidate anyone else who wants to speak freely. Oh, it absolutely is. Like, this is basically just a large-scale humiliation ritual, pointing out to everyone, if you do something that is considered wrongthink, not only are you going to get canceled, but we're going to drag you through the court system and make your life hell over it. Jury still deliberations. The fact that they took a long time to deliberate was the first bad sign, unironically. Status update 10 p.m. Jury still in deliberations. A verdict was reached at 10:12. Blah, blah, blah. The defense called a Rochester police detective who interviewed the father. We already read that, okay? Like you said, you wrote this in a very confusing way. Update, verdict has been reached. I have video from the attorney recently, so this is the attorney. And there's 2 videos. Shiloh verdict was disorderly conduct. Count 1 of disorderly conduct towards the child, not guilty. Count 2 towards the videographer. She was ruled guilty by the jury. Now this is confusing to me, because the entire point of this was directed towards the child. How is she not guilty for saying it towards an autistic child, but she's guilty of saying it towards a pedophile who was filming her at a children's park, who also told her to say it again and was also saying the word himself? The fact that he was saying the word himself and he asked her to say it, him asking her to say it removes any kind of them's fighting words nonsense. And then in addition to that, the fact that the videographer was saying it himself and only Shiloh was getting any kind of charge, once again, points to the only reason she's getting charged is for the color of her skin. So we have this lawyer guy here. In one sec. In a moment. There's 3 videos. Okay, 3 videos of the lawyer. And I want to make sure I play the first one first, so let us hear the lawyer's thoughts.
I think it's pathetic.
I probably have to raise the volume.
I think shocked. I've never had a trial where they keep people, this is a misdemeanor by the way, till 10:30 at night. Never even heard of that one before. Most courts, most counties, what they do is around 4:30, 5 o'clock is they say, okay, we're gonna send the jurors home. They got kids, they got families, they got things to do. No, we're keeping them. I've never heard of that before. So that alone, I know this is a thing, I guess, Olmsted County, they do this. I thought that was bizarre. But the verdict itself, let's make something clear here. Let's make something very clear. She's acquitted, not guilty, right? not guilty with the child. The state reads a 5-minute victim impact statement about the child? She was acquitted about the child. She's convicted on the count involving the cameraman, who they never called to testify. Keep this in mind. They never called the cameraman to testify. This judge prohibited us from telling the jury that Shire Jamali, had a GoFundMe page, $340,000.
See, that's even more confusing. Why would the judge say they're not allowed to bring that up? Why would the judge tell him that he'd be held in contempt for pointing out that GoFundMe is a large known fundraising platform? This just seems like the judge meddling in the case in order to influence a specific outcome.
He testified that it was done in May last year, done. That's not true. There's a link on the bottom of the page that goes to another open account. My investigator hit the link last night, donated $10. It's open. You can donate right now. You can donate right now to Shire Jamali's GoFund page right now. It's open. He testified under oath and perjured himself. He perjured himself over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
This was without any stretch of the imagination. It was like I was fighting the prosecutor and the judge. It was like I'm taking on two parties at the same time. The judge and the prosecutor. It was very bizarre. Very bizarre. GoFundMe. Huge, worldwide, giant. It's like Google, right? This is so big. My investigator was going to testify that this page with Shire Jamali's name on it. 5-year-old. The kid's 9.
Yep.
5-year-old.
Yep.
$340,000 he raised. The judge would not let me show it to a jury. Sorry. The judge would not let me show it to the jury. Okay? And if you go through any of you right now can go online right now, and the judge, like, you can't authenticate this. You can't lay foundation. This prosecutor is telling the judge, oh, how do we know this is real? How do we know this is real? So anyone can make this up. You can go online right now.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? The prosecutor saying, how do we know this is real? And this guy is literally excluded from showing the proof by the judge. That's incredibly fucked up. What the hell?
Today, right now, go on that page, unless they run and take it down, scroll down. He has an open GoFundMe. He said on the stand he does not. He lied and lied and lied and lied. This entire thing's a shakedown. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. The prosecutor should be ashamed of himself. The judge should be ashamed of herself.
In a normal society, yes, I would agree with him, but they're not ashamed. They are smug and they are gloating because they know that they can oppress you for being white and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
So I had a battle here for 4 days on a stupid misdemeanor disorderly conduct. This is nuts. This is crazy. 340,000. Nope. Can't show the jury. 5-year-old. The kid was 9. His name's on it. Can't authenticate it. Still open account.
Hope you're well. I wanted to mention earlier when the Taylor Farms announcement happened, I was a little suspicious, but the more I think about it, the more I wonder. Taylor hires foreign farmers and Renos want amnesty for foreign farmers.
Yep.
Kirsche.
Yeah, really makes you think. No amnesty. Do not give them amnesty. There was some, like, retard GOP guy who was just like, oh yeah, we should have amnesty for farm workers. And then he tried fighting with someone over it. I can't remember who he was fighting with, but it's just, I think it might have been the Paul guy, the woman definer guy I read posts from occasionally. And he was just like, yeah, my family's owned farms for ages, bro. I know what I'm talking about. You don't need to use fucking illegal labor. Dan Bacon.
So we're going to appeal it. We will appeal it. We have so many appellate issues, I don't even know where to begin. Judges screaming at me during the trial. Judges interrupting me every time I want to make a record. Judge says to me, Mr. Corrales, you keep wanting to make a record after I ruled. This is crazy. Most rulings during a trial by a judge are made during the trial. And then when you take a break, you make a record, right? You take a break, you make a record. I kept asking. If you're in there and you watch the trial, I kept asking, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. She'd get upset, run in the back. Get upset, run in the back.
What the
Your
fuck?
Honor, I need to make a record. It started piling up. All these objections started piling up. Your Honor, I need to make a record. I need to make a record. She'd run in the back. I'm like, Judge, we got to make a record. This is insane. This isn't law. This is a circus. This is monkey court. This is nuts, right? You make a record. The judge should come out and say, okay, I made my ruling. Mr. Corrales, what is your record you like to make? I try to make a record. She interrupts me from the beginning, right from the start. Every time I tried to make a record, she interrupts me. Every single time. Every single time. I'm like, Your Honor, I'm trying to make a record. That's what we do as lawyers, right? I don't know if the lay people or the people in the community understand this. The way trials work is judges make rulings during trial. We don't want to interrupt the trial to make a record every time someone objects and there's a ruling. So when there's a break or you go to lunch or at the end of the day, you make a record. She wouldn't let me make a record. If you're in there, you heard it. She'd talk over me. She'd interrupt me. Wouldn't let me make a record. Over and over and over again. Why? She didn't want anybody to hear what? They didn't disclose the name of Shire Jamali until Monday. The first day of trial. No, I'm not done.
Sorry.
Until the first.
I love him. I love him. But also, what do you mean they didn't disclose his name until Monday? That seems retarded. What the fuck?
First day of trial, they didn't even disclose his name.
Yeah, that gives them less time to do research on the guy. They were like trying to handicap this from the fucking beginning.
Think about that. A jury trial in the United States of America. I didn't get the name until Monday. When we started the trial, until Monday. And then my investigators do a record check. Then we uncover, oh my God, he's got this GoFundMe. $340,000.
Mr. Corrales, a couple of things.
Sure.
According to the court, you agreed to those free trial terms about not getting the witnesses beforehand and...
Did not agree to it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I thought I was coming down here to try a free speech case. You all saw the video. I thought I was coming to Rochester to try a free speech case based on the video. Then it took on an entirely different, it just turned, right? Mr. Jamali takes the stand. Wouldn't answer any question I asked him. He sat there like this. I don't understand. He looked at his interpreter. I don't understand. I don't understand. Over and over and over again. When the prosecutor asked him a question,
This is also a really huge point in why having so many languages is detrimental to your society. Someone can just pretend they don't understand you if they don't want to answer a question, or you ask them a question that they don't like or don't have a good lie for. They can just sit there and give you the no speak English, no understand, no. They can just do that and hard wall you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you know they're lying, even if they show they're lying, and they have some kind of understanding, that's probably the reason for the two interpreters instead of just one. Make it look like he's so unable to understand no matter what, that the defense is never going to get any kind of good answer out of him. It doesn't matter that he perjures himself multiple times. He's not going to have any repercussions for that because, he just doesn't understand English. It's not his fault.
he had no problem through the interpreter understanding. Never had a problem understanding. Not one time. I put the detective on the stand. Detective, did he ever have a tough time understanding you? Never had a tough time understanding him. Never had a tough time. Not one time did the detective have any problems understanding. You were in the jury room, or in the trial. You were in the courtroom. You were in the court.
We have a language. We have an official language in the U.S. Even before it was made official by Trump, English was very obviously the de facto language of this country. This might strike some people as harsh, but maybe if you cannot speak our language, you are not entitled to a trial. If you cannot speak the language, if you cannot understand what is happening while you're on trial, maybe we just deport you. Ollie Wally, thank you. Literally been at work and a guy's own countryman said no, he's a dick. He speaks perfect English. He's just a lazy fucker. Everyone hates that shit. Jesus Christ, man. Prince Aquila Varangiopoulos, thank you for the sex. Hello, Fox Lady. You're a traditional oil painter and want to paint Ajax and Cassandra. I complimented your work once a long time ago. See your work on Aquila Princeps. Mods! Save that man's message so I can look at it after stream. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. We'll definitely have to take a peek and maybe mod taking it up at some time. I have another guy who's waiting on me to answer some stuff. I cannot take on any new projects until after August. I need to finish everything that's going on right now first, at least. At a bare minimum. That man has been here for over 20 years. How can you expect him to understand English in such haste? That's true. That's true. It takes them like 50 to 100 years to even consider getting citizenship. Why should I expect them to learn the language? Phoenix DS, thank you. Charges should be dismissed with prejudice. They should be dismissed, and I'm sure if she gets a competent judge, they will be, but it's still, again, the process is the punishment. There should be 0 convictions for anything in this case, but forcing this woman to go through this is the point that they're making. Because people looking in will see her having to go through this and say, I don't want to go through that. And so it's another way to try and control people's speech. Always say that the first thing you did when you came to America as a kid was learn English in less than 6 months. No excuses. Yeah, absolutely. If I was planning on even visiting another country, I would want to at least learn some, like, basic conversational phrases and have a very basic, even if, like, kindergarten level understanding of the language of the country I'm going to. We have plenty of, like, translation apps and services at this point in time. It's not like you need to bring a paperback dictionary with you anymore. It's been made so much easier. You know, you went to Britain and you didn't learn Arabic beforehand. Glenn, thank you. She could get it overturned for a 6th Amendment. It's ridiculous that she has to keep going through this shit and that she was even put through this in the first place. Flat, thank you. You're going to make a day look like night with how much you're glowing. True. Rifile, thank you. Glass, Minnesota. Dag, thank you. Just got your sweater and card sleeves. Time to re-sleeve your Kalia deck while listening to Foxwoman. I don't know what card game Kalia is. I apologize. I'm not a card game kind of lady, unfortunately. But I'm glad you were happy with the merch. That makes me happy. Hooray! Your adoptive Sicilian grandfather said his father would slap him in the mouth if he spoke Italian out of the home. Now we have leering centers. It's because immigrants prior wanted their families to integrate into American society. They wanted them to become American. And even on that regard, right? Like, I think it's perfectly fine to know both languages, right? My great-grandparents and my grandparents tried teaching me French as a kid. They obviously focused on English, but they tried teaching me French. That would have been cool if my brain didn't reject the French and I would have known 2 languages. Back when they wanted to integrate, not segregate. Yeah. The system now rewards immigrant communities for anti-assimilation on a structural level. It is unfortunate, but yeah, that's true. Malaki Gaming and Talk, thank you for the 10 months. TOS prevents you from what you want to say, so you hope Shiloh wins the appeal in the second charge. Screw this 2-tier justice system and the traitors. True. Very true. Opic, thank you for the 9 months on Kick. Please enjoy some placenta brownies. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Bren Hydra, thank you. Smell a perjury case in the making? I doubt anything is going to be done about that guy perjuring himself. It's still controversial to tell your family that never bothered to assimilate that learning the language is a must. That's crazy. Pudding Simon, thank you. We had a case once in Germany like 2 years ago about a guy on trial for rape or murder, you don't remember, and they needed an interpreter for a guy born and raised in Germany, never left, 35 years old, Turkish. You see, that's just absurd. That should just be immediate deportation. Deportation. I did it again. I pronounced it like abortion. Jen Jacko, thank you. If you're gonna glass Minnesota, wait for you to leave first, please. You gotta get out of there, man. Flying Nanook, thank you. Unfortunately, this just reeks of the state government going after someone who would not bow to their authority. I don't even think it's about not bowing to their authority. It's they were handed a case on a silver platter of a way to make the 2-tier justice system even more noticeable than before. They were like, this is a way that we can convince people to control their own speech, and all it takes is railroading this mother through the courts. One man band, thank you. You should reject the French. Well, my brain dead.
You're in the courtroom. He acted like he didn't understand any question I asked him. Every single question was like pulling teeth. It's like, huh? Oh, It went on and on and on. This is a fraud. This whole thing's a fraud. The cameraman?
Yeah.
The cameraman. By the way, let's make something clear. They didn't convict him with the child. Your headlines can be about the child. No, they convicted her on the video with the cameraman. The disorderly conduct is about the cameraman. Right. And from what I understand about the cameraman, he has a GoFundMe. And his GoFundMe,
what?
Hold on, his GoFundMe is he died. He has a GoFundMe that he died. Give money to the cameraman who died. And from what I understand, he's well alive. This whole thing is fucking bullshit.
I didn't even know that.
This is a fraud. This is a fraud upon the community.
A plague upon all your houses. A fraud upon all of the American citizens. Heretical King, thank you. Very off topic. Please more card sleeves. You love the Cursed Knowledge sleeves. They're currently on your Digimon decks. Fuck yeah, buddy. I'm glad you enjoy them. Thank you. Ninth Circle, thank you. Your mom is a lawyer here. The judges bother her for a multitude of reasons. Primary among the reasons is they're hard on for lenient sentencing. She wants to be a judge to fix it, but they have to be approved by the governor unless elected. I just again, the more I hear about this case, the more floored I am at how egregious everything is here. How in the fuck does the pedophile cameraman have an active GoFundMe? How is he even lying about being dead? What the fuck?
About the judge's warnings over contempt of court or any.
Sure, as she screamed at me in front of the jury, that'll be on appeal. Yeah. Judge's decorum, screaming at a lawyer out loud in front of the jury? Yeah, I was concerned.
She claimed you implied that the court was dumber than a law student.
Didn't say that. She said that. She said that. Yeah, weird, right? She said that, not me.
That is
Anything
weird.
else you think we your people should know?
Do your job. Be better. Be better. Be more fair. Get rid of your woke shit. That's what I would say.
Based! I love this lawyer guy. Holy shit! Count on Coda, thank you for the 4 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Do better. Yeah, I was not expecting him to call out the press afterwards. Very, very happy to see that.
What's your reaction to the verdict
Very,
today?
very happy to see that. Let's see. Jury question at 6:40. Definition of boisterous. Yeah, this is what I was saying. When on one of the side scroller shows, I was like, the jury had to take a break from deliberations to ask about the definition of fucking boisterous. That, if you already didn't assume that Shiloh was fucked by the fact that the jury was taking way too long to deliberate on what should be an easy not guilty verdict, the fact that they paused deliberations to ask for the definition of boisterous is in-fucking-sane to me. You're telling me that a cartoon fox is more intelligent than the average citizen in Minnesota? What the fuck, dude? Illiterates at beneath a 7th grade reading level. Court reconvened, jury brought in, no additional information given, jury sent back to deliberate. And the relevance is, under Minnesota statutes, disorderly conduct is a misdemeanor. A person is guilty if in a public or private place, including a school bus, they know or have reasonable grounds to know their actions will or will tend to alarm, anger, or disturb others or provoke an assault or breach of the peace. And they engage in brawling or fighting, disturb a lawful assembly or meeting, or engage in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct, or inoffensive, obscene, or abusive language tending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. And it's really scary that number 3 is worded this way, right? Because when you say the N-word, you are not doing anything wrong. You can be rude, right? Saying a slur could be rude, but you're not doing anything legally wrong, right? And since you're not doing anything legally wrong, people's reaction to you saying that word is the actual problem here.
Primary among those reasons is their hard-on for lenient sentencing. She wants to be a judge to fix
I read
it,
this
but
earlier.
they have
Why
to
was
be
the
approved
TTS
by
so
the governor
delayed? That's
unless
crazy.
elected.
That's a crazy delay on the TTS. What the heck? Maybe Stream Elements is having issues today. But I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? It's if you say a word, right, and you're not actively trying to fight someone like Shiloh was not, if you say a word and their action is to get violent with you, that is a them problem. That is not a you problem. You did not provoke them by saying a word. All right, that's not provocation. That's not them's fighting words. That's not, what are you gonna do? Shoot me, right? Offense can only be taken. And so the fact that if you say a word and someone gets so offended by that word that they physically assault you, you would still be the aggressor under Minnesota law. Their actual physical violence and aggression is warranted under what I'm reading on Minnesota's law. That's insane. You can't legislate that way. Saying the N-word doesn't mean they need to start swinging. They chose to attack you. Yeah, absolutely. It's fucking weird. Stream Elements hates you. It happens all the time. Well, Stream Elements is also going through some weird restructuring right now, so there might be a bit more issues. Sickworks, thank you. You mean it's Minnesota? The Foxy would probably be a scientist compared to everyone else there. You know? Unfortunate. Your Honor, he called me a Mayo monkeys. This is entirely justified by precedent. You know as well as I do, these rules only work one way. If someone calls you a bad German, you can hit them. Once again, your skin color will always make you the person in the wrong as far as the justice system is concerned. Try Google translating "buy that one" in Chinese. Which kind of Chinese? Buy that one.
There's
a lot of people who get mad at Chinese and Japanese for having words that even sound remotely close to the no-no word in English. Hoster the Fool, thank you. By Minnesota law, the judge should be charged for her courtroom behavior. I guess so. I guess so. That's, again, incredibly insane. Or book in Russian. True. I guess this is the judge. In 2023, Judge Krista Daly gave Thomas Meyer, who confessed to having thousands of sexual abuse images of young children, 100 hours of community service and a class on why child porn is bad. She gave Shiloh Hendricks 200 hours and a $1,000 fine. January 2019 investigation by the Rochester Police Department found several child sexual abuse images of juveniles ranging in age from 6 to 8 years old in a southeast Rochester residence. I'm having, like, painful flashbacks to the feminist movement being like, we need to teach the men that rape is bad, actually. Maybe men wouldn't rape so much if we could only just get them to understand that rape is bad. I don't even know what to say about this clown world bullshit. This woman should not be a judge. She has no business handing down any kind of legalities on anyone else when she wants to use kindergarten ethics on violent criminals. She's completely okay with children getting raped as long as she can feel like a good person for attempting to rehabilitate the rapist. It's actually fucking insanity. Women judges and the destruction they brought. I'm gonna fucking glow, buddy. Hidden, thank you.
You can't keep doing this, Fox Lady. You're much more intelligent than the average person. I can't tell if that's a good thing or bad thing. All that thinking is aging you. Look at all those brain wrinkles.
No, I'm gonna get in the pool and get the brain wrinkles off. God damn, I don't like that. Thank you, Hidden. Thank you, Hidden. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. But you need to have mercy to the guilty in order to create the perfect conditions so people will accept communism. It's also fucking tiresome, man. So those were all of his updates on the case. And we had this other tweet by this guy I thought was very interesting. Did he quote retweet anything?
Crazy
No? Okay.
Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
9.
A cartoon fox is more intelligent than the average person in Minnesota. Fox Sioux. That section of Midwest has been always dumb when it comes to politics. Your brain cell being smarter is least surprising thing. This judge is a repeal the 19th poster child.
There's a lot of repeal the 19th poster children in current year, it seems, unfortunately. And I don't like seeing it either, because it's just like, fuck, man. You were given these opportunities probably through some form of affirmative action, so you probably never should have had this opportunity in the first place, but you were still given it. You had the opportunity to prove that, yes, women can be just as capable of men, or as men, but instead of proving that, you proved just the opposite, that women should not be allowed in these positions to have this kind of power. You have done the damage that everyone was worried about. Why couldn't you have just been normal? Not all women are dumb bitches, but man, there's a lot of dumb bitches, unfortunately so. Joe of the Masks, thank you for the 6 months. You missed when the justice system was to defend the innocent from the guilty. Take me back to the past that never was. And was the justice system always this way? Did we ever actually have any kind of real working justice system, man? Enough women's rights. It's time for women's wrongs. True. Speaking of, this guy said, background music, fighting words. The malicious prosecution of Shiloh Hendricks hinges on fighting words doctrine. No law was ever passed restricting the First Amendment in cases of quote-unquote fighting words. Rather, fighting words doctrine was established as case law by the Supreme Court in Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire in 1942, stripping First Amendment protection when words, by their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. I don't like that. I wonder if this should be revisited. While the Supreme Court has never reversed the Chaplinsky decision, it has greatly narrowed its application in numerous subsequent decisions, to the point where convictions based on fighting words are exceedingly rare. This, of course, didn't stop Rochester city attorneys from pursuing a self-evidently innocent white mother on these grounds, regardless of how ridiculous the charges are on their face. Applying fighting words doctrine to the full circumstances of the Shiloh Hendricks incident reveals how impossibly far-fetched the charges truly are. Hendricks herself is the party who was incited. She didn't say anything to anyone until the Somali child/thief stole from her. That's the moment the adult Somali sex pest began filming and haranguing her. The Somali sex pest himself says the N-word 5 times during the 1-minute video. Shiloh Hendricks says the N-word to the Somali sex pest after the Somali sex pest demands she say the word. Understand that the first charge of disorderly conduct is specifically for uttering the N-word at the Somali child/thief, and the second is specifically for uttering it at the adult Somali sex pest who asked her to say it. What I've described above are the actual verified circumstances in which she made those utterances. And that's true. You can watch the video. We've all seen it. She was physically in retreat from the Somali sex pest as he continuously pursued her, demanding she say the N-word. While he continuously said it himself, it's on video. That the charges were ever brought and that the case is currently in court is utter insanity, as I've been saying. But the prosecutors resurrected this legal dead horse, believing that they can use it to convince a jury to cast aside the First Amendment and convict an innocent white mother for uttering words. And they might be right. They were right. Remember, the barefaced insanity of it all doesn't mean that there won't be a conviction. We're living in anti-white anarcho-tyranny where tenets of quote-unquote white supremacy, trademark, like truth, evidence, reason, and logic carry no weight. If fighting words doctrine was applied evenly across society, the majority of human beings would be convicted for saying words. What's happening to Shiloh Hendricks lays bare the selective anti-white nature of our justice system. Even if she's found not guilty, the system has already punished her through this entire sham of a legal process. Hey, he's saying the exact same thing I did again. In a world where we should be relentlessly trying prosecutors and judges, we're instead watching those very government criminals do everything in their power to destroy white people's lives. Right down to a white mother in Minnesota who simply took her toddler to the park to play, not realizing she was stepping into playground Mogadishu, where sub-Saharan tier lawlessness is backed by the full support of Rochester and Minnesota's prosecutors. If convicted, Shiloh's course of justice would run through the Minnesota Court of Appeals. If she loses there, she'd have to appeal further to the Minnesota Supreme Court. And if she loses there, or if they refuse to hear it, the only remaining option is the U.S. Supreme Court, which grants less than 1% of petitions. Shiloh Hendricks is not the first to suffer from these anti-white conditions, and she's far from the last. Whites are the only group in America with effectively zero racial organization, which is why it's so easy for the system to target us. Our percent of the population is in free fall, and our outright numbers have been in decline for over a decade. These conditions will only worsen until we first organize and force them to improve. I just don't want two-tier justice systems, man. Justice should be blind completely. Like, it's crazy that we actually have to deal with two-tier justice in the UK and here, and I'm sure in other cases in other Western countries that I'm not even aware of. Like in the UK, if we do get organized, get called racist and banned, you know? Otto, this could be a nice backfire, push it up all the way to the Supreme Court, finally clear if the N-word is a fighting word or not, you know? It's all fantastic marketing campaign. Jesus Christ. It just feels like punishment for wrong speak and wrong think. That's because that's exactly what it is, man. Numbers are also way lower with how they keep adding other things that count towards it. Like all of the people who aren't white being counted as white in crime statistics. Blind justice and meritocracy are racisms or something. We had Sarah Fields reporting on this as well, saying the jury reached the verdict: disorderly conduct regarding the child, not guilty; disorderly conduct regarding the videographer, guilty. The jury acquitted Hendricks on the charge involving the child, but found her guilty on the separate disorderly conduct charge involving the videographer. Now again, this is weird to me. The videographer is a pedophile who's at the playground with no children. Thankfully somebody posted this screenshot here. This is Mohammed Hussein Omar and Sharmake Bilay Omar. Two Rochester men will appear in court on May 5th on joint charges of 3rd and 5th degree criminal sexual assault. After being accused of raping a 16-year-old, sorry, I think I said it was a 14-year-old on Side Scrollers last night, 16-year-old, after offering her a place to stay. Mohammed Hussein Omar, 42, and Sharmake Bilay Omar, 30, may receive a joint trial for their identical charges of 3rd degree criminal sexual conduct, penetration of person under 18 years old, uses coercion, and 5th degree criminal sexual conduct, non-consensual penetration, dating back to January 20th, 2022. And these guys were, at least the cameraman, I can't remember about the other guy, but the cameraman, all charges were dropped, and the reason given was, quote-unquote, in the interest of justice. Literally, it is in the interest of justice to let a rapist go free. So fucking weird. The rapist, in the interest of justice, gets to go free, but a mother has to be dragged through the court system for saying a spooky word. Dominor, thank you. I'm sorry, Your Honor. She was 16, not 14. It's totally okay now. I just like being accurate with things, you know? And so if I misspeak, I would like to correct it. This is why you're red-pilled. Department of Deportation saying Shiloh Hendricks' ruling today has made it very clear that justice and the rule of law are no longer equally applied. I'm glad that the Department of Deportations in our government has caught up to where we all were in about 2014. It's probably, again, even been two-tier justice since before then, but that was when a lot of people started noticing it. Was the man supposed to be registered on any watch list, and how was he allowed at the park? All they said was the rape charges were dropped. They should explain why they were dropped.
Spicy cat.
But I'm glad at this.
Spicy cat.
Some fucking retard said she called a 5-year-old child the N-word. She deserves the psych ward. Grow up. And the Department of Deportation said, I'm sick of you, blocked. Like, once again, when I first saw this, back when it first happened, I was like, yeah, probably shouldn't call a child the N-word, but it was stealing from her. And also, the climate of where we're at, it makes sense that people are just saying this more willy-nilly, right? And now, after seeing everything that's happened since then, and the way that she's being railroaded, I no longer even care about the actually maybe don't say that to a child. Because it's like, if you're gonna get harangued, and if we're gonna live in a two-tier justice system, why am I even going to give that little bit of like, oh, well, maybe you shouldn't, like, why would I care? Why would I fucking care at this point? For what reason could you make me care? Because all this says to me is that you're going to try and crack down on even more speech that you don't like, even more wrongthink, convince people to report wrongthink to the government, and then railroad even more Americans. So why the fuck would I care? If you're going to go to prison for not committing an actual crime, you might as well lay into it hard and do it. Yeah. That's why a lot of people have leaned into the like, yeah, and when you call them any kind of like a bigot, racist, phobe, whatever the fuck is the flavor of the week word of the day. Child is so out of control, the parent's so incompetent that it needs an ankle monitor at 8. Fuck them. Yeah, right? Actually insane. And then L over here saying, a black guy in Portland stabbed a white guy. The white guy then called the black guy an N-word. The jury acquitted the black guy because of it. This happened almost exactly 1 year ago. Understand what time it is. Understand that these violent teen takeovers always result in arrests of people in their 20s and 30s. 10 years ago, they called them flash mobs. Understand what time it is. This is a topic I've been working on and planning for my first stream back, by the way. Articles from the 2010 to 2015 era are about violent teen flash mobs are mostly gone. It's taken a tremendous effort to unearth them. But look, teen mob, but the people arrested are 30 years old. There's a distinct language pattern that evolves over time. You have to learn the euphemism of the era, and then you find all of it. And she's right. And she's right. And this is part of why I was screaming so hard about Bridge for so long, because Bridge was literally telling us exactly how they're evolving the language, what terms they're moving to using to obfuscate things from regular people. And then when they started using these terms, people on our side got bit by the retard bug, and they were like, look, we're winning. DEI is going away. They're not using the magic words anymore. And it's like, no. They have just drained the magic from the current words and put the magic into new words. That's all they've done. We have the literal roadmap for their goals and how they're going to do it. Just fucking read it, man. What is this? What is this from Grok? Claim is largely accurate in July 7th, 2025, Portland's Old Town. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the shooting. It lists Jordan Neely's death in the historic timeline of Manhattan racism. Neely had previously shattered a 67-year-old woman's eye socket and had charged at women and children on the day Daniel Penny restrained him. Yep. I remember when this guy was acquitted. And this is also like, do you remember during one of the like ICE riots, there was a leftist who called a black agent the N-word multiple times? That person's obviously never going to be taken to trial. These are rules that only apply to you. These rules do not apply to them. It's why people can call me Hitler for having a Hitler joke as my Discord name years ago. But while calling me a Nazi for making a Hitler joke, they can also make a Hitler joke, and that doesn't make them a Nazi. It's because they don't think I'm a Nazi. They don't care that I made a Hitler joke. They care that they can use it to have power to get rid of me. I say things that they don't like, and it doesn't matter to them that they say similar jokes. All that matters is the power trip over it. And you can see this with the Shiloh case on a legal scale. People on the left can say the word even viciously with impunity, and people who are using it and defending themselves are the ones who are going to be dragged through the court systems. I'm going to be late. The penalty for being late is death. What's the penalty for rebellion? Death. Guess we're rebelling. A joke involving Scotsman in the English. Yeah. If every option leads you to death, you should at least fight for your survival, should you not? You know? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Kanye, you were ahead of your time, buddy. And this guy also brought up a couple of other cases like Elle did. He said, with this week's focus on the Shiloh Hendricks case, perhaps it's a good time to remind everyone how not unique her situation is. That's to say, not unique for white people, of course. In 2022, multiple white high school freshmen were similarly maliciously prosecuted, but the actual charges were even more insane. A group of white freshmen, 9th graders, 14 to 15 years old, at Terrebonne High School in Ahuma, Louisiana, posted a video of themselves using the word, or the N-word, amongst themselves. For this, the authorities charged them with inciting a riot, hate crime endorsements, and cyberbullying. Yes, inciting a riot, because you still can't technically charge someone with the use of a word alone in America. Prosecutors are forced to come up with something to lay an initial charge with and then enhance it with a hate crime charge. Thanks, hate crime pioneers at the ADL. Because of that mystical evil power of a particular word when it comes across the lips of a Caucasian. Oh, my brother's jolly, brother, Merry Christmas. That's still a great cover. Thank you, Internet Zen Master.
Yeah, I remember the Portland, Oregon incident. The fact I don't glow like Chernobyl daily is a feat of self-control. At this point. Also, anti-ice protester calling a black ice agent the N-word. Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
I mean, true, but I was saying because we watched a video of it. We watched a video of that happening on stream. We seen it with our eyeballs. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for buttering my goddamn dog. You're surprised I pronounced Terrebonne Parish right? Oh, now I'm probably gonna fuck it up. You have to go to the gas station. Welcome back. Welcome back. As preposterous as it is, they came up with inciting a riot for posting an entirely unremarkable, entirely legal video online. The outcome of the case remains unknown because the boys were juveniles, but I don't imagine anything worked out in their favor. Such cases are not uncommon. Here in New Hampshire, the state recently went to the ends of the earth in its failed attempts to get a verdict against a group of white men who appeared on an overpass with a banner that read, "Keep New England White." I vaguely remember this. I had no idea that that was in the state of New Hampshire. Clearly, the Free State Project has its work cut out for it. But the process itself is the punishment, true, even when authorities fail to win the case. Every single white person in this country is now a sitting duck, and every prosecutor, every non-white, knows it. Not to mention the legions of anti-white whites inexplicably seeking the end of their own kind. If any of these people want to ruin your life, they will. It's easy when the entire system is built around doing exactly that. "We can't live like this" isn't just a throwaway meme line. We quite literally cannot endure as a deracinated mishmash of individuals who not only lack institutional power, but are the primary target of institutional animus. And I wonder, right, because we've also been told the lie that the two-tier justice system doesn't exist for a long time. I wonder if, like, the entire purpose of all of the, like, you can't say certain things, and the whole you have privilege if you have lighter skin, was specifically built to disarm people from noticing the two-tier justice. And it also makes you wonder, right, again, how do you possess cognitive dissonance so fucking large as someone on the left to speak these words or speak these jokes out loud that get other people just completely dragged through court systems and not wonder why you also don't fall to that, right? Shouldn't you ask yourself, like, why is it okay for me to say it, but when someone else does, they get railroaded? Should you not ask that question at all? Every time you read the 1963 congressional document about what the communists are trying to accomplish, and you look at the state of our world, more and more of your fire against commies and the people that support them grows. As it should. The fact that we've had to live through an era where commies are not demonized in the same way that Nazis are is insane. They absolutely should be. They've killed more people. Every time it's tried, all that follows it is death and destruction. A lot of this gets fixed fast if Congress makes it a law that public trial includes the right for that trial to be broadcast. You know? AJ Snoopy, thank you for the gift blanket on Kick, my guy. Thank you. We love the gift blankets. War Goat, thank you. You have Bayou experience. I said it right. Terrebonne. By the way, there's a timeline where I'd be a very good lawyer. Bridge got you out of work. Sick of Foxu on him. You already have a billboard. I don't know if I'd be a good lawyer. I'm not exactly the most super eloquent, especially under pressure. Choco, thank you. When can we get a new Digimon Time Stranger stream, please? I think I played a little bit of it over last weekend, but there's plans to play it this weekend as well. Hopefully I can get to it tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Sometimes the yapping just takes me. Sonic Extreme, thank you. That meant to say doesn't matter. Oh. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Just remember what happened with the Discord messages between Asmon and Emiru. It's clear the context of when a word like the N-word is used, only that you used it, and can be held over you. Yeah, it's clear that context hasn't mattered for a very long time. And especially, like, if you're a content creator, you understand intrinsically that context does not fucking matter. The platforms do not care about context, they just ban you all the same. And it's kind of obnoxious. Hassan dresses as Mao in person on main. Foxy dragged because Femboy and Merch Pick had a spicy windmill the size of a pixelated dick hair. Yeah, right. Actually crazy. Jen Jacko, thank you. Chat, where you can run for sheriff or other positions that don't require a degree. If you have the time, get the degree. Remember, women who are mostly Dem are now the majority of college students. We're so fucked, man. You had a woke friend tell you that you had white privilege because you're a light-skinned, legal Mexican-American. They also told you that you were white supremacist because you served in the army. The woke Marxists are legitimately insane. That is legitimately insane things to say. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Literally should have just hit him with the Aryan race savior. You are browner than I expected. It can see me well as co-counsel, basically assisting the main attorney in a court case. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. People that are good at clipping things are masters of framing. It's impressive and awful. Yeah, that's also true. Girugamesh, thank you. Saying the no-no word is worse than doing a grape. It would be funny if it weren't so sad. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Lawyer Kirsche be like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, everything that guy said is BS. Thank you. A true and fucking real? Holy shit. I'm losing my mind. Let's see, do I have anything else?
Chen Sheng led the first peasant rebellion against the Qin dynasty of China was started because the penalty for being late was death despite giving good reason for being late, reigns. They themselves may have failed, it was the killing blow of the Qin Empire.
What the heck? DRT is king, thank you. The first peasant rebellion against the dynasty of China, and it started because the penalty for being late was death despite having good reason for being late. Oh, is this what somebody else was saying before, where it's like, what's the penalty for being late? Death. What's the penalty for rebellion? Death. And it's like, okay, well, might as well rebel. Is that the same scenario? Another place you can see me in is a wonderful role that gets overlooked. A lot of judges in arbitration court cases that are not really seen and can impact legal outcomes. I mean, maybe. I did want to do detective work at some point. Trying to find this tab. What the fuck is this kid's name? I don't think I can find it based on that. Oh, okay. Okay, that's not too far back. Do I have... No, I can't find those tabs. I cannot find them. Let me just look up an article really quick. So I don't know where my tabs on this when it first happened specifically are, but essentially, this guy was like on spring break or something with a bunch of friends. He was on a vacation, and he ended up drowning, and a lot of the usual suspects tried being like, them white boys drowned this man. And they've just been very, very angry and trying to say, like, we need investigations into the murder of this man by his white friends. And so here's an article. Nolan Wells' independent autopsy results in undetermined cause and manner of death. Wells, 18, was last seen July 4th, sometime in the afternoon, though the exact time isn't clear. His body was found 2 days later by a U.S. park ranger. An independent autopsy report commissioned by the legal team representing Nolan Wells' family found that the teenager's cause and manner of death were undetermined, pending investigation. The doctor who performed the autopsy said in the report that he could not rule out foul play, according to the family's lawyer, Ben Crump, who revealed the findings at a news conference Wednesday at the 117th NAACP National Convention in Chicago. Crump added that the independent autopsy, which was the second one performed on Wells, also found red discoloration on the back of his head, but the report appeared to have gaps because of what Crump said were missing body parts and incomplete procedures. This is only another part of the puzzle, and even though it tells us significant information, we still have more questions than we have answers at this time. The autopsy was performed by Dr. Roger Mitchell, a board-certified forensic pathologist, and the president of the National Medical Association, the oldest and largest group of black physicians in the U.S., Crump said. It did not include a toxicology report, Crump said Wednesday. That's weird that you order your own independent autopsy investigation and then you don't include another toxicology report. That seems a little weird. That seems a little strange. He said the independent autopsy was performed July 10th, 6 days after Wells disappeared, and 4 days after his body was found on the northwestern shore of Horn Island, a small island off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. The Jackson County coroner also performed an autopsy on the body of the 18-year-old football player. Those results have not been released, and the coroner's office is waiting on a toxicology report from the medical examiner's office to be completed. Jackson County coroner Bruce Lind said Tuesday that the state's autopsy report was not finished. Mitchell could not determine whether Wells was conscious when he entered the water, or how he ended up in the water, according to the report. I'm glad when investigations into every possible avenue happen, right? Because you never know, truly, when something happens. But it's just a little weird to me. It's just a little weird, because it seems like these people want it to be a murder instead of an accident. And that just feels a little fucking weird. Like, sometimes, unfortunately, shit happens. Sometimes when you're on a vacation with your buddies, you might get drunk, you might take drugs, you might be having a good time, and that might incapacitate you to a point that you don't realize it's dangerous for you to go swimming. It's not like that's a unique case. And it's like, again, I'm glad the investigations are happening, because if he did get murdered, obviously people should be held accountable. Obviously. It's just, the way people kind of want this to be that instead of an accident is a little creepy. You also remember the reason why I would prefer being an arbitration judge? An arbitration judge word is final, whereas a regular judge, parties can appeal the judge's decision. An arbitration judge does not leave the room for an appeal. Interesting. Jen Jacko, thank you. Seeing the Fox go Sherlock levels of autistic in a courtroom would be magical. Oh my god. Joventino Villa, thank you. Just got back from your VA appointment. They're just gonna throw more candy at the Angie, but Doc said try and see when you asked about the Gumbies. Thanks again for the advice. By the way, what did you miss? Well, I hope it works for you. I hope it works for you. I don't know if you need a medical card or not. Usually even in places where it's legal, you'll need a medical card to get like the higher doses of it. But you probably don't need that high of a dose quite yet if you're just trying it out. In the show Judge Judy, Judy was acting as an arbitration judge, not a regular judge. Interesting. Interesting. Golden Fang, thank you. That guy's a known race grifter. Yeah, the name Crump was familiar.
To be told the car has to stay overnight, so I have to take an Uber home, then walk in the hot sun to get to a bus stop to go elsewhere. Thanks for streaming and keeping me sane, Foxy Woman.
I'm sorry, that sounds like it fucking sucks, bro. Hero Sword P, thank you for the dono, my guy. I'm sorry your day is shit.
6 feet bearded Hispanic
hopefully it gets better when they fix your car.
By telling lefties that I'm a transracial black woman, masculine presenting lesbian to stunlock them Kirsche.
Pineapple in space, that is a great use of your powers. Holy shit. That's fucking hilarious. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Nyanus! Nyanus, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Nyanus Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. We're fucking vibing. We're chilling. That reminds me, I didn't thank Raiders earlier. Dollysaurus! Dollysaurus, thank you. Thank you for your raid 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry I'm hella late. I think I was in the middle of ranting about something when you raided, and so my brain just died. Sorry about that. I usually try to thank all Raiders. I apologize. Welcome, Raiders from Dollysaurus. Welcome. If anyone says you're racist, say you're gay instead. The fucking, what's that one guy's defense? What was his name? It was like that actor that was in trouble for like sexual assault or something, and then he was like, I'm gay! And then everything was fine. Ben Crump is just a younger Jesse Jackson. Horrendous. Yeah, Kevin Spacey, thank you. Kevin Spacey. Yeti, thank you. He just as easily could have been hit by a random boat. Doesn't mean it was his friends or wasn't an accident, right? Golden Fang, thank you again. I've read that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Crump called Wells' condition before he entered the water the crux of the matter, adding that it would be of utmost importance to be able to determine a cause and manner of death. The lawyer also said that because the state's autopsy rightfully removed and dissected each organ, Mitchell was unable to directly observe Wells' lungs for water intake or see what was inside of his stomach. Okay, I guess that makes sense why they didn't order another toxicology report if they were unable to see what was inside his stomach. I don't know if that's actually true. I'm not an autopsy guy. I've never worked in this field, so it's like I don't know if he's bullshitting or if this is genuinely true. I'm gay. It sounded like an ASDF movie bit. I don't know what that is. Home movies? I know what that is. Also, because of the level of decomposition of Wells' body when Mitchell received it, Crump said, it could not be determined whether there was bruising. The report did note that there appeared to be no lacerations or fractures on Wells' body. That is a good sign for it not being foul play.
The fact this independent investigation was rushed through before the official one finished is absurd. Chu's comment on the Carmelo trial feels disturbingly accurate following this case. There's a segment of the black community that wants a race war.
Very, very unfortunately, seemingly so. I don't remember Chu's comment. I remember watching the video, but I can't remember like which comment you'd be referring to. But I also agree, it is very strange that this came out before the official one finished. Internet Zenmaster, thank you for buttering my goddamn dog, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Only 700 likes with 1.9k watching. Now the course is getting slothful in the YouTube. Come on, lurkers, hit the like button. I am hella fucking shadow banned on the YouTubes. That's why my YouTube growth is so slow and sad. So, you know, yeah, I guess you could. I don't want to say it because I feel weird. I feel weird if I become one of those YouTubers that constantly asks you to ding the bell and hit the like or whatever. The HDC Diddly Doodler, thank you. Update on Okage. Booth has a QR code that if scanned, takes you to the VTuber section showing 18 plus content. No account needed. Really? So you're saying that when I took already censored images off of my website when I got notified that a billboard went up of my website, and I took those down because I didn't want to risk the possibility of anyone seeing them, you're saying I'm more responsible than Okage staff showing minors 18 plus content? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. And also, since Binary Mind's putting out that notification here, the billboard should be going down on August 2nd. There's always a chance we get lucky and it stays up longer, but if you were wanting to pilgrimage to the billboard, you must do it soon to guarantee a chance to see it if that is something you desire. Okage is a disgrace, and yet some people still give them money. To some people, I guess the opportunity to be seen at Okage is more important than anything else. Kick warm body for life. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Hey, chatters, remember to smash the like button and subscribe. I don't know if you have somebody at Okage that you're getting that information from, Mr. Diddly Doodler Man, but if they're like with a friend, that friend should take a video of like their hand with their phone, scanning the QR code and showing how easy it is to see the 18 plus content without any kind of restrictions, right? If that's what's happening, should definitely take like a video of showing how easy that is to do. Do you not understand the delusion of people who want a race war, setting aside being outnumbered like 4-1? Have you seen the videos of them doing rundown shooting? I don't know what that means, but I don't want any kind of war, race, civil, or otherwise, you know? Little Luxia, thank you. I think it's mainly because it's the only major VTuber-focused con in America. You just need more across the country. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping, like, I can figure out something with Craig and we can set one up, because it's like, even if I don't personally like a VTuber, I think they should still be able to go to a convention. I think the only reason if I was in control of, like, deciding who gets to not be able to come, I would want to limit it to people who are, like, actually convicted of crimes or have, like, a million fucking Google Docies of their duplicitous behavior, right? Where it's like, if you have, like, 20 fucking people making documents about how you're a lying, using, abusive piece of shit, like, that you might as well have a conviction at this point, right? Do one in Virginia. But it's like, I would want the majority of people, like 99.9% of VTubers, even if I personally don't like them, I think they should be able to go to a convention. Because that's what it should be. It's about VTubing. It's not about politics. If you have different politics from me and you're not actively asking for people to die, I shouldn't care, right? Disagree. Majority saying someone is bad doesn't make them bad. I mean, obviously it would depend, right? It would depend. It would have to be like, we look at all of the information, and if it seems reliable, then sure. But if it's a bunch of people conspiring to take someone down, I think my mods and I would be able to understand that as well. The number of Google Docies criteria would be highly exploitable, though. It's not like we're gonna see, okay, they have 20 Google Docies, get rid of them. It's, okay, they have 20, let's look into them and see if it's legitimate. You guys know I'm not that retarded. Unfortunately, they can't and won't extend the same courtesy to you. Yeah, but I already know that they can't and won't extend the same courtesy to me. And as long as I don't hire any of them as volunteers, they won't be able to do anything besides whine. Also, chat, Kirsche would have a conversation with the target because she has class, you morons. Yeah, I'm not just gonna do the exact same thing, man. Munya Incorporated. Including the nude tubers. While I don't like stuff like Fansly, yes, that would be included in an 18+ area because those people are still VTubers, and it doesn't matter if I don't like them or I don't like their content, it still would be a convention for VTubers. I would just want it in an 18+ section, and also, ideally, if I'm helping set up a convention, it will just be 18+ in general. I don't think minors have any business being at a VTuber convention. Right, even if every in the main hall is on the up and up, I don't think minors should be there. Filipino boy has a Fansly as a joke, but still. A Joventino Via, thank you. Unrelated, can we get Kirsche-shaped Gumbies in the next merch drop, or in general? That'd be fun. I'd like to do food stuff, but it's very, very, very difficult, apparently. Kirsche's 18+ section would be harder to get into than a US voting booth. Unfortunately, probably. At least you're consistent, not like the others. I see zero reason I need to compromise on that, you know? It's like if the person who, like, sent bomb threats to the Gamer Subs booth wanted to come, I'd obviously be like, no, why would I allow that? You've literally sent death threats to a company. What's wrong with you? FDA has pretty high standards of proof. It's very expensive. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Based about even the 18+ VTuber content, would go further to argue that anyone that enters the 18+ section requires proper valid ID. There should be people checking IDs to get into that stuff. I agree. I don't know how feasible it is to just make a convention like blanket 18+, but in an ideal world, it would just be like no minors, because like why are you here? You know? You know who, thank you. Hey, here in chat, GamerSubs has a deal up for free merch, tubs for items if you want to use code Kirsche for details. Yeah, it's their summertime Christmas sale. If you did gummies, it would be a drop. You couldn't get at least one of every... Well, they wouldn't be weed gummies. They would just be normal gummies. It's not just the FDA. Plushies are getting screwed by customs, even if they're classified as collectibles. I don't know what that means. I know. Joe of the Mask, thank you. You're at work. YouTube's the only thing not banned. Say hello to the IT team. You're on the big center screen, Fox. Hello, IT team! You got lost in time, found your way into the fort a bit late. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. WeebCon was better. All the 18+ stuff was after hours, and they had a blockade checking IDs. That's how it should be, in my opinion. Plushies and big figures are 10 to 25% more expensive. Jesus. Where was I reading? Wells was last seen July 4th, sometime in the afternoon. He had gone to the island, which is accessible only by boat, to celebrate the holiday with friends. His friends have told police that when they had to leave early because their boat started taking on water, Wells told them he would stay and catch a ride back later with others. Wells didn't return home that night, and his mother reported him missing around midnight. His body was found July 6th by a U.S. park ranger. Little else has been revealed about the circumstances surrounding his death, including from law enforcement, leaving plenty of holes in a case that has captured the nation's attention. In the autopsy report presented by Crump, Mitchell noted that parts of Wells' throat were not in his body when it was received for review. Therefore, the pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death, Crump said, calling on local law officials to share with Mitchell their findings from the state autopsy. This is interesting. Parts of his throat were not in his body when it was received for review. Now, he was in the water for who knows how long. He went missing July 4th, and his body was found July 6th. So it's also very possible that things in the water caused damage to his body. Unfortunately. It could also be foul play. But it could also be people in the water, animals in the water eating the body, unfortunately. I don't like saying that because it's kind of grotesque, but that is one of the things that could happen. I hate like reading all of this because it makes me feel bad in a way. Like, this guy unfortunately lost his life in some kind of an accident, and then like reading people doing an independent autopsy trying to like posit things and make in your mind, oh, that's abnormal, therefore it must be foul play. Fuck. Dr. Priya Banerjee, a board-certified forensic pathologist, said second autopsies have an inherent limitation because of what bodies went through during initial exams. It's never going to be intact or, you know, in the pristine state that you get an unexamined body. Thank you guys for the blessings. Thank you! Banerjee said it's not unusual for a secondary or independent examiner to not have access to the findings of the primary examination and investigation because of laws limiting what can be released publicly. Crump added that Mitchell should be included when a Mississippi grand jury hears results of the death investigation. Before the results were revealed, Wells' parents, Christine Wells Wansley and Elmer Wansley, spoke at the NAACP convention. There's so many people out in the public asking all of these questions, but the only question that we have is what happened to our son. She added that the fact that the state-run autopsy report has not been released is part of the reason why she and her family decided to move forward with an independent autopsy. I don't know how long autopsies usually take, so I have no idea if the state is dragging ass. They probably are, because they're the state. But I have no idea if the state is dragging ass or if they're taking, like, the normal amount of time for this. Phoenix DS, thank you. His friends should not have let him stay behind. Blessings to the Foxu. It just seems like a really fucking unfortunate thing to have happened. And again, if for some reason foul play happened, like, yes, punish the people involved, but it doesn't seem like it's a foul play situation. Therian.ai, thank you. Animal scavenging is one of the aspects of the West Memphis 3 case that was blatantly misattributed to malicious cause, which absolutely screwed the defendants. Interesting case to look into. I have absolutely no idea what the West Memphis 3 case is. That is not something I know about. According to the coroner at Sandy Hook, you can do 25 plus autopsies in less than 24 hours. What the hell? It is our hope that local authorities will do what they need to do, because us having the preliminary autopsy results and hearing nothing from them, it's heartbreaking and it's concerning, she said. Which again is why we are here, why we've asked for this help. I'd probably do the same exact thing. Like, if they said, like, we have the autopsy results, we're just not going to release them, I'd be like, but why? But why would you not tell me, the parent, the results of my child's autopsy? For what purpose are you hiding this from me? You know? I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? That's fucked up. Wansley also echoed calls for the truth, noting that we just want honesty. We want to know what happened to our son, because the things that you're telling us, that's not the character of our son. We know our son, he added. I don't know what they mean by this. Because as far as I know, this was just like partying, was it not? There wasn't any sort of like accusations of any kind of violence or anything anywhere, right? It was just partying. I don't understand. They're crazy. The character of your son is to not accidentally drown to death. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Crump and Wells' parents have rejected notions from law enforcement that the teenager drowned, launching their own investigation into his death, including the autopsy. They have said that he was a good swimmer with an athletic build and that the story does not add up. If he was a good swimmer, then sure, maybe. But also, we just saw that guy who was like a looks maxer, right? Who like got incredibly inebriated and then just swam until he died. But we don't know if this guy's a good swimmer. We don't know. And even if he is a good swimmer, if he's plied with some kind of drugs or alcohol, like that looks maxer guy who killed himself, it's very possible he underestimated how high or drunk he was and had an unfortunate accident. Even the best swimmers have limits, you know? Many good swimmers have gotten fucked up in the water. Yeah. Those who know Horn Island well told NBC News that it would not be surprising to learn that Wells was quickly pulled into a current and drowned, especially on the western side of the island. It's also interesting. This is why I don't like swimming in, like, fucking rivers or ocean. I'm, like, always worried that I could get caught in some kind of, like, current thing or even touched by a fish. I don't want to be touched by a fish, man. That's also true. Crump on Wednesday called into question how Wells' body was found, implying that while authorities have said he was found wearing only swim trunks, the United Cajun Navy, which assisted in the search efforts, told the family that he was found wearing a t-shirt as well. You see, that's also weird. Meow. 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 What is it? What do you want, cheese? Meow. Meow. What? 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 Meow. I know, it's terrible. I know, you can't just eat 24/7. Meow. Oh, we must compete for the streamer's attention with Cheems. Meow. 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 Hee 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 hee. Wow. He's so activated and I don't even know why. No food. He ate when I woke up. Master Cheese is making your dog freak out and search the house for a cat. You're welcome. Blue Mew, thank you. The creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Drowned, saving 2 people from drowning. Water is dangerous, folks. It is. It is very dangerous. Very dangerous to try and save a drowning person as well. Even if you're, like, trained for it. My cat has your cat acting up. Oh my god. Girugamesh, thank you. Give me food, foxwoman. He can't eat chocolate fucking donut. That's not for cat. Joventino Villa, thank you. Kirsche gummies. There are Kirsches and oppression olives, vintage gay clocks, lamps, vectors, pineapples, foxus, tacos, and many more. Munya. Hell yeah, brother man. 5 people in Ohio be like, what the fuck? Cheems has activated your cat. I don't know what I did, but ooh, ooh. When I reach a certain pitch of my voice, like when I'm talking, something in my room is making like a ringing metal sound, and I don't know what it is. John in English, thank you. Here, get Cheems a treat. Tell him he's a good kitty. Oh no. Oh no. Your cat stopped grooming herself and just got shaved. She now looks like a French poodle. Also, oh no. You can see a tiny portion of the bottom of his bowl, so he's a malnourished African child now. Cheese ball. Such a drama queen. Kai, thank you. Cheese is trying to warn you that the glowies are on their way to get you. I'd like to see them try. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Poor Cheem, starved to death in a Victorian of plenty. Good lord. Good lord. Alright, so anyways, discrepancy between what they were told he was wearing between the Cajun Navy and the regular authorities, I guess. Brian Trasher from the Cajun Navy, however, disputed the claim after the— oh, okay, so they're just lying? I observed the body from the air and he was visibly wearing only swim trunks that matched the photo taken of him that day. I wonder if these people were just like, oh, it's the Cajun Navy. They're obviously going to back up whatever nonsense we say. They would never just tell the truth. What the fuck? And Treasure told NBC News, adding that the lawyer misrepresented what the agency has said publicly and privately to the family. Reverend Al Sharpton, oh man, the Giga Race Grifter final boss. Former NFL player Terrell Owens and actor and producer Tyler Perry have offered a combined $125,000 for any information that leads to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for Wells' death, Crump said in a Tuesday release. How, can you still collect the money if you send them a letter that just has a picture of, like, the ocean on it? Would you... How do you convict the water? Patrick Elsie, thank you. You don't care if you're an Olympic-level swimmer. If you get caught in the undertone or nabbed by a riptide, you're fighting for your life. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Tyler Perry, an emperor. Wells was laid to rest Monday in a ceremony in his hometown of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. A party for his friends, family, and teammates followed. Nolan had such a gentle, calming spirit about him. He had a way of making people feel seen, welcome, and valued. Wells Wansley said during the funeral service at Center Point Church, he could lift your confidence with just a few words and make you feel like you belonged. And his friends very obviously loved him as well, considering Nolan's best friend is the one who first called Nolan's mother. He was the first to alert her that Nolan was missing, the first to raise the alarm, and the first to contact the Coast Guard. This was never mentioned by Nolan's parents. Instead, this young man has spent weeks being harassed and threatened after losing his best friend. Despite doing everything he could that first night to get help, he became the target of accusations and abuse. No one should have to endure that while grieving the loss of a friend. There's an interview down here that's Nolan's best friend says the moment nobody could account for Nolan, he started making calls. After speaking with Nolan's mother and confirming she hadn't heard from him, he says he contacted the Coast Guard.
Hey, have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? And all the boys were like, no. Well, I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, can you send me Miss Christine's number? Because I haven't heard from Nolan, and if she hasn't heard from Nolan, then I'm calling the Coast Guard. And so eventually, Javon sends me her number.
Who is her? That's
Miss Christine.
Miss Christine is
Nolan's mom.
Nolan's mom. Okay.
Yeah. And I walked down to the dock because, I mean, there was a lot of people at Ava's. Not a lot, but, you know, there was probably 15 of our friends there. And I was just like, walked down to the dock with a couple of my buddies, and I got on the phone. I called Miss Christine, called her the first time. She didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. And this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well,
an unfortunate but necessary question, right?
I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, you know, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, and my buddy be okay, than, you know, not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay.
Exactly.
And so I called the Coast Guard, and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after, and I talked to her. And I said, I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or, you know.
This guy seems like the type you want as a friend. Oh, 100%. This guy did like as much right as he could. Even at his young age, he was just like, yeah, let's contact the mother. Let's contact the Coast Guard. Let's get in touch with the authorities. It's better safe than sorry. Right? And like that, he's completely correct. That's exactly what these services are for. You want to be better safe than sorry. Even if, like, you don't worry about, like, oh, but what about the resources if he's just, like, out banging some chick or something? That doesn't matter. You know, you get mad at him for, like, obscuring where he is later. You want to utilize these services. That's why we fund these services. So that if someone goes missing, if someone gets lost, you try to find them, right? If he's banging some chick, it becomes a funny story 5 years later. Yeah, right? Internet Zen Master, thank you.
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Pneumonia.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
Winner! Thank you! Thank you, Internet Zen Master. I'm the winner. How do you convict the water? If memory serves, King Xerxes of Persia convicted the ocean for interfering with his war campaign and gave it hundreds of lashes. So there is precedent for just such an event. I don't think I want to live in a world where the ocean goes on trial and then somebody goes out and gives the ocean lashes for drowning someone. Like, what the fuck, man? What the hell? Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the horrific news. And thank you, AJ Snoopy, for that gift blanket on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Back home, we call friends like this 3 a.m. friends because they'll drop what they're doing to come help you at 3 a.m. if you actually need help. That's one of the reasons why I kind of miss, like, I don't know exactly what to call it. I guess, like, super close friendships, question mark? Because it's like you get to know the pattern of your friend, right? You know, like, their behavioral patterns, and if it's weird for them to not respond to you for, like, 3, 5, 10 days, you know? And so, like, that causes you to check on them because you're like, that's weird. I haven't heard from fucking Joe in 2 weeks. That's very abnormal for him. Usually, even if he's super busy with work, he'll at least, like, throw a meme into the group chat, right? And, like, now, it doesn't seem like you have that too much anymore. If you want archaic, it's bosom friend. Unrelated, happy to have the dark brown wallet arrive recently, and it pairs well with your black suit and a navy double-breasted waistcoat. Ooh, that sounds nice. Took the advice when I mentioned a man should own one good suit. Thank you for the advice. I hope you get so many fucking compliments, man. I bet you look fucking handsome. People like this are rare. They didn't used to be. Ride or die friends used to be common. The internet has kind of destroyed interpersonal relationships. I agree, and it's really sad. It's really sad because it's like when I form a friendship, that's kind of like what I try to do, right? It's like I'm ride or die here. If you fuck up, I want to be able to tell you fucked up, dude. Oh, it is like if you're being attacked, I want to defend you. I want to help you. I want to do like whatever I can. Cuz that's just like what you should do for a friend. But now you have to question, well, why is this person my friend? What are they trying to get from me? Am I about to be like fucking used and thrown away? Who knows anymore? I want to go back to friendships like that. Brave SJ, thank you for the 29 months. Could have been hit by a boat too. Dark skin on dark water at night. Inebriated boaters might not have even noticed. Yeah, it was just like the other day when I said that I was out near like Salisbury Beach and I guess some boat hit something and 2 people died. I had no idea. Magnet Man, thank you. YouTuber animator Terminal Montage made a short in honor of Jimothy the Round Raccoon. Has nothing to do with some guy drowning, but it's cute. That's weird. Internet didn't do that. It's just the human condition being exacerbated by the internet. I mean, maybe. It just kind of makes me sad. I miss that. I miss it. Battleizer, thank you. Imagine using public services to serve the public and protect the people. Imagine. Terminal Montage is awesome for sure. I've never heard of the channel.
You know, what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I mean, yeah, I was thinking worst case scenario. Like, I mean, you know, I would way rather be safe than sorry about this, you know?
Yeah, so you called. So it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, like, at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And, I mean, I was just worried about my friend. You know, stuff happens out there, boat problems. It could be anything. But, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there, and I was just worried about my friend.
It makes me really sad that this guy's like, yeah, I really cared about my friend and I wanted to make sure he was okay and I was just worried. And then you have all the race hustlers being like, we need to figure out which one of these boys killed that man. Cheeseball. 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 What? What is it? Do you want to be a cannibal? Are you a cannibal cat? Meow. I know, it's crazy. What? What? Feed me, mother. Tripwire, thank you. Pet the kitty. Love the kitty. Mother, I crave violence. I have cheese balls on my desk and I gave him one. He just batted it off my desk table though, so I don't know if he's gonna eat it. I think he's confused. Please don't play in my computer wires, cat. Yes. Yes. Alright, he figured out it's food. He might lick it. He figured out it's food. He's going at it now. God, you're so fucking retarded. I love you, my retarded orange child. Cat wants to vibe with machine spirit. Lambie Chop, thank you. Once again, he comes in to demand the cheddar. He's like, I don't have any cat food for you. Have a fucking cheese ball, bro. Confuddled by the orange food spheres? Yeah. Yeah, he is. He was playing with it, but now he's like munching it. He thought they were his testicles that you stole. Not like this. Not like this. But I'm sure we'll get some more information on this case coming out soon. Sometime soon. Also, I see that there's a bunch of videos that you guys linked me in mod chat here. Hold on. This seems to be a screenshot of what the QR code on the Fansly booth leads to. He forgot he's orange. That explains so much. Okay, can I open this image without getting Twitch banned? Looks like probably. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. This is like a Matryoshka doll I'm looking at. Let's see, Proctor saying, this video was sent to me to confirm exactly what was predicted. This booth is in the main convention area, fully accessible to minors. The link leads directly to uncensored pornography. It's confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, Okage is knowingly exposing minors to porn. This is when people should be calling the hotel about it, and like that guy said earlier, he said he was going to contact local authorities. If you know what the law is over there, I would recommend you doing that. I don't. I don't know if this is illegal. It feels like it should be, but I don't know if it is. Sadly, it's California. True and real. Can I just say, that's really weird that there's like 2 old men working on the Fansly booth. I mean, I get that you need someone to be doing the grunt work of, I don't know, having the Fansly booth in the main convention area and then having middle-aged balding men working on it. Man, that just gives a really fucking poor optics, dude. While the explicit sexual content is hidden behind a login, all of the other videos are either talking about masturbation, sex, or simply showing sex toys. These are viewable without having to log in. I'm fine with Fansly as a platform, but let's not bullshit ourselves. Everything, the vast majority, is sexual in nature and shouldn't be advertised in a place that's accessible to minors. Same principle as something like cigarettes. This was the entire problem people had when this first was exposed. And everyone was like, oh my god, you just hate, like, the whoretubers. And it's like, someone could hate whoretubers for sure, but the entire point wasn't hating the whoretubers, it's This should not be accessible in the main convention floor. Have your night market, have your 18 plus area, have this stuff there. It's always been a part of conventions, but not in the middle of the floor where kids 13 plus are roaming around by themselves. San Jose PD needs to be notified immediately. This falls under delinquency of a minor. I wouldn't know. Like, again, that's why I said, if you're local to the area and you know the laws, like, yeah, sure, like that other guy said he's contacting the authorities, but like, I don't know. I don't know. The biggest nothing burger drama I've seen in a very long time. Fansly has a booth where they don't even show off porn or 18 plus merch, with the only problematic thing being a QR code they have up there on the booth, which leads to a page showing some of their talents. And this is what you post? This is the page that you post that we should not be worried about being shown to minors? That's a whole ass 3D flesh woman ass in my face. What are you talking about? What the fuck, bro? Ass front and center. Girl on the top right has a cum shot on her face. 13 plus, by the way. It's actually, like, you can go if you're under 13, but you need a parent with you when you're under 13. It was 13 plus can get, like, a permission form signed to be there without their parents. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Which you still need an account to navigate through, which, again, apparently you do not. And apparently, once again, I see this ass. I don't need an account, I guess. This chick has a cum shot. I'll still give Okage flack for letting that one slip through the cracks, by the way. Genuinely getting tired of, won't someone please think of the children bullshit, because if this was really about that, you'd ban all fan service or skimpy anime stuff from all anime conventions, period. There's a difference between, like, having a outfit, like this girl's outfit, I don't know if she's wearing a skirt. If she has some kind of skirt on, her outfit is probably fine. This is not fine. Having a cum shot on her face, not fine. I don't know what the argument here is. This is like an unironic, children should not be exposed to that kind of thing. Which is ironic coming from the anti-censorship and pro-fiction crowd. When the fuck did you guys start sounding more and more like virtue signaling and moral, I can't say that word, antis? Yeah, no, this stuff has been a part of conventions forever. It's just been in an 18 plus section. People's issue is that this isn't in an 18 plus section. Anyone can scan this QR code and then see this shit. And then I have, let's see here. Alright, okay. I don't think I can play that video, though I really would like to. Streamable oh, I fucking love you. You already know. One of the clips, okay, so KB said he personally confirmed that the QR code does go to that link. So this link in this post, he confirmed that the QR code does in fact go to this link. He says the only warning people get is that 18 plus picture next to the QR code. So I'm assuming he means on this image, this 18 plus circle is way too fucking tiny. This 18 plus circle is even, like, it's larger than the dick hair size swastika on that post I accidentally reposted. But this 18 plus is so fucking tiny. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding? Like, I know it says 18 plus only above the Fansly thing, but it says 18 plus in a very tiny circle next to the QR code. Are you fucking kidding, bro? Holy shit. Nothing on the website itself says 18 plus once you land there. And this that I'm about to play is a video of KB looking at some of the videos that are available for people without a Fansly account. So he does not have an account, and these are the videos he's able to access via that QR code on the Fansly booth. And he already said one of the clips has exposed nipples, so he censored them. This is a QR code that anyone can scan in the middle of a 13 plus area that might have people even younger than 13 if they're with their parents. And he already had to censor exposed nipples.
Orgasm?
Okay, I need to turn up the volume. I was just waiting.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Hold on, my volume is so fucking janky, bro. It's so fucking janky.
orgasm. But they'll say that etching is necessarily healthy or unhealthy.
So this is that top video, and as someone in chat said, she does have a cum shot on her face. She's talking about masturbation and edging, and this is one of the videos you can see without a Fansly account. I don't know why that other guy is trying to defend this. This is not something that should be heard by a minor from a VTuber.
Edging can increase the intensity of the eventual orgasm.
Subscribe to unlock the full video. What the fuck? Come blow your load down my throat, is what that said.
Yeah, okay, so. I know.
Oh, this is the one where he had to censor the bare tits. I didn't even notice. Oh my god. What the fuck? I was like, this one at least seems fine. And then I noticed KB's fucking censor bar. Jesus Christ.
Yes, you can leave the lepers.
What the fuck?
I can't stop thinking about... I can't stop thinking about that.
So, like, all that we're left to figure out here is that all of these creators surely are fine with 13-year-olds seeing their erotic content. That's kind of fucking weird. Like, if I was one of these creators, I'd also be pissed at Fansly right now. Because it's like, why are you in the middle of the main convention floor with a QR code that shows this shit to minors? Like, I would also be pissed if I was one of these creators, dude.
I can't stop thinking about that fucking hentai where the guy just uses her while she's reading his manga. So
wait, she's holding a fucking dildo too. What the hell?
Fuck. So we're gonna...
The way that she's moving, does she have a vibrator?
She's reading his manga. So
there's like, what the fuck?
Fuck. So we're gonna...
And now it asks for a login. That's funny. That's fucking funny. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know if you can actually defend this shit. I don't know. Biggest nothing burger? Biggest nothing burger, and it's literally promoting porn to people where 13 plus can like look at it. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. You can buzz her for donos? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's fucked up, dude. Yeah, there's no defending this. There's absolutely no defending that. Again, this stuff has been a part of conventions forever. This kind of content should be at the VTuber convention, but it should be in the 18 plus area, in the night market, not in the main convention hall where all the minors will be wandering around. That is people's issue. It's crap like this that causes politicians to force digital ID on all of the internet. Yeah, absolutely. This is like you remember when Twitch tried relaxing the rules for artists and saying that like artists can draw, you know, like naked breasts or naked asses and whatnot as long as it's for an artistic purpose. And then immediately all of these artists just started drawing like giant veiny cocks and made Twitch go, whoops, we made a mistake. Fuck you guys, actually. We're taking that away. That's kind of what this is doing. Like, if more people look at this and they see that children have access to look at these videos, VTubers with cum shots on their faces, VTubers showing off, like, sucking on a dildo, this flesh woman, I don't even know if that's a VTuber, like, the literal blowjob ASMR included in this, that is absolutely a reason to worry, and also a reason to, like, why would conventions be hosted if this is what's going to be promoted in the main hall? If you're not going to make the entire thing 18 plus, this should be in its 18 plus section. This is crazy to me. In that reel, there's a few flesh streamers that are not VTubers, but use the VTuber tag to get more traction. Understandable. I can't help wondering if the push for digital ID might be behind this decision. We're talking about literal whores. They wouldn't bat an eye if a politician or agent flashed a little cash. I doubt it. I doubt it's that tinfoily, you guys. I think it's more likely that they're just not thinking about it. It's like, I wish I could find an archive of this article, but back in the day, I want to say it was sometime around like 2019, 2020, 2021, someone interviewed a bunch of like the softcore whore streamers on Twitch and asked them like what they thought about doing softcore camming on Twitch as opposed to an 18+ website. And a lot of them were talking about how they got more exposure, they got more interactions, they got more donos from using Twitch than using an 18+ website. One of the questions was, how do you feel that there's probably some children in your audience who are watching you and there's not anything you can do about it? Because, I mean, they're right? Like, you can't do anything about it if they don't out the fact that they're a minor. And they were just like, oh, well, I try not to think about it because there's nothing you can do. And it's like, well, you could do your 18+ content not on Twitch. That's an option. I guess it's them trying to get more users on Fansly. I guess you gotta get them young, boy. What the fuck? That's crazy. That is insane, dude. Okay. So, that looks like... Thank you, KB, for taking that clip for us. That is insanity. But Kirsche, that would reduce their exposure, and thus their money. Can't have that. It's kind of like how I feel about gambling streamers, right? Like, I think gambling streamers are bad, because a lot of them are preying on people who have gambling addictions and who are using the streamer, as like a conduit to participate in that addiction. And I think that is bad to take advantage of people in that manner. I think it's also bad to try and promote pornography in a space that is 13 and above without parental guidance. And then people under 13 can also see this. And even if they have a parent with them, they could probably scan that QR code and see it anyway. Vladimir Crystal, thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Browsing, there's a clip of a flesh tuber showing nipples clearly. No login needed. That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up. We found Dan Gooner Clancy's favorite booth at the convention. Don't say you're not a Gamba streamer. You stole all my cubes. Look, man, I try my best at Quine Bobs. Reminder how Pornhub employee told O'Keefe that they explicitly know young boys are on Pornhub and push trans and gay stuff to get them to explore their sexuality. What the fuck? Wasn't it found that a good portion of one of these websites' new users was recent graduates or something? I have no idea. I have no idea about that. But stuff like that, it does belong at conventions. It's always been at conventions. It's just, you should be having it in an 18+ area. Watching that video KB took was fucking crazy. What the hell? What the actual fuck, dude? Where was I in the tabs after that? In the moment, a detour. Okay, these are all the Shiloh tabs. Ah, wah, 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 wah. Why do you think Fansly would care about minors? Literally, the earlier you start with children, the more normalized and harder to break out of addiction it becomes. I mean, yes. But if you are a VTuber, whether you're like an 18+ VTuber or you do content like I do, or you do just gaming content, whatever, you should be upset that Offkai put this in the middle of the convention floor. And again, if I was an 18+ like porn streamer and I was putting out like these videos about me masturbating or me fucking vibrating myself on stream or whatever, if I was doing that, I would be pissed that my content is being shown to people that it should not be shown to. Because this is what gives you a bad reputation. You have to fight these kinds of things. Constantly vibrating on stream, that's just the V Parkinson's. A Yeti, thank you. Screw the 13+ rating, a full 21+ the entire event. You've been to weddings with better age verification? It's just, I think VTuber events should be 18+ in general. Right? I just think that minors shouldn't be at a VTuber convention. If a con is not going to run that way, if they're going to allow minors, they have to be very careful about where they have the 18+ content. Children also can't use credit cards. Just don't throw up. If Fansly has Anissa Joma on their site, if they cared about their image, that would have been the line. Jesus. By the way, it said these creators should be pissed that their adult content is being fed to kids, but people like Cottontail and Morgpie are streaming on Twitch to 13-year-olds, specifically to funnel people to their adult content. I don't know if you could really, like, assign intent to that degree, but I would be very, like, side-eye suspicious of someone if they included, like, a nesting link, because you can't link directly to, like, Fansly or OnlyFans on Twitch. That's against their rules, right? But if they had, like, a link on their Twitch page that then went to all of their links that showed they have a Fansly, I'd be like, that's a little weird, bro. That's a little concerning. Your state blocks Pornhub, so you used a VPN to get in because you were curious as to the content landscape that's happening there. Transformers were all over the place if you do not have an account, so yes, they're trying to crack eggs through those sites. That's kind of gross. Especially if they're posting link trees. Most of them have things like a card. I mean, I do too, but if I had like an 18+ content link in there, I would not put that link on my Twitch. Instead, I would make a panel for each one of the other non-18+ links. And if you wanted to get to my 18+ content, I would have that maybe on my Twitter, right? Maybe like somewhere else that isn't going to be in a live streaming content. Some, to your knowledge, every single one of the whores have Fansly on their Linktree or things similarly. Man. Children can't use credit cards, but there was a trans Zelda tuber, Harmful Opinions, just made videos about it, that told a 13-year-old to buy a Visa prepaid gift card to pay for the Patreon link to their private Discord. I don't like that. They don't even nest it like that. It's just directly on the card or link tree. Jesus. Every LootTuber you follow marks their Twitch streams as 18+. Literally all creators of any significant size have a link tree or the like posted to their Twitch. I mean, my stream is also marked as 18+, but there's a difference between 18+, we're making edgy jokes, we're making sexual jokes. Sometimes we talk about, like, sex addiction and other such relationship problems, and then literally busting out on camera. Right, like I think everybody knows there's a difference between those things. And that on Twitch, even with the 18+ flag, unless a minor tells you that they're there, you can't know that there's no one lurking there. And so the smart thing to do is just not do pornographic content on Twitch. Kids def use credit cards. Back when Modern Warfare 2 DLC came out, you had to ask for your mom's credit card. It's like, it worries me as well when people do this stuff to, like, basically flaunt the rules. And then they complain about all of the for the children nonsense politicians are trying to do. And it's like, well, yeah, it's 'cause of you. You have caused them to get even more ornery with their attacks. Beating the eggs in the anus. Confirmed Cotton's link panel leads to a card with Fansly and OnlyFans. Oh, well, fuck, dude. Kirsche, thank you for the 10 months on Cake, dude. I have standards, they don't, hence why they are LootTubers. It's like, I don't know, I always gave Melody a lot of props because Melody kept all of her, like, 18+ stuff off of Twitch. And I think that's a good way to do it, right? If you're gonna do normal streams, do that on Twitch, and then do your 18+ stuff on an 18+ site. It's like, I always had respect for her for doing that, for delineating it, you know? Here you couldn't get $10 when you went on school trips back in high school. Jesus Christ. The argument isn't that LootTubers shouldn't exist, but that LootTubers make the porn content too easily accessible. Again, I'm not even blaming the LootTubers in this case. I'm blaming Okage and Fansly. And the LootTubers themselves should be upset at Okage and Fansly because they're the ones who are going to get the reputation backlash, right? All of those VTubers in those videos that are accessible by minors, people are going to see those VTubers and those creators, and they're going to attack them instead of attacking Fansly or attacking Okage. When it's Okage and Fansly who made those decisions to have that booth in a place that it shouldn't be. That dork. Even X videos do it, and you use it to watch eroge gameplay. I don't know what that means. You love some Mel, she's good people. Are reputation really their priority? I think especially if you're doing sexual content, you don't want to have a reputation of promoting your content to children. Yes, I think that is a priority for them. Okage just becomes more of a train wreck every year, and yet people will still fund it because FOMO is more powerful than, I guess, caring that you're funding people that hate you. Brave SJ, thank you. Just got an email saying your cursed merch has shipped. Excited, but also disappointed that this means you won't receive the free wall scroll, which was promised to your people over 3,000 years ago. I'm sorry. And now people want the misprint. Oh no. Normie porn sites are legit the most disgusting shit. Since they aren't upset, they're complacent with their content being used. That is a good point. I guess if you see people like defending it or not talking about it at all, then they could be considered complacent and having their content shown to minors, which would be very unfortunate. All the LootTubers you watch have regular accounts and then specific 18+ unlinked accounts on Twitter, which again makes sense. The problem is, unless a lot of LootTubers on Fansly yell about it, you doubt Fansly will keep their account active. You can never fully trust the site owners. It's just kind of grotesque. Just kind of gross. Literally every convention is run by people who hate you, even FazeCon. True and fucking real. To be fair, the specific people featured in the QR code probably didn't specifically contend to being featured on it. That's why I'm saying, like, it's unfortunate, because most people are going to see this, and they're going to see the creators in the QR code, and they're going to jump to blaming
What the hell
creators.
is this spicy cat raid?
Like, it's a lot easier to get angry
Spicy
at
cat raid.
and
What the hell
blame
is
the
this
creators
spicy cat raid?
than it is to direct your anger where it actually belongs, which is at Offkai and at Fansly, not necessarily the creators in that clip. Also, fucking double raid, buddy! Maria Grace and Samson, thank you guys for the raids. Double raid all the way across the sky. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Samson's the fucking beefcake guy in the Venture Brothers, isn't he? Welcome, raiders. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. That's the whole point. Offkai did it in a way to shift blame to others rather than themselves. It's all about denial. I would not doubt if Offkai staff were that duplicitous. It would not surprise me in any way, shape, or form. Samson's a fish man. Basically, how have you been? Yeah, Brock Samson is voiced by Kronk. He is indeed. Help. He is indeed. I have some unfortunate news that I think is kind of along the same lines as other stuff we talk about. They killed cursive, so you'd need a translator to read your own history. 2 generations now, that's what we've manufactured. You can thank progressive ideologue Randy Weingarten and the American Federation of Teachers. In 2010, cursive was quietly stripped from Common Core. No debate, no vote, just gone. Replaced by keyboarding and test prep. Fast forward to today, and the results are exactly what any thinking person would have predicted. Drew Gilpin Foss, former Harvard president, not exactly a conspiracy theorist, walked into her Civil War seminar and discovered that 2/3 of her Harvard undergraduates could not read cursive. 2/3 at Harvard. One student admitted he'd reshaped his entire senior thesis to avoid sources with handwriting. Another abandoned Virginia Woolf because she couldn't read Woolf's letters. Let that sink in. The elite are being graduated illiterate in their own language's written form. What's actually being accomplished here? And I want to point out, I talk very frequently about how the communists who have infiltrated all of our different sectors of life are trying to rewrite history. We laugh at the modern audience and how they do not buy these games or these movies or these TV shows. They don't buy any of this woke slop that's coming out. And I keep trying to remind people that is because the modern audience does not exist. They are trying to create it. The insidiousness, especially when you get to the things that it's like, well, only 10% of it is woke, the rest of it is fine and even fun, actually. This is how they get more people to defend what they're doing. History is being rewritten in book form, it's being rewritten in spoken word form, and it's being rewritten in our entertainment. And every time I talk about this, I inevitably get some people who are like, well, I'm going to show my kids the classics. And it's like, yes, that's what a lot of us intelligent people plan on doing. But it doesn't matter if you and a handful of other intelligent people are doing the right thing by teaching your kids real history, if the communists are teaching subversive, incorrect history to the majority of people. If the majority are being taught incorrect history, usurped history, subverted history, your children who know the real history will not matter, essentially. They will be shunned and outcasted in the same way that we are now, probably even worse. And so we need to make sure that this kind of thing does not happen. You need to stop the subversion in its tracks. If you cannot even read your own history, you are now going to be reliant on these subversives to teach it to you wholesale, and you will not even be able to check their receipts. Entire generations not able to read cursive is a problem. I can't write in cursive because my handwriting is fucking atrocious, but I can at least fucking read it. Remember Romanian YouTubers mentioning their college professors took pride in failing students? I might want to do the same, within reason. Tim Pool thinks the world will be saved because his chicken farm and his farm alone. I can't imagine he thinks that. That would be crazy. You saw firsthand in college from 2017 to 2021, the number of people who couldn't read cursive and lacked basic reading comprehension was terrifying. You heard the phrase, just tell me what to think, a concerning number of times. I'm not surprised at that. Again, we're in a very unfortunate time right now. And more people need to understand just how much is being rewritten and taken away. Mr. King, thank you. Wait, you guys can read occasionally. Sometimes I'm illiterate. The Declaration of Independence is now a foreign document to most Americans under 30. They can't read it. They depend on someone else's transcription, someone else's framing. Which is why we have tons of young people screaming about my Constitution, while their party is the one quite literally using it to usurp everything around us and bludgeon people with it. It's very sucky. Grandma's letter from the war, mom has to transcribe the birthday card, the direct, unmediated connection to your own bloodline, now severed. Original manuscripts, land deeds, family Bibles, journals, contracts, all of it now requires a credentialed interpreter. A new priesthood of specialists who tell you what your history says. Faust herself spelled out the implication with brutal clarity. Just imagine if you had some contract that you had signed and you couldn't read it, and someone told you, well, this is what's in the contract, and then later you might find that it was something else. That's not a bug, that's the feature. When a population can't independently access primary sources, history becomes whatever the gatekeepers decide it is. The past isn't discovered, it's assigned. And a person who needs permission to read their own inheritance is a person who's been quietly and thoroughly disempowered. The technocrats will tell you it was just pragmatic modernization, nothing to see here. Just optimizing the curriculum for the 21st century economy. Funny how the optimizations always seem to produce citizens more dependent, more disconnected, and easier to manage. Teach your kids cursive, buy the workbook, spend 20 minutes a day, not because it's charming or vintage, but because of people who can't read their own founding documents in the original hand are no longer a free people. They're tenants in their own civilization, renting access to a past that was stolen from them, one curriculum meeting at a time. And he's completely right. He's completely right. And I think this feeds into a lot of the bridge shit that we talk about. And again, the communists having taken over quite literally every institution that we have available to us. David, thank you. You'll forever continue to say, until we stop education from being 20-1 in favor of the left, this will never get solved. Conservatives need to stop staying homeschool and retake the public schools. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get all of the communists out of schools. I do not know how you would even do that. Right, we have the President Bukake guy who basically showed us what needs to be done with judges, but how do you deal with the school marms, right? Oh, squiggly worms. You were forced to use cursive as a kid. Looking back, you appreciate it. You can read the history and the documents attached to it, thanks to it. Now that people can't read it, the state-approved translations will control the narrative. That's their end game. And what's extra scary is that you've had instructors ask you to write print because they couldn't read cursive. That is a little weird that even the instructors can't read it anymore, man. I guess I'm lucky that I had so many family recipes in cursive, and my grandma, like, exclusively wrote in, like, doctor's cursive. Her cursive was very chicken scratchy, so I had to try real hard to read birthday cards sometimes. From this day forward, only write in cursive. Last time you talked to your best friend's 67-year-old dad, he told you Marxism has been present in U.S. academia since 1917. It's like academia is just predisposed to this kind of thinking. I mean, if you are a subversive for any ideology, like, your number one goal is to take over the educational institutions, right? Because if you control the educational institutions, you control the next generation, essentially. Metallic Church, thank you. That reminds you of Thomas Sowell. If the government started mandatory walking classes for toddlers, it would take one generation before people would wonder how we walked without the government. Yep. Yep. It's incredibly unfortunate, man. I've been nice about your handwriting previously. It's sad to realize nobody can read it, and not for its quality, but they literally cannot understand the physical geometric structure of the symbols and letters. That's wild to me, to learn that so many people can't read cursive, but it makes sense, right? You want people severed from their history so that when you change it, they don't fight back. When you change their history, they say, well, why not? What's the problem, you bigot? You know? You think AI will make this all worse? People are offloading thinking wholesale to someone else's computer? Probably. Probably. Like, again, AI is a tool, but you shouldn't use it as a replacement for another human being or for doing, like, your own work most of the time, you know? Something to be said for that. Oh god, my phone. A great way to filter children and retarded young adults. Put your streams text in cursive. Holy shit. Speaking of things being in cursive, more streamers are dead. Goth influencer Miss Tattoo and her boyfriend shot dead over alleged debts. Brazilian goth influencer Ulysses Marcelli, known online as Miss Tattoo, and her boyfriend have been shot dead on a rural roadside. Marcelli, 30, and Vinicius Souza de Carvalho, 28, were discovered by a farm worker in the Vera Cruz district of Porto Seguro, Bahia, in July 18th. Both victims had suffered fatal gunshot wounds. Police believe they were killed the previous day before their bodies were discovered. That's unfortunate. She do be wicked pretty. According to reports, investigators suspect the couple may have been held captive before they were shot. Forensic teams reportedly recovered 7 spent bullet casings from the scene. Marcelli's phone was also found and seized for analysis, while Carvalho's phone is still missing. Authorities are investigating whether the killings were connected to an alleged debt linked to drug trafficking or the sale of narcotics by a criminal organization operating in the region. However, police have not officially established a motive or identified those responsible. No arrests have been announced as the investigation continues. Marcelli had nearly 20,000 followers on Instagram, where she shared her goth style, tattoos, motorcycles, and work as a fire performer. She described herself as a 4-time Miss Tattoo winner and was a familiar figure in Porto Seguro's alternative music scene. She'd been announced as one of the presenters for the Rock Gaia Festival, which is scheduled to take place on July 25th. On Thursday, we joyfully shared that Ulysses would be part of the Rock Gaia Festival as one of our presenters, organizers wrote in a tribute. Today, with profound sadness, we say goodbye to her presence among us. The festival said it was struggling to find the words to process her death, adding, "It's hard to believe that someone who was about to share such a special moment with us has left us too soon." This recent death comes as other influencers have died from suspected organized crime groups. Earlier this month, a 15-year-old streamer was found dead in black trash bags. What the fuck? After allegedly being kidnapped by armed men from a soccer pitch in Honduras. Bro, what the fuck is going on? Also in July, Mexican environmental influencer Alex Serna was found dead months after he said he had received threats over his reporting about environmental damage, land disputes, construction projects, and possible corruption in the government. Yeah, if you're investigating government corruption, you need some like crazy fucking security. Maybe even just go live on like a remote island for a while, you know? When did David get to Honduras? That's a great question. That is incredibly sad. I don't know what life in Brazil is like, so I don't even know how you get tied up in like cartel nonsense, like they possibly say is what happened here. It's also a little suspicious that her boyfriend's phone is missing. It's like, what if he was involved with like some weird drug trafficking or cartel bullshit and she had no idea about it? And he just like dragged her into this horrific scenario. Lambie Chop, thank you. In short, don't stream in South America. I'm forever just going to think of that bungee jumping incident where they didn't even tie the rope to the lady. Addicts have a sad life in Brazil, even if middle class. Cartel runs the favelas where the poor people live. That's really sad, man. Honduras has the highest murder per capita outside of war zones. That's just another Friday in Honduras. Maybe everyone should take a page from Bukele's book, man. Holy. What the heck? Shorten that to Don't South America. It's like Do Not the Kirsche, but harsher. We also have Zoran Mamdani attending Friday prayers at a mosque where the imam literally called for the killing of infidels, non-Muslims. This did not get enough attention.
You know, last Ramadan, I was with many of you here at the procession on the martyrdom anniversary of Imam Ali, alayhi salam.
Kind of crazy to see fucking memory TV of beating your wife memes and Mamdani being on it.
It is a privilege to be here with you once again. I stand before you as the first Muslim mayor in our city's history, and this year as the first Jummah that I have attended in that new position. And to do so together, it is a reminder that in this month of Ramadan, as we find moments of reflection, of recommitment, moments of community, that we always do so together. And
I just want to know why they took pool tile and put pool tile on their walls.
Together that I am thankful to be here today, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to lead our city. Assalamu alaikum.
You work not just for Muslims, you work for all of humanity and all of the residents of New York City. So we thank you very much for this, and we pray daily for your success in this journey, inshallah. Thank you.
I guess I'll read this part. He says, I ask Allah to send blessings upon Muhammad and the family of Muhammad. And to make me among those who await you, the Mahdi, to follow you. And support you against your enemies. And among those who are martyred before you, among the ranks of your loyal ones. Through your hands comes the relief for the believers. And the killing of the infidels by your sword. Yeah, that's just normal. That's just casual, you know? No big deal. No, but just a little killing of the infidels as a treat. You don't even need planes this time. It's so easy. But you're trying to beat the fire temple in Zelda 64. War Goat, thank you. Your Honduran uncle passed of old age away 2 months ago. He got carjacked and forced to strip in a field. Thankfully, they did not decide to bubble him then. Latin America is a gorgeous Far Cry mod. That's horrifying. I'm glad, all things considered, that your uncle was able to live a full life and die of old age instead of carjackings or whatever else might have happened. Like, I'm sorry for your loss, but it's a good thing he managed to hit old age, right? That sounds crazy. That sounds insane. But who were the infidels? Isn't that like yes, that's every non-Muslim. That is correct. It only took fucking 25 years to go from 9/11 to this. Things are so much worse than anyone thinks. Yes. It's insane. Phone Al-Kaiser, thank you. A touch behind, nearly a third of all students in the US are ESL. This will drastically change all learning metrics to the negatives. We need so many more deportations than previously thought. Jen Jacko, thank you. The Crusades did not go far enough. You know, it's interesting how we're taught that the Crusades are bad, but then as you grow up, you start thinking, hey, maybe that was necessary, actually. Hold on, wait a minute. I'll never forget an imam casually dropping how the whole world must convert to Islam, even if by the sword, while you were deployed in the sandbox. I'm sure a lot of the Great War on Terror sandbox boys are just, it does not feel good to be right at this moment. Jen Jacko, thank you. Lamau, police be upon him. You'll be using this, Jesus. Patchouli, thank you. Aloha snack bar, whatever the bearded guy with the clock vest said. Cool clock, Ahmed. Good lord. They told us they were bad. Crusades were actually super based. Crusades were always cool. You got in trouble in school for insisting on this despite not being religious. It's actually insane. Just more changing of history. What is this? Big scandal unfolding in Collingswood, New Jersey. Motherfucking Koikitsu, thank you for the bits. The Crusades, 400 years of jihad was fine, but 100 years of Christians fighting back. Oh, how horrid, Deus Vult. Yeah, you're not allowed to defend yourself. That's actually bad. Joe of the Masks, thank you. Crusades are the reason the West still exists. True and real. Big scandal unfolding in Collinswood in New Jersey. A man pretending to be a woman showed up at a community pool in a woman's bikini in front of children. Parents confronted him and so accused them of transphobia. I'm told the pool also had an inclusivity policy which allows people to use locker rooms based on their gender identity. Told many in the community are fuming that he was allowed to walk around like this in front of their children. Disgusting. And this one says, small incident in Robert's pool today. I was in the water minding my own business when an older guy started talking to me in a very unfriendly tone. I didn't immediately understand him, so I asked what he was saying. I asked him if he could repeat. Why are you walking like that around here, he said. What are you talking about? I asked him. Parading like that with all the children around. I was wearing a bikini like a lot of other women and girls in the pool. What are you talking about? I responded again. I suddenly realized that he had problems with trans women. I turned around and used an explicit. It's good that my grandchildren not see this, he yelled at the end. Usually these acts of transphobia don't bother me too much, but I suddenly felt much less welcoming in our pool. Yeah, no, everyone else is right and this guy is wrong. You can't just put your sausage in a tiny string bikini and walk around. What is wrong with you? Suddenly realized, yeah, nasty creature. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's fucking doing, bro. What is this? This is more information, maybe? 6'2" bald trans creeper from Collingswood, New Jersey is upset that a father confronted him when he showed up to a community pool in a string bikini with his cock hanging out. Unfortunately, the Facebook comments appear supportive of this freak. That is concerning. Oh, I was hoping they would have posted the Facebook comments. I was hoping they would have posted that. Unlucky. I would have very liked to read those. Imagine your family being subjected to this shit. Yup. Of course they are. Those who support a look like him, probably. Probably, dude. Why do they always think people are afraid of them? Because that's a word that they can use to get you to shut up. That's a word that they've been able to use to ruin people's lives and careers, and so they keep using it. It's Facebook. What did you expect? Let's see, what else is retarded here? Europe's insane carbon-neutral policies are killing people. Air conditioning is a modern, easily accessible technology that would have saved 10,000 lives this summer. You're telling me that 10,000 Europeans have died heat deaths this summer? And it's not even over? And some people still refuse air conditioning? The fuck is happening?
The solution is not to use less and less. This degrowth mindset is keeping Europe stuck in the pre-air conditioning past.
And it's having fatal consequences. Last month was the hottest June ever recorded in Western Europe, with the extreme heat accounting for an estimated 10,000 deaths. EU regulations are also a barrier. In many cases, authorities reject exterior AC units because of their appearance.
Just buy a fucking air conditioner! Why is this so hard? Why would you risk dying instead of just buying an AC? Europeans are so fucking confusing! Europeans are using the heat to passively maid the boomers to make room for more immigrants. That's like tinfoily as heck, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Why would so many people argue so hard against AC? Come on, dude. Come the fuck on.
Appearance not fitting with the architecture. Plus, AC units are counter to Europe's pledge to be carbon neutral by 2050.
I don't fucking care about your stupid pledge. Until shit starts happening in like India and China, I don't give a single fuck about any kind of carbon pledge. And neither should you. Why should you be expected to sacrifice your life, potentially dying to heat stroke, for some fucking carbon emission bullshit? What is wrong with you? Take off the brainwashing.
And that's leading Europeans to take matters into their own hands. Multiple countries are seeing stores mobbed with people seeking an air conditioner, or even just fans.
There is talk of air conditioning units being these energy guzzling, wasteful technologies that are contributing to the problem of climate change. If you are certain that the days are going to keep getting hotter, you should be an enthusiastic supporter of installing more AC.
Yes. Yes, it's going to keep happening every year. How did it get like this? How did it go from like Europeans had to have a preparedness mindset, right? When you live in like a breadbasket area where there's no harsh winters, where you can have a reliable climate year round, you don't need to develop a forward-thinking mindset. You don't need to develop I need to forage and find a way to preserve things throughout the winter kind of mindset. You have no need. You have no need for that kind of preservation. But when you're European, you have harsh winters. You have harsh summers. Why do you not plan ahead for these things any longer? It does not make any fucking sense. You can literally put a frozen gallon of water in a Home Depot bucket with a fan on top and have AC anytime. What the fuck? You saw a Brit say he turned on his heat pump and stood outside on the exhaust? Your brother, that's literally just an AC. Just get one for inside. What the fuck? The browbeaten populace is cock-stomped with fines or shitty architecture. Every time they want to install AC or even a window-mounted one, and then they get gaslit into believing they're destroying the environment by keeping themselves alive. It's insanity. It's insane. You keeping yourself alive is not destroying the environment. Like, what the fuck? Self-sufficiency and being independent is right-wing and nationalist. This is not a joke. Infernal Saxon, thank you. Literally the most important invention since 1902 AD. It's like, I make jokes about how I was born in the wrong era. Fuck, I would love to be an actual Victorian times individual. However, I don't think I could genuinely survive without the modern comforts of fucking AC, dude. Like, when I think about how much I die to heat, and especially having, like, a heat-triggered asthma problem, when I think about wearing those beautiful dresses that are 20 fucking layers, I'm just like, how did you live? How did you live without fucking AC, my lady? Like, you must have put on, like, 50 pounds of clothing, and somehow you're not dying! How is this possible? Help. Hey. Victorian period was during the Little Ice Age, so it was cooler. Okay, well maybe AC wouldn't be as much of a problem, but holy fuck, it still confounds me sometimes. Thank you, Koikitsu. She wasn't a bitch. You need AC, you've had at least 2 heat strokes, you'll die without it? That's just crazy, man. Is that a crow you're hearing? No, I have pterodactyl hiccups. There's some very simplistic AC units that can be built with very little knowledge and without the government knowing you have one in your home. The government knowing you have one in your home, Europeans seem to have no engineering or entrepreneurial spirit these days. I just don't fucking get it, man. Mika Lim, thank you. Muslim rule in Spain did not end with the Crusades. It continued for centuries afterwards, only ending in 1492 after nearly 800 years. How long do you think it'll take for them to take it back this time? In China, they're putting AC in pig pens and dog houses. China is literally treating animals that they're about to torture to death for food better than Europeans are treated by their governments. That's insanity. Infernal Saxon, thank you again. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. How are they keeling over? You're working out at 100 degrees Fahrenheit for over 10 hours a day. Do they not drink water? Or is their bloodline weak? I have no fucking clue. No idea. It's a great question. Like, what the fuck is happening? You bet the hotels with the refugees have AC? Oh, you just know they do. Flying Nanook, thank you. The fat electrician posted a video today tearing apart the Euro mindset on AC. Fun watch. AC is truly a top invention of the 20th century. It is. It really is. And it's grotesque that you guys had told me before that a reason a lot of, like, these coolants aren't able to be used in air conditioners anymore is because of weird environmental regulations that when a patent runs out, they just make it illegal to use the old coolant. And that's why we had more efficient air conditioners previously. They literally don't drink water. It's all tea, coffee, alcohol, shit like that. They act like they still have to fear cholera. What the hell? Pixie Misa, thank you for the... Europe is literally sacrificing its people to the climate gods. I replied in Egyptian hieroglyphics to someone making a similar statement the other day. Mildly OCD, thank you. Europeans would rather die than admit that Americans might be correct about anything. You know? It's unfortunate, man. What happened to no more brother wars? Professor Neko, thank you. This world makes you more depressed daily. Can you come in the box for it? You'll bring Fluffernutters and Super Nintendo games. As long as you also bring the muscle to move boxes. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. Also, before AC, there were lots of design elements in buildings to help manage heat that have since been abandoned because AC made them obsolete. I wouldn't know about that. I don't know what design elements were in buildings to manage heat. I'm trying to think, and I can't. I know some houses like still had radiators for their heat systems instead of a modern one. But I don't know what the heat management system, tall ceilings. Is that what the tall ceilings were for? That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Now you have a tall ceiling and it's like, damn, that's going to be a bitch. Design element, tall windows. I like tall windows. Windows and house orientation matters too, you believe? All the Europeans that were here for the World Cup understand the importance of AC. No, Enigma, thank you. Poison Ivy from Batman and Robin was laughed at for her human sacrificing environmentalism, and now Europe is just doing it. When can we escape Clown World? Diddly Doodler Man, thank you. You're waiting to get off work to file a police report, but do I have the vid of the Okage QR code my mod took? You'd like to have that on hand. I can post it in the Twitch chat, but a mod will have to post it over into the YouTube chat. I can't post it in YouTube chat. I'm not allowed to chat in my own chat. The stuff like tall ceilings and windows that are aligned with each other to allow a breeze throughout the house were very common before AC. You know, that makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. You'll have to, in the video, you'll have to point out as well. I don't know if you wanted to make a mod ticket and maybe get the uncensored one from KB, because he did censor the bare nipples on that one clip when he was looking through them so that I could show it on Twitch. So you might have to make a mod ticket and ask for the uncensored one. That might be better. Trigger Point also posted it on X. Okay, so we have a couple of avenues. But yeah, if you want the uncensored one, you're gonna have to ask the mods for that. It's easily found on Twitter. European people who put AC on 75 in New York is also insane. 75 is too hot, man. What the heck? Rock Roldis, thank you. Europeans are naturally compliant to authority due to many millennia of monarchical rule, breeding that into them. It's like Canadian dependence on syrup. But I like syrup. Can confirm you live in a 170-year-old Acadian house in southern Louisiana. Ceilings are over 9 feet tall to allow heat to rise. Yeah, some of the ceilings in my house are like way too low for my liking, so it makes the room feel very small. But it's also like, that's great. That's great that I'll be able to not spend an extra fortune on heating or cooling, depending on the season. You have your AC at 74 most of the time. I have mine at 65. Mine's usually at 65, brother. That's a good temperature. Also, KB said that he posted the uncensored video as a reply to Proctor's tweet. So this is Proctor's tweet. That's Proctor's tweet about the Okage issue. Thank you, KB, for posting the video. The uncensored video. I kind of want to see the nip nops, bro. I want to see how bad it is. Oh, yeah, those are just whole ass tits in your face. What the hell, bro? What the fuck? Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to report Okage to the FBI as well as the local, or if the local police won't do anything. I again don't know. I don't know what the laws are like there. This feels like something that should be that egregiously wrong. I don't know. You guys who are making the reports, you know it better than I do. Let me know what happens from there. Because I will absolutely fucking report on the information that you get given. You just ate the fuck out of some sushi, you're so happy. Aw, shut the fuck up. Sushi would be great right now. Nocturnal, thank you. Look up the European heatwave of 2003 and then raffle. I don't want to raffle at a bunch of people dying because they don't want to get AC. No, Haster the Fool, thank you. Remember, kids, modern refrigeration and air conditioning was developed by a black man. Be inclusive and respectful to black British people. What? I don't think that's true. I think it was something about, like, there was a coil that was developed by a black entrepreneur that, like, made it more efficient or something. KB's video reply to Proctor is under probable spam at the bottom if you don't see it. That's wild! That's wild! You suspect it's a ruffle because almost nobody died and the highs are probably sub 90? Oh no. We have an actually excellent sushi place in the state. Where's the actually excellent sushi place? I must know. That's a complete load of bullshit. Good lord. Monkey99, thank you for the 30 fucking months, buddy. That's a lot of months. Thank you. Sope, thank you for the dongers. And Namunya! Big, huge. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Probably posted as probable spam because Twitter thinks it's an OnlyFan bot. Probably. Costs around $10 per day in electricity to run a small AC where you live because of taxes. What the heck? You have good sushi place near you. How do I want the info you'll send when you're done shooting tonight? I mean, if you're recommending me a place, I think you can probably just put it in chat, right? It shouldn't matter. That doesn't give away my location. Blue Super Giant, thank you. Your apartment still has steam radiators. It's not built to allow cooling. Summers are brutal as the AC only cools the area in front of them. The walls against the exterior are hot as outside. Ugh. It's going to cost an arm and a leg, but one thing I would like to do far in the future is, like, get new wood siding. I can only imagine the cost, and I know maintenance on that is also crazy. You're making stuffed crust homemade pizza, your every other Friday tradition. Oh god, shut up. I want it. I want it. Pneumonia. Rock rolled this, thank you. Which is better for Foxu, Twitch sub or YouTube membo? Oh, they're about the same. They're about the same. Kick is a 95-5 split, so the Kick sub actually goes the farthest. But sub on whichever platform you prefer watching on. It's all on you, buddy, man. There are ways around that. If you have a window air conditioner, get a small blower fan from a hardware store blowing up at it, and it will force the air to circulate throughout the entire room. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Takumi in Nashua, it's actually fucking nuts good. They recently added ramen, that's also great. That's pretty far. I have no idea when I'd be able to get there, but I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write it down. I'll keep that in mind for someday. Takumi Sushi Nashua. Thank you, my mans. Thank you, my mans. There's a huge Victorian near you that just started to replace all the shakers and baby blue wood. Hopefully to make it look nice and not modernize it, right? Right? Blue Supergiant, thank you. Your apartment still has steam radiators. It's not built to allow cooling. Summers are brutal as the AC only cools the area in front of them. The walls against the exterior. I read that already. Why didn't I remember that until I got to the as hot as outside? My brain is starting to soup chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You've been to Takumi. It's a hibachi grill place. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty cool. I can't remember the last hibachi place I went to, but they were pretty good. They were expensive, but they were pretty good. I already read that. I'm sorry, Binary Mind. Sometimes I reread things because I am made of soup. I am a soupa lady. Let's see. What's in the next tab? Oh yeah, this. This is kind of relevant to what we briefly touched on previously when I was asked if I think that Hassan Piker is going to be deplatformed, and I don't think he will. Hassan reveals he was photographed by probably the most iconic photographer of all time for an upcoming article. I had to take my shirt off for it, and I wasn't feeling very confident, but, you know, I had to do it. They brought the meat pic. They had the meat pic printed. I didn't know that Hassan had dick pics out there, or that somebody would be such a fan of Hassan's meat, they would print it out. What?
I didn't even get to the personal news today, which I'm going to be getting into in a second, which kind of ties back to paid propaganda. Okay, I got snapped by one of the most iconic photographers of all time for an upcoming segment that I have in a very famous outlet as far as personal news. And I had to take my shirt off for it, and I wasn't feeling very confident, but you know, I had to do it because like this person is genuinely one of the most iconic, probably the most iconic photographer of all time.
Bottom below here.
And I will also say this: they brought the meat pick. I will not be revealing who it is and what outlet it's for, but
won't we find out who it is and what outlet it's for once the magazine gets published? Because, like, if this famous photographer took your photo for a project, will that project not be public at some point? Like, what do you mean?
And I will not be revealing anything else, but they had the meat pick printed.
What the fuck? What the fuck? But also, yeah, once again, point proven. He's not going to get deplatformed. He is the media darling. Some people just have to care about their optics to get in elected positions before they can be super chummy. You imagine there's a human hair in frame for scale? He's gay. He's a terrorist. He took so many roids. His dick doesn't... I don't know anything about Hassan Piker's dick, and I hope it stays that way. If there ever comes out a video of some guy sucking Hassan Piker's dick, mods, please do not post it in the mod chat like the Destiny one, alright? Okay? I don't need to see that. Did he get freaking Ann Leibovitz or something? I have no idea. I have no idea. Jack Grandpa Chattington O'Neill, thank you. Kume and Seabrook is very good for sushi and hibachi. You went there a lot when you lived in New Hampshire. That sounds familiar. I might have been there before. You would wager he'd be the one on his knees. I don't think so. Blue Supergiant, thank you. Your apartment still has... I read that. I was going to read that a third time. Apparently, I just really like reading about your radiators, guy. I did almost buy a radiator just for the aesthetics. Because it was like really, really nicely... I don't know if it's like carved or if it's pressed because it's metal, right? But it had like an intricate design over all of the radiator coils. It was really cool looking. Only when Hassan is rendered completely deplatformed and irrelevant. Well, you think that we have won. I don't even think he needs to be completely deplatformed. It just needs to be deported, right? Like, if he gets deported, that's how we know we're winning. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Probably Playgirl magazine or something like that. Don't say that. Do not search Rule 34 for Hassan, but if you do, he is the one on his knees. I mean, that doesn't surprise me that people would do that, right? That doesn't surprise me. Oh, fuck. Speaking of not being surprised. Our tax dollars are no longer funding employment for transgender Nepalese sex workers. Thank you for reminding us why defunding U.S. aid was long overdue. And it's in response to this AP post about... In impoverished Nepal, where a conservative culture leaves openly transgender people with few legal job options, the impact on aid workers' lives was particularly crushing. Starved and scared, around 100 LGBTQ plus aid workers, left jobless by the funding cuts, have turned to sex work. Well, it sounds like whatever work they were doing as aid work was not very fruitful or useful, and they were basically given daycare jobs to get free money for whatever the fuck they could possibly need as far as a prostitute goes.
These transgender sex workers operate in the shadows alongside a busy highway in central Nepal, risking their lives for a few dollars. Until recently, many of them worked not as sex workers, but as aid workers.
Damn, that's crazy. And also not my problem.
Including Ruby Lama, who dedicated years of her life to helping prevent the spread of HIV in Nepal's marginalized communities. But
why were American tax dollars going to preventing HIV in Nepal communities, especially when it comes to sex workers? What the fuck are we doing? That money should not be going to that. That is Nepal's problem. That if Nepal wants to take care of whatever AIDS epidemic is happening in Nepal, Nepal should take care of it. Not America. We're not the United States of Nepal. We're the United States of America. This is what I voted for.
After the U.S. cut its foreign aid funding, Ruby and around 300,000 other aid workers worldwide lost their jobs, with no other employment available.
Damn, that's sad, and also not my problem.
surviving now by working the streets, alongside the very people she once fought so hard to help.
पहिलो रात चाहिँ अलि तनावपूर्ण अलिकतिको पनि आउँदाखेरि कोही मान्छेहरू डिल गर्न आउँदाखेरि पनि डर लाग्ने के भन्ने कसो भन्ने भनेर चाहिँ अलिकति नर्भस भए जस्तो हुने पहिला चाहिँ अब हाम्रो जुन यो फन्डिङ थियो युएसएडको जुन फन्डिङ हुँदा चाहिँ अब कन्डम फ्री नै
When USAID funding was here, condoms were free. Why were my tax dollars going to condoms for prostitutes in Nepal? This is appalling. Nepaling, if you will.
थियो lubricant भन्ने अरु एनजीओ
We were paying for their fucking lubricant. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
बाड्दैन हाम्रै फ्रेन्डसिट एउटाले हो यहाँ हेटौडामा चाहिँ मकवानपुरमा अनि यसले पनि फ्रीमै बाड्ने हो
As no other NGOs were distributing it, and they shouldn't. We should not be paying for lube and condoms for anyone in Nepal.
फ्रीमै थियो यो पनि अब जस्तो यो एचआईभी को ट्रिटमेन्टहरु एचआईभी रोक्नको लागि चाहिँ खाने यो प्रेपहरु चाहिँ निशुल्कै थियो
All of it was free, but now it was not free. It was not free. We were paying for it, and now we're no longer paying for it. Ask your government to fix your problems. They think this makes us feel sorry for them. It just justifies our choice. It's supposed to make you feel sorry and like, if you don't feel bad for their bad lot in life, you're leheckin' bigoto. But it's like, no. No, we have people at home that need to be taken care of. Why are we funding this bullshit elsewhere? They have governments. They have communities where they live. They can get this help outside of American tax dollars. USAID money goes away. Nepal has a boogaloo in like a month. Coincidence? We're not the world police or the piggy bank, right? Exactly. Basically, our taxes were paying Nepalese prostitutes to give other Nepalese prostitutes supplies and funding to have sex. Why? That's a great question. That's a great question when you think about how much of our aid has caused population booms in other countries, and yet we were suffering from a downturn in birth rates because people couldn't afford to have children. When you're subsidizing the entire world's ability to have kids, it's no wonder there's no money left at home for you to do so. Moral degradation. It's like when the BBC tried to spin the story to make us feel bad about the father selling his daughter into prostitution. It's like, I don't feel bad. I feel bad that the daughter has such a shitty fucking father, but that's not our problem. That's not something that, like, we have to be solving. It's like he didn't need to sell his daughter into prostitution either. That's a shitty mindset, and you're letting him go scot-free for doing a horrible thing. And the boomers got tax breaks too and wonder why we aren't having kids, you know? Best I can offer you is a seal to cap the dad. What? But the ruby llama. I doubt there's even a ruby encrusted llama. Jesus Christ. I'm sure we're going to be having more things come out about the crazy things our tax dollars were funding against everyone's will. We also have good news. Tim Walt's appointee, Vance Bolter, has been sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 40 years for the murder of Minnesota House Speaker Emirata Melissa Hortman. Bolter's vehicle was found with no King's flyers on the seat and killed Hortman and her husband soon after she voted against health care for illegals. Will Waltz pardon this guy too? Well, this guy wasn't a pedophile, so I don't think Waltz will pardon him.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
And this is a very courageous woman, because she, in this moment, was probably battling every single internal womanly instinct that was screaming at her to take care of those poor little illegals. And she still was like, as much as my woman brain wants me to do that, as much as I know this is going to harm people, it needs to be done, because more harm will come if it is not done. That thing still glows to you? It absolutely glows to me. Are we sure Tim knows nothing about this? Absolutely nobody would be surprised. You know, the way that Tim Waltz acts, it does make you wonder how much he knew about this. It certainly does. It makes you wonder. She knows Tim Waltz is coming after her now, sad. No, she's dead. She's the one that this masked guy murdered. Reminder that he also shot a guy who voted for the healthcare bill because he was an extremist who went to Africa to preach against LGBT shit, not some kind of leftist. I have not heard about him going to preach in Africa. That's new to me. That's a new thing. In the absence of babies, women baby foreign invaders. True. True. You don't buy for a second that he was completely uninvolved? I have no idea. But I certainly wouldn't be surprised. There's how many fucking countries in the EU that can help each other, and we, the country halfway around the fucking world, we're the ones paying for all of this BS. You know? You've tried telling me about it like 3 times. Yeah, but I'm not gonna believe the shit that you type about this in chat. Show me sources or shut the fuck up, right? Like, if you showed me a source, I haven't seen it. I haven't had one. Remember when people still cite this guy as a conservative? There's someone in chat that is like really hard up on like blaming this guy for being a conservative. And it's like, he might have, I can't remember everything because this was fucking long ago. Source of chatter told me. Yeah, source or get the fuck out pretty much. But it's like, he had like voted for Trump or something in the past, but then switched to being a staffer for Tim Waltz. And so everyone was like, oh, he had interest in Trump stuff before. That means he's not a leftist. Source, my opinion. There's still no proof of Mitch McConnell life. They're hiding the truth to keep from having a special election. Would not surprise me. Would not surprise me. And Thomas Matthew, registered Republican crooks, you know? He was a Republican in 2004, became independent in 2019. Yeah, Tim Waltz famously goes out of his way to hire conservatives. Also true. Oh, no. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, more Massachusetts being fucking retarded. The Massachusetts House of Representatives just passed a bill that removes the 24-week limit on abortions. Under this bill, a baby can now be murdered up to the point of birth. The bill now goes to the state Senate. And this says, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, an act prioritizing patient access to care. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives in the General Court assembled and by the authority of the same as follows. Section 12N of Chapter 112 of the General Laws is appearing in the 2024 official edition is hereby amended by striking out in lines 1 to 9, inclusive the words, no abortion may be performed except by a physician, and only if in the best medical judgment of the physician it is 1. Necessary to preserve the life of the patient, 2. Necessary to preserve the patient's physical or mental health. Adding mental health there is an interesting one. 3, warranted because of lethal fetal anomaly or diagnosis, or 4, warranted because of a grave fetal diagnosis that indicates that the fetus is incompatible with sustained life outside of the uterus without extraordinary medical interventions. And inserting in place thereof the following words. An abortion may be performed by a physician based upon the professional judgment of the physician. So they got rid of all of these like fucking caveats to just say, well, if the physician judges it to be in the best case scenario, that's all it takes. Section 2 said Chapter 112 is hereby further amended by striking out Section 12N1-2 and inserting in place thereof the following section. Section 12N1/2, no medical review process shall override the professional judgment of a treating physician and a patient or the patient's healthcare proxy to provide an abortion consistent with Section 12N. Section 3, Section 12P of said Chapter 112, as appearing in the 2024 official edition, is hereby amended by striking out the second paragraph. Okay, well, it is weird that they got rid of all of these, like, subsection caveats and just replaced it with an abortion may be performed by a physician based upon professional judgment of the physician. But I don't see anywhere here where this says anything that Libs of TikTok said. I didn't read anything that said it's removing the 24-week limit. Like, maybe because they're removing all of these caveats, she's also assuming they're removing the limit, but you can't assume with these things. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that on this paper. And if it says that somewhere else in the statute, then she should have posted that and not this. because it doesn't say what she's claiming it does. This is basically the trust the science, I am the science. If the abortionist wants to, they can. Sure sounds like do as you will. Yeah, that's pretty much what it sounds like. But the removed sections don't talk about a 24-week limit. So I would like to know where she's getting that from. As a European, you can tell me you were all sold that it was just decriminalizing abortion, that we agreed in the majority, but it immediately turned into a right to abort and then a demand taxes paid for abortions for free. Yeah, none of those other things should have happened. Absolutely. If it doesn't have a time limit, I understand that if it doesn't have a time limit, you can abort at any time, but the time limit isn't mentioned in here, is what I'm saying. None of the sections that are being removed mention a time limit. And none of the changes mention a time limit. The time limit is not mentioned in any way, shape, or form. You don't listen to nor respect any of the empty binder brigade, especially Chaya. It's just like, I kind of would like, what you're saying about it to match up with the actual paper, right? Because if this is true, yeah, it's fucking weird. You shouldn't be able to abort up until birth. But that's not what this says. Section 2 says that they're striking out Section 12N here. Hold on, let me open KB's link. Oops. I already reopened that. Section 12N, so this is 194th General Court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Section 12N, under General Laws, Part 1, Title 16, Chapter 112. Abortion pregnancy existing for 24 weeks or more. Section 12N, if a pregnancy has existed for 24 weeks or more, no abortion may be performed except by a physician, and only if, in the best medical judgment of the physician, it is, and then all of the stuff we read for the caveats. Fetal anomaly or diagnosis. Okay. Alright, so this is in Section 12N. If it's existed for 24 weeks or more, no abortion may be performed except by a physician, and only if in the best medical judgment of the physician. And this says, Section 12N of Chapter 112, so that's what we just read, as appearing in the 2024 official edition, is hereby amended by striking out in lines 1 through 9, inclusive, the words, all of these caveats, no abortion may be performed except by a physician, blah, 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 and inserting in place thereof, an abortion may be performed by a physician based upon the professional judgment of the physician. Said Chapter 112 is hereby further amended by striking out Section 12N1.5, and then inserting the medical review override. Section 12P of said Chapter 112 is appearing in the 2024 official edition. It's hereby amended by striking out the second paragraph. So once again, if we go back to this, this is, actually, hold on, I'm going to put these tabs next to each other because that's going to be easier to flip back and forth. Where are we? Here. Bring this back up. Okay. So Section 12N is amended to say, if a pregnancy has existed for 24 weeks or more, no abortion may be performed except by a physician. So that is all struck out, and now it reads, Section 12N, if a pregnancy has existed for 24 weeks or more, an abortion may be performed by a physician based upon the professional judgment of the physician. Okay. So yeah, they are amending it in a way that if the physician says it's okay to have one, then you can have one. That's kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucking weird. What the fuck? Why would they do that? They struck the caveats, leaving it in the hands of the physician. I think it would have been much better if Libs of TikTok had included this in her thing, because like nobody's gonna know what the fuck this is talking about down here. Physician says you can have an abortion as a treat. Thanks, I hate it. There were receipts. Mr. Beepsy Man, the Beepus. Thank you, Bepsy Man, for the huge 25 gift blankets for the warm bodies on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Big fucking huge. Yay, there were receipts. Oh no, it was true. Again, I'm glad that there are receipts. I am not glad that this is true. That's kind of fucking what the fuck. Chaya's a little special at times. I feel like a lot of these big Twitter accounts, they don't put sources for a lot of the things that they see. And so it's like, I see someone say something and I'm like, okay, now I have to hunt down an article or something to see if it's true or can be corroborated by anyone else. They also further amended it to say that the physician's judgment cannot be overwritten by any review process. That part's important. That's true. That is very true. And thank you for saying that again, because you are correct. The fact that it's further amended to saying that no medical review process can override a physician now saying, yep, you can abort your child right up to birth. That's kind of fucking wild that there's like just no oversight, nothing that could stop it from happening. I don't think it's okay to have abortions that late. I think that I am very, very classically pro-choice, where it's like the safe and rare kind of option. I never remember the fucking slogan for it. But it's like, it should happen in very, very rare cases, and it should be able to be offered to people in those rare cases by actual doctors, instead of having to get it done in a back alley, right? But we've had such a fucking crazy slippery slope that it's like, what the fuck is happening? What the actual fuck is happening? Why have so many people pivoted into being pro-abortion instead of pro-choice? Pro-choice means you respect both sides of the issue, man. Safe, legal, and rare, not Lena Dunham, right? You hate how it's being abused so much? Yeah, it's obnoxious. Leisure abortions are so cringe. Yeah. Having one past the second trimester is basically killing the baby and then being forced to birth it anyways. It's grotesque. I think if it's that late term will cause far more mental illness than actually birthing a child. You never know, man. You never know. These people are just insane. And I hate reading it. I mean, thank you, KB, for the information so that we could know that it is true. But it's disappointing that it's true. The slope has always been slippery and was never a fallacy. I don't like that, man. I don't like that. I also love how access means it's not legal, but pay for it yourself to pay for my 17th abortion. Man, KB's most recent chat is also important. The last thing, where it strikes at the second paragraph in 12p, is rather concerning, as it seemingly implies that abortions no longer need to happen in specifically authorized facilities. So are they saying that, like, you can have a home call doctor come perform like a late term home abortion? Is that what that would mean? USAID facilities that perform abortions coming to a street near you. They lied about pro-choice. They were always pro-abortion. The choice thing was the lie to gain power. I guess so, but like, what the fuck? So they can abort in the house in a bar with the satanic... Yeah, that's exactly what my mind went to, where it's like, what the fuck? That people could just do horrible things with that. What are we doing? Coat hangers legal if done by physician? What the fuck? Why not comrade, as long as the state or dear leader approves? I don't like this. I don't like this. What the fuck? You're pro-contraception? Strap it up because it's easy and safe, but some people don't care about it and choose to make mistakes. I mean, yeah, you should be wearing protection if you're gonna do the deed without wanting kids in the first place, but even with protection, you should understand that, like, yes, sex feels good, but the point of it is procreation. It is supposed to create babby. And so if you are having sex, you are consenting to the babby might happen, you know? Like, babby might happen here. Some women like the breeding kink or are trying to parent trap a man. Don't parent trap. Don't do that. You're looking for an article or something? You actually found 2 videos of him actually preaching. You haven't watched through them yet? What? Him actually preaching? Hold on, let's divert to this. Culte Dominical CFF Laborn Matadi. So La Puissance de la Joie featuring Vance Bolter. 3 years ago. If this is preaching anti-LGBT in Africa, I have some news for you. These people aren't conservatives. It's much like how Muslims are anti-LGBT, and they are also not conservatives. Let's get rid of this chat.
Parlons au Seigneur. Tu as envoyé ton serviteur, mais aussi, oh Dieu, tu lui as donné des révélations difficiles.
You know what would have been nice? Telling me where Vance Bolter is. Like, if you had a timestamp, that would have been great. That would have been great, man. Imagine me having to do work when you give me sources. Timestamp was at 58:50. I'm close. Sorry if you gave me one and I missed it because it wasn't in the initial chat.
Doubler les kilts alors. Doubler les kilts. Voilà, donc, nous appelons les pasteurs Vance et les pasteurs les bishops Belly McNay s'ils peuvent s'avancer pour apporter la parole. Pendant qu'ils s'avancent, nous acclamons le Seigneur.
In the United States, a lot of times they have events.
Aux États-Unis, toutefois qu'il y a un événement pareil.
And they have sometimes a warm-up performer or a warm-up band before the big performance.
Généralement, ils ont le lever des rideaux et puis la star va venir après.
And I feel like I'm the warm-up band for McNay.
Non, moi je sens que je suis comme le lever des rideaux pour McNay. Moi je dis non.
Oh God.
Pas du tout.
Can we pray one more time?
Est-ce que nous pouvons prier?
Thank you, Jesus, for this day.
Merci Jésus pour ce temps.
I thank you for every person in this building.
Merci pour chaque personne dans cette église.
They've been made in your image and your likeness.
Chacun d'entre eux est créé.
Why is he speaking French? There's quite a few African countries that have French as a language.
And every one of them.
And one of the languages. They're all multilingual.
Pour la vie de chacun d'entre eux.
And I pray this morning I can be a vessel of yours.
Je prie que ce matin nous soyons un instrument pour toi.
To deliver some message that will help them in their journey.
Afin de libérer une parole qui va les aider dans leur voyage.
Now we know that he preached in somewhere in Africa. It also looks like it says cult. Is this a cult? Is this a cult that he's in? He preached somewhere in Africa, supposedly about anti-LGBT stuff. What is the point of bringing this up again, by the way? What was the point being made for this? No one likes admitting how much of Africa was colonized by France. Culte in French doesn't really mean the same as cult. I have no idea what it means. France still owns a lot of Africa. Wait a goddamn minute. Usually French is spoken in official stations within Africa because it's the only dialect they know that has language in it in referring to infrastructure. Leftists typically aren't so anti-LGBT that they go to Africa and preach against the gays. I think you might be misunderstanding where we are exactly. A lot of leftists don't actually care about the LGBT. They care about how they can use the LGBT in order to push communism. And so it wouldn't surprise me that a leftist would come and preach about this stuff. It wouldn't surprise me that somebody who turned from the right to be independent and then went on to work with democratic people who support communism then became a terrorist. That's just like a normal communist pipeline. I don't know why you want so badly for this guy to be right-wing, but he's not. And like even with the evidence you give me, it doesn't make him right-wing. It doesn't make any sense. It's like I feel like I've had to argue with you many a time whenever this comes up. And I think you just refuse to accept how horrible communists are in general. There's such a thing as Christian socialists. Yeah, even him being a Christian isn't proof of anything. I'm like, right? You're confused. So many care for themselves, but hey, enemy of my enemy. And I even have a tab for this today. Actually, I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about just a second ago, but let me actually go find the other tab to once again show this guy that like this isn't proof of anything. Stop being retarded, question mark. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Melissa Chaudhry, a Democratic congressional candidate in Washington's 9th District, has acknowledged that she does not publicly promote LGBTQ+ rights on her campaign website because she does not want to alienate Muslim voters. When asked why her campaign lacked references to LGBTQ+ rights, despite saying she supports them, Chaudhry replied, "Because a lot of Muslims do not feel that way, unfortunately." She also said she was careful about her Muslim constituents. The comments sparked backlash from Washington Stonewall Democrats, whose chair, Andrew Ashiofu, said our community is not expendable. I got some bad news for Andrew if he actually believes this. When you make allies with Islamists and communists, you are absolutely expendable. And the more revolutionary thinking you have and the more civil rights forward thinking you have, the more expendable and the more you're going to get the bullet in the first round too, you have become. Didn't Western feminism get started from the social gospel movement anyways? I don't know what the social gospel movement is. What the heck? Not expendable. Kiddo, they already get roofs with your names on them. Look at how many LGBT council people have basically been like, why did we get backstabbed by our Muslim brethren? The left is totally controlled by Islamic tribal blood feuds at this point. LGBTQ+ rights are not optional, they're foundational to any candidate seeking democratic support. Chaudhry later sought to reassure LGBTQ+ voters, writing, "If you're queer, your rights are safe with me." She's trying to play both sides of the field, and I feel like if you try to play both sides of the field where you have like violent trans activists and violent Muslims, you're essentially making yourself a sitting duck. Like, this is not a I should try to play both sides moment, bro. Oh, what the heck, dude? Also, the chick is hella sus. No idea why anyone would vote for her. Yes, completely. Completely, man. He graduated from the Christ for the Nations Institute, a charismatic Bible college founded by evangelist James Gordon Lindsay. Yeah, you're completely right. The trans activists that shot up those Bible schools that they went to, they were also devout people on the right. Those are actually just right-wing Nazis who also happen to be trans. This guy, like, I don't know why you try so hard for this to be a case of something that it isn't, but I hope you can learn real quick where we're at, buddy, man. It pulls up folding chair and popcorn. Hell yeah, popcorn, buddy. She also pointed to her sister, who is in a same-sex relationship, and said she had LGBTQ+ friends. Muslims make up around 2% of the Seattle metropolitan area, while approximately 17% of adults identify as LGBTQ+. I got some bad news for you. Under 5%, Muslims will beg for you to treat them according to your principles so that they can get into positions of power. And then once they hit around the 5% mark, this is where pushes for Sharia law start happening. You're going to get dangerously close to that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what percentage of adults identify as LGBTQ+. They have zero power in the eyes of any Muslim individual. LGBTQ people's rights will absolutely be taken away once Muslims gain a majority in power. They're already doing it at 1%. The odds are not in your favor, lady. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then the Washington Stonewall Democrats want organizations to revisit their endorsements for congressional candidate Melissa Chaudhry. I don't want you to publish this, Melissa Chaudhry, a candidate for the U.S. Congressional District 9, said during an explicitly on-the-record interview in the Strangers Conference Room. But if elected, my personal plan and commitment is to be the first Green Party member of Congress that would switch parties while I'm in office. So she's retarded on multiple fronts. What the fuck? This is on the record, by the way. An SECB member said this whole meeting, this whole process is on the record. So if there's something you don't want said, don't say it in the meeting. And then she went on to say, I don't want you to publish this. If elected, my personal plan is to be the first Green Party member of Congress that would switch parties while in office. If you're going to be subversive, you can't give away the plan, lady. Holy literal 40 IQ, yes. She was also seated next to her opponent, Kisharma Sawant, which is not the first person I would tell my secrets to, and began to stare into the distance. It's hard to know, but she probably saw her campaign to unseat weapons enthusiast and ranking Democrat on the House, Armed Services Committee Rep. Adam Smith, falling apart. The planned switcheroo was in the paper's endorsement of Sawant. So was the fact that Chaudhry did not have anything on her website about LGBTQ+ rights because, as she told the SECB, she was careful about her Muslim constituents. When asked which LGBTQ rights she supported, her laundry list included justice, healthcare, and protections in housing and employment. This means nothing. These are communist talking points. This is not a person who gives a single fuck about Muslims or LGBTQ. They just care about how they can usher in communistic bullshit. Justice is vague. Yeah, we're gonna kill you, but we just want healthcare, you bigot. Protections in housing and employment. What the fuck are you talking about? Unironically, actually. Then why is it not on your website? An SECB member asked. A lot of Muslims do not feel that way, unfortunately, she said, according to a 2025 report from Pew Research Center. 41% of US Muslims believe homosexuality should be accepted by society. If you believe this, I can't say what I really want to say, but if you believe this, you are a just infinite idiot. Like, there is no saving you if you genuinely believe that. Also, can I point out that it's kind of ironic that the same percent of Muslims that supposedly support homosexuality is the same amount as the number of transgender suicides? Do you think that they did that on purpose? You know? The only religious group included in the survey with a lower acceptance rate were the evangelical Christians. Only 36% of them are cool with homosexuality. You expect me to believe that evangelical Christians who might hold signs about how being gay is wrong, less of them are accepting of homosexuality than the people who literally stone gays to death and throw gays off the roof. You expect me to believe this bullshit you are peddling? What the fuck is wrong with you? Actual fucking retardation. The day The Stranger published its endorsements online, Andrew Ashiofu, the chair of Washington Stonewall Democrats, the caucus for the LGBTQ+ Democrats, denounced Chaudhry on Facebook. This is Chaudhry's second time running against Smith. She made it through the primary in 2024, but lost with 33.8% of the vote. Last year, ICE detained her husband. I was about to ask. I was going to say, Chaudhry sounds like an Indian or Pakistani last name, but she has a very, like, you know, kind of Ruski woman face, so there's no way that's her actual last name. So I'm assuming her husband is some flavor of Islam. That makes a lot of sense now. We all know an evangelical Christian wouldn't lie so easily about being anti-LGBT in the West. I know you know this, but it has to be so. Yeah, that's also fair. They're not going to lie about it because they're not trying to usurp power from other people. Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. How dare you have a nuanced opinion? Agree or suffer, Foyd. What the fuck? They had mass emo killings in Iraq because they thought emo was gay. That literally happened. That's crazy. Star Phoenix, thank you. Giving away the plan. Who does she think she is? Bridge. Imagine. Some of these, like, useful foot soldiers are just too dumb to realize when they can openly say the quiet part out loud and when they have to be subversive liars. Islam is big in Chechnya. She could be Chechen. That's true. That's fair. That is fair. I know. I'm scrolling. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Thaddeus McThunderschlong. Thank you again. I read that. Do not re at the Foyd. Yamunya. Where is her husband's name? That's where I left off reading. Last year, ICE detained her husband, Zahid Chaudhry, who's a decorated and disabled Army veteran, for months. Chaudhry worked tirelessly to get him released. Once he was out, she wrote a book on their experience. She presented herself as the better progressive in the race, the person with the experience and drive to fight racist federal immigration policy. Now, her campaign may be in trouble. Why did they detain her husband? Could be home by Thanksgiving. This is in 2025. Army veteran, husband of a former congressional candidate, has been detained by ICE since August. If he's detained much longer, he could lose his eyesight. I got questions. He was the husband of a former congressional candidate. Was that her? And she's also doing it again? Wouldn't that make her like a current congressional candidate? The wording is a little weird. As time creeps by in the Northwest Detention Center, pressure builds in the muscles behind Mohammed Zaid Chaudhry's eyes. Swelling tissue puts pressure on his optic nerve. For Zaid, as he's called, the world blurs into a series of muted tones. Subtleties or subtitles he could once read like characters in a language he doesn't understand. His eyesight is fading, and if he stays untreated in the stressful, dirty conditions of the detention center for much longer, it might never return. I don't care about this. I want to know why he was detained in the first place. Blah, blah, blah. Suffers thyroid eye disease, degenerative condition. He's originally from Pakistan and has lived in the U.S. for more than 25 years. He's married to Melissa Chaudhry, a U.S. citizen who ran for Congress against Adam Smith last year. The pair has 2 young children together. Zaid has lived with the threat of deportation for years, stemming from the government's claims that he was dishonest about a long-ago fraud conviction on his visa application. He applied to stay in the country based on his service in the military. On August 21st, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents detained him based on an old final removal order from 2008. He was taken directly from what was allegedly his citizenship interview. Based on court documentation and emails between Representative Adam Smith's office, USCIS, and ICE that Zaid's family obtained after he was taken, the alleged interview appears to have been a vehicle to arrest him. According to these pieces of documentation, even before Zahid's citizenship interview, ICE had decided to act on the old order of removal, while USCIS had decided to deny his citizenship application. That all seems normal. If he was lying about a fraud conviction, why would he get accepted? That wouldn't make any fucking sense. What the hell? What are we talking about? I want to know more. While Western District Court of Washington appears to have recognized the medical emergency and paved the way for his release, possibly as early as this week before Thanksgiving, it still may be too late to save his eyesight. But neither Zahid nor his wife knew for sure. After all, his detention on August 21st, no qualified doctors have been sent in to see him to assess the state of his sight. It was only after the court ordered ICE to come up with a briefing schedule so that the court order could consider Zahid's emergency release petition, called a habeas corpus petition. Remember when tons of people were filing habeas corpus petitions in order to get out of being deported? He's also wanted for fraud, right? A prior fraud conviction that he lied about. And we're dealing with so much fraud already. Why was he allowed to stay? Bingo, bango, tango, mango. Thank you for the 46 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. You can deport him. He hid for you from years. What? Melissa says that all of a sudden, people started approaching him at the NWDC to coordinate his treatment. Melissa, their shared family, and their supporters have been working to get Zaid out of detention since the day agents took him. Melissa told The Stranger that on November 20th, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals transferred an emergency motion for release pending decision to the Western District Court of Washington. The court immediately accepted the motion and the following day turned around an order that both forces ICE to hastily move on Zaid's case, think hours, not weeks, and allow Zaid to respond to what ICE files. I agree that detention should not last weeks. These people should be processed expeditiously and deported very quickly. They should not be left in these facilities for weeks, much less months. Melissa says that ICE sent the filing on Sunday, November 23rd. Zaid expects to receive it by physical mail. However, because Zaid is representing himself pro se, no one else can see his legal paperwork. Melissa told The Stranger that to avoid further delays, Zaid requested that the family file his response based on what he believed ICE would say. That's kind of weird. She shared the majority of that response with The Stranger, excluding personal information such as the couple's children's birth certificates. Understandable. The response includes Zahid's declaration stating that staff at NWDC only started coordinating his medical care the day the federal court issued its order. University of Washington neuroscientist and researcher Michaela Romero also wrote a 5-page declaration about how the
Crazy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi. Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Hi, cranked volume!
I glance away for 5 minutes and Kirsche is talking about my hometown again. The fact Shana Sawant, the long-term open socialist, isn't the dumbest in the race against Adam Smith, is hilarious to me. I grit my teeth and hope Smith wins.
I am sorry sorry about the state of your hometown, Internet Zen Master. I'm sorry, it's always terrible news when I bring it up. Thank you, my guy. Yeah, it was really loud. I'm sorry. I guess I will turn everything super down until we need to watch a video again. I'm sorry. Audio is haunted. Zahid said they didn't coordinate his healthcare till the day. We believe the guy with fraud on his record. Yeah, I'm not believing anyone with fraud on their record, man. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I know. The response includes Zahid's declaration stating that staff at NWDC only started coordinating his medical care the day the federal court issued its order. University of Washington neuroscientist and researcher Michaela Romero also wrote a 5-page declaration about how the conditions in the facility and the lack of care worsened Zahid's degenerative eye disease and traumatic brain injury. Earlier in Zahid's detention, Romero advocated to get Zahid removed from nearly a full week in solitary confinement, where detention staff subjected him to 24-hour bright lights. Because he uses a wheelchair, he could not stand up to cover the lights with anything, and could not easily move to cover his face or head. First of all, I'm not going to believe a guy who has a fraud conviction that this actually happened. And it seems very cartoonish. Like, why single out this guy specifically and then put him in a Mr. Beast challenge? Like, it just seems like cartoonishly evil. They detained him because he was in the country illegally since 2008. Are you understanding this right? He had an order of removal from 2008 due to, I'm guessing because they mention it, his fraud conviction. And that it says he's lived with the threat of deportation for years, stemming from the government's claims he was dishonest about a long-ago fraud conviction on his visa application. And he applied to stay in the country based on his service in the military. He was separated because he was in a wheelchair. I mean, like, yeah, he should be separated and have, like, his own accommodation so he doesn't get attacked because he's in a wheelchair. But to put him in solitary confinement, which is to never see other people ever, and then also never turn the lights off, I don't know. That seems kind of fucking goofy. That's kind of funny. Also, ICE employs pharmacists specifically for care of detainees. It's just, it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. If they're actually acting cartoonishly evil, like, sure, consequences are necessary. I don't believe they're acting cartoonishly evil. And the guards were getting paid $100K for every hour they did it to him. Mr. Beast has gotten a bit extreme. True and fucking real. Fraudster lies on visa application. Many such cases. Zahid suffered significant harm from these conditions, Romero's declaration states. Such lighting conditions are a known form of torture that cause severe psychological distress. In addition to lack of proper treatment, Zahid is also subject to the conditions of the NWDC. Romero noted in her declaration on Zahid's behalf. As La Resistencia has extensively detailed through direct testimonies of those inside, the conditions include extremely dirty spaces, inadequate and spoiled food, and medical neglect. Again, why would I believe people who lied to get into our country, who lied after they were in our country, who came in here illegally and have been lying and using other people's identities in order to get jobs and benefits? Why would I believe anything they say without proof? Stress has consequences on the body, Melissa says, and those consequences are showing up in Zahid's. These are neuroinflammatory cascades that happen that make immune function decrease. The increased cardiac stress and risk of heart attack, that just make all kinds of inflammation worse, including the muscles behind his eyes. All of the stress is increasing that pressure on his optic nerve. And that's the real issue. If his optic nerves will be damaged, other forms of blindness you can kind of fix. You can swap out lenses in the case of cataracts and other things like that. Optic nerve damage you cannot fix. It's not hard to imagine how his eyesight could deteriorate so rapidly in such a place. No, it is pretty hard to imagine, which is why I keep asking questions. Oh my god, how did he get disabled? Was it service related? They don't mention that so far. I'm not entirely sure if it's service related or not. And normally I would be like, yeah, if for some reason you're a foreigner and you enlist in the US military, there would be no reason that you can't get citizenship from that, right? That makes sense. However, if this guy lied about fraud, that is a good reason to deny him. You can fix it with stem cells. deleterious conditions have also worsened his other health issues, including a service-connected traumatic brain injury. This increases the overall stress on the body, and the worse one condition gets, the worse they all get, as his body fights to work. Since his imprisonment, Melissa says that Zahid has also been denied his usual medications. He doesn't have his standard medications for pain, or for his thyroid issues, or for his migraines, or for anything else. I don't know what they're giving him. He says it's mediocrely sufficient for him to not be excruciating all the time, just some of the time. But at all times, Zahid is in pain on some level, she confirmed. It's the point. This is someone who has always come here legally, well, apparently not, has never broken any US laws, again, apparently not. He's been here for 25 years doing nothing but contributing to his community and raising a family. Again, you guys say this about everyone who's here illegally, so why would I believe you? Like, if anything else, you guys saying this about this guy makes me more suspicious about the legality of him being here for the last 25 years. Because you say this about people who stay here illegally and never get citizenship, why would I believe you now? Please wake up, Melissa says, when asked if there was anything else she wanted to say to readers. If you haven't already, please look at this and wake up. This was never about following the rules. He was taken at a citizenship interview. That is what I should be doing, yes. I don't see an issue with that. Melissa filed Zahid's response on November 24th. As far as she knows, she told the stranger the court has not yet ruled on anything. She already emailed his doctor to coordinate an appointment for eye treatment this week. She plans to set a place for him at the Thanksgiving table. She lives in hope. Wake up, sheeple! True. What the fuck was even that? So anyway, last year, ICE detained her husband, Zahid Chaudhry, who is a decorated and disabled Army veteran, for months. Is he decorated? We don't know that. We didn't have that info. Chaudhry worked tirelessly to get him released. Once he was out, she wrote a book about their experience. I read that part. Our community is not expendable, Ashiofu's post read. LGBTQ+ rights are not optional. They are foundational to any candidate seeking democratic support. You know, it's really not gonna feel good when more cities become like Hamtramck or fucking Dearborn. And when they even escalate beyond what Hamtramck and Dearborn are right now. It's not gonna be a feel-good I told you so. Excuse me. It's not gonna be a feel-good I told you so. It's gonna be, I told you so. What the fuck is wrong with you? Now we have to clean up your mess. Thank you for the bless yous. Thank you. Chaudhry left a really, really long comment on Ashiofu's post. Friends, you deserve an explanation. My interview with the stranger alongside Sharma Sawant was one of the least proud moments of my life. All she's going to do is lie. She does not care about the Muslims. She does not care about LGBTQ+. She cares about how she can lie to keep herself in a position of power and also to help usher in the tenets of communism. She does not give a single fuck about either groups of these people. She's trying to play the fence, and it's not going to work out well for her. Chaudhry made the case that it wasn't what it looked like. She says she was a founding member of the Gay Straight Alliance in high school. Her sister is in a homosexual relationship happily and committedly so. And she would protect her life, liberty, and freedom to love her wife committedly. Why did they have that? How she is friends with a disabled lesbian woman, her partner, and their autistic son. I think this is really funny, right? Because for many years, these subversive retards would say, like, oh, you're racist, and someone would respond, I have black friends, I can't be racist. And they'd be like, haha, that's a stereotype of a racist. Just because you have black friends doesn't make you not racist. And now they're doing the exact same thing. The subversive horseshoe has now come full circle, and they're doing the, I can't be against LGBT, my sister is a lesbian. They're collecting the Infinity Stones. Battleizer, thank you. You hope you'll not be within 10 miles of those places when they finally boil over like you are now. Good luck getting out, buddy. I wish you luck. If you are queer and you're wondering if you and your rights are safe with me, I assure you from the bottom of my heart, you are, you have always been, and you always will be. You will not find this reassurance on her website, but she has this explanation. In the midst of all that, as she laid the groundwork against me, I was, of course, fielding questions from reporters who were hearing these attacks in real time and getting influenced by them. Being a genuinely kind and warm person, I was trying to be nice to a bulldog who kept on tearing my flesh. So not only did this woman do the I can't be a bigot, I have a gay sister, she also did the I'm from the government and I'm here to help. This woman is truly like a walking canvas of red. Anyone fooled by this woman deserves what they get from her rule. As a trans person, her saying that sounds like this. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Fuck, you beat me to it. I did beat you to it. Same fucking brain cell, buddy, man. Same fucking brain cell. You're kind and empathetic because I say so. Yeah, sure, lad. Yep, right. So red, she must be made of red 40. Don't drink her. Pyretia, thank you. Since Michigan keeps showing up in the news with more and more horrible going on, Hamtramck is usually pronounced with an I, like Hamtramck, like icky. Thank you. I know people corrected me on how to say it before, but I'm never gonna remember it. I can try best, but brain is bad. Brain is bad. And speaking of brain is bad, Gregorian Gangster, thank you for the fucking raid on Kick. Welcome, warm bodies. Welcome, warm bodies on Kick. We're watching more liars in the government. Wow, I'm so shocked. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Never trust anyone who calls themselves good and kind. You should not have to say that you're good and kind. It's just proven by your actions, you know? Milking a lady! 5 fucking years! Thank you for the 60-month resub. That's fucking crazy. It does not feel like I have known you for 5 years. It feels like it's been so much shorter. Time flies, bro. Time flies. That's insane. Thank you, Mokina Lady. And Mokina Lady love. Big love. Half a decade. Yeah, that's nuts, dude. Actually nuts. In the midst of all that, I read that paragraph. I don't know why I highlight things before when I read. I'm retarded. I decided not to respond, Ashiofu says. She's throwing blame on other people and saying she has LGBTQ plus friends. That's the same thing as a racist saying I have black friends. Let them fight for my amusement. The Washington Stonewall Democrats did not endorse Chaudhry because she hadn't responded to their endorsement questionnaire. She wasn't even considered. Ashiofu said she tried to speak at their meeting last month during the Washington State Democratic Party convention in Spokane, but they didn't want to give room to candidates that did not take us seriously. True Democrat organizations would not support someone that doesn't think the LGBTQ plus people's priorities are important, Ashiofu says. He also thought Chaudhry's Green Party gambit was deceptive, and we are done with deceptive politics. Get a load of this retard. Cantuna Piano, thank you. Thank you for the 36 months, my guy. Love the double dose of side scrollers this week. Yeah, it was a fun-ass fucking time. I had a good time. Pot meat kettle. Yeah, that's a crazy thing to say. The Stonewall Democrats want anyone who endorsed Chaudhry to rescind their endorsement. The 33rd Legislative District is not the only, the 33rd Legislative District is the only LD that has endorsed Chaudhry so far. On Thursday, its board called a special emergency executive board meeting to discuss. It seems like they'd really like to rescind, but according to their bylaws, they can't. This situation and others, like Graham Plattner of Maine, the statement reads, may change that. After the meeting, the board sent members a proposed bylaw amendment that would allow the 33rd to do just that. Man, what a great time it must be to be a Democrat, where it's like, don't like a law, you can just fucking change it. And when Republicans try to change it, other Republicans fucking hamstring them from being able to do so. And it's just like, can't get shit fucking done, dude. It sounds like they need to change them. Joventino Villa, thank you. The fact that he didn't get his citizenship while in is super sus. Guys you served with knocked that out within the first year of enlistment. Also decorated, sus. Post the DD214, get wrecked, nerd. Yeah, I'm not gonna believe decorated without some proofs, brother man. Thank you, Joventino Villa. Thank you. All these new people tuning in when Hassan's on holiday. I don't think I have much overlap between Hassan viewers, my guy. Their entire party is deceptive politics. True. The 33rd LD Democrats Executive Board finds it concerning to hear that 9th Congressional District candidate Melissa Chaudhry has not denied that she would consider changing her political party affiliation after winning as a Democrat with our support. The group said in an official statement, "Her dishonesty undermines our Democratic Party beliefs." Nobody believes this bullshit when you guys run candidates as Republicans all the time. What are we doing? The more alarming matter is her initial unwillingness to state her support for the LGBTQIA+ community. To support them as a marginalized community, we need leaders who will stand up and actively defend those who are facing daily attacks for being their authentic selves. Chaudhry did not respond to the stranger's request for comment. However, she did respond. She's got a little video here. The Stranger, the Stonewall Democrats, and equal rights for the LGBT+ community. Full statement.
Folks, I want to say something directly on camera once, so it's on the record in my own voice. The very same media that doesn't care about a federal candidate getting rape and death threats from my scarf for 3 years and has never covered these very real crimes is now suddenly falling all over themselves.
Where are these death threats? Do you have proof of these death threats, or are you just gonna say that happened, lady?
To take a lie and run with it. Here's what's actually true. When I say dignity, safety, and opportunity for all, where do I stutter? Do we want special rights and protections for some and not for others?
Yes, that's literally your entire party's whole fucking platform. You're not even good at being subversive. Somehow foreign Somalis are better at being subversive than you, low IQ white woman.
Never watched my videos, read my website, or started a simple conversation with me have now convinced themselves of the lie that I'm a terrible bigot in hiding and I deserve assassination, reputational or otherwise.
It's crazy how they sound when they have to deal with, supposedly, even half as much as anyone in the center or the right has had to deal with for years. Maybe that would cause some of them to look inward, but instead they just double down and they're like, no, comrade, I will be part of the ruling class.
Amazing that I'm getting that from the left and the right. I have supported full equality for LGBTQ+ people my entire life. Not since this campaign started, my entire life. My only sibling, the only one I have in this world, is LGBTQIA+. In high school, I was a founding member of our Gay Straight Alliance back when we had to keep the meeting location secret for our own physical safety.
How old is this woman? Because I don't believe that whatsoever. I don't believe that that's true. Melissa Chaudhry, age. Melissa Chaudhry, age. Melissa Chaudhry is likely in her late 20s or early 30s based on her 2019 graduation from Evergreen State College. Yeah, I absolutely don't believe that. There's zero way that your Gay Straight Alliance had to meet in secret and you're that age. That's just not real. That's not real.
My closest friend for almost 20 years is a disabled lesbian woman raising her autistic son in a loving, committed family with her partner against...
Wait, now hold on. Is the son actually autistic? That's another question we have to ask in current year, unfortunately. It's like, I'm waiting for the poly market bets on whether she's gonna get assassinated by a Muslim constituent or a rogue trans activist.
Immense stigma and burden. This issue is not a talking point for me. It is the fabric of my life.
This is the rhythm of the night. The night.
My platform has said the same thing since the very beginning. Dignity, safety, and opportunity for all. No asterisks, no exclusions.
Sorry.
All means all.
Sorry. So has the screen been black the whole time? Did I forget? Did I just turn it down, or did I have it off the whole time? What the fuck? Damn it, I see her again. No, just now. That's weird. I don't know why I shut off my browser. I'm sorry.
In addition to elderly, disabled, immigrant, undocumented, mentally challenged, veteran, women, children, babies, toddlers, all religions, no religion, liberal, conservative, disenchanted, all languages, all countries of origin, black, white, brown, yellow, blue, pink, and purple, for goodness sakes. At some point I give up and just say, all. Are you human? Then I am for your dignity, your freedom, and your rights.
I just don't believe you.
Yes. That includes LGBTQ plus people fully, explicitly, and always has. Check my website, votemelissaforcongress.com. Right there at the top are platform pillars. This issue is under pillars 2 and 5. Let's talk about the Washington Stonewall Democrats, the LGBTQ+.
She has the same speaking mannerisms as Chris Chan. Oh no! Do you think Chris Chan will ever try to run for Congress?
Caucus of the Washington State Dems. You may have come across their attacks on me. What they won't tell you is that they refused, more than once, to even let me introduce myself and my candidacy to their caucus at the state convention, June 20th, 2026. They're the only caucus who refused to let me at least say hello in that way. It sure looks like, and felt like at the time, discrimination against me for my modest dress and my scarf. They're the ones who are making assumptions after they have deprived themselves of direct information by refusing.
She's even invoking the Islamophobia card, bro. Come on.
To let me speak. Otherwise, they would have heard all this from me directly almost a month ago. They haven't reached out to me. I've reached out to them. Still nothing. Now you tell me, who's biased, prejudiced, assuming, stereotyping, anti-Muslim bigots, and discriminating against a woman with a scarf? So, here's what actually happened.
I love how all of their arguments are just like, oh, you're discriminating. I've been discriminating. It's not that anything you said might be bad. It's just you're being a discriminate person.
At the Stranger's inquisition of an endorsement interview in mid-June, I was on the receiving end of sustained aggressive pressure from my opponent, who blatantly hates the Democratic Party, who lied about me and my family repeatedly, who sought to use my family's trauma from my husband's illegal detention for her own political gain.
Was it an illegal detention if he had a final removal order from 2008 because he lied on his application for citizenship about a fraud charge? How's that an illegal detention? Peppy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. We're watching this creature.
The Stranger itself, called a born hater. The interview panel shamelessly followed her lead. To stop the harassment, intimidation...
You've slept in 2 days. How the fuck are you awake? Go the fuck to sleep! Drink some Gamer Subs AFK using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. That'll help you get to sleep.
And non-stop personal attacks, I caved to her framing just to get to the next serious policy question that affects us all. I regret it. I've said so publicly. I've corrected it publicly more than once. That's a fact about one bad moment and an inquisition of an interrogation under real pressure in a hostile interview I should have walked out of. It is not a fact about my religion or my political platform or me.
I just don't believe you.
And I want to say this clearly because it matters far beyond me. My spirituality and LGBTQ plus rights are not in conflict. Not in my life, not in my faith's own teachings on justice and human dignity. Anyone running with that framing on any side of this
weird skip?
is telling you something false, and it does real damage to real people, regardless of who it's aimed at. While this story has been circulating, here's what hasn't been covered. I've been receiving death threats for wearing this headscarf, real ones, reported to law enforcement and the FBI, pursued as felonies. But none of these media outlets, who are bought and paid for by special interests, the Stranger included, and you should look into that, it's changed in the last couple of years. None of them have covered that. Interesting.
That is interesting. I would like to see proof of these death threats, right? If they happened, and places should report on it, right? Right?
Interesting, isn't it? I'm not here to relitigate this forever, even though the media craves it for their business model. I'm interested in telling you the truth once, clearly, and moving forward. I'm a sincere, wholehearted, lifelong ally of the LGBTQ plus community. And when we run these...
I don't think sincere people need to say that they're sincere. You could have just, like, prefaced your sentence with, like, sincerely, pause, right? And that would have come off more authentic than the way that you said it.
Hair-splitting attacks over who yells the loudest on a real but minority issue. We are doing the bigots and the billionaires divide and conquer work for them. And
you are the divide and conquer retards. You are the ones ushering in communism. Can we just take a second and remember the Iranian Revolution? How all of the leftists helped the Imam come to power, and then he just slaughtered the communists? Can we just, I don't know, maybe think about historical happenings for like a moment here, bro?
They're laughing all the way to the goddamn bank while getting their boots ever more firmly on all of our necks. I'm a sincere ally of this community. I'm a proud, practicing Muslim. I'm a wholehearted American who believes in the Constitution, in liberty and justice for all, in equality.
Now, even if she hadn't said all of this other ridiculous shit, a Democrat telling you they believe in the Constitution is also obviously a lie.
Before the law, in the separation of church and state, in the right to privacy in every sense, and in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I think she's probably the only person I've seen use the separation of church and state correctly. A lot of people like talking about, oh, what happened to the separation of church and state when more churchy stuff gets involved with the state. However, when that ruling went through, however many fucking years ago that was, the separation of church and state was to keep the state out of the church, not the other way around. So full of shit. She may as well be a cryptospora. I don't know what that is. She do have the Sampaku eyes. Let me sum up everything she just said. I'm a lying retard. A Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. Translation, I'm room temp IQ, must record speech. Kind of feel bad for this person in a way, that she probably would just be a normal woman with kids and a regular life if there weren't Marxists and communists brainwashing her. Oh, she probably would be. That's like the greatest, I guess, sadness. It's because, like, you don't want to see horrible things happen to just regular people, but when so many regular people have been radicalized to a point that they live in a different reality, what are you supposed to do to reach them at that point, you know? Her going to Evergreen probably destroyed her mind, true. Phoenix DS, thank you. She's projecting who wants whose boot on the neck.
I don't deny anyone's humanity. Never have. All of those things are true at the same time. And I refuse to let anyone, reporters, opponents, party officials, pretend that they're not. Dignity, safety, opportunity for everyone. No asterisks, no exclusions. For all means for all. Period.
I don't believe you.
Care. Courage. Constitution. Vote Melissa
Communism.
for Congress.
I absolutely don't believe her. Absolutely do not believe this woman. I'm surprised there's only 2 comments. Translate to English. The crazy woman in the veil. What the fuck is this bot? This is just like a fucking campaign advertisement in her comments. Alright, okay. Alright. Holy essay. Jesus Christ. Care, courage, constitution, communism. I found what she was missing. Even the French commenter realizes how crazy they are. The French have a nose for this kind of thing, you know?
A college student is
Oh,
nearly...
shit, fuck. Shit, fuck. Damn. Did I bring this up today? Yeah, I did bring this up today. Autoplay. Ah! Yeah, autoplay. Screaming. Was this an autoplay? Oh, it was. It was an autoplay.
Folks, so...
For some reason, I couldn't remember if I closed the tab or not. My brain, it's gooping. I'm gooping! Alright, let's see. What else do I have in here? Because I kind of skipped ahead to those tabs because they were relevant to what we were talking about. But I have other stuff. I got some other stuff in here, buddy. Oh, more Massachusetts stuff, unfortunately. Fox is the goop since it's almost 8. Oh my god. I hate time. That trooper, thank you. Trying to quit smoking, but these things make you twitch. I hope you can quit. My dad chatted up and just quit cold turkey because he's fucking crazy. But, you know. I hope you can quit, man. It'll be much better for your health. I unfortunately got to see my mom's health drastically decline because she was a chain smoker. Not so great as a kid to, like, see your mom have so many health issues due to that. It's probably why I don't like smoking. My dad's based as fuck. Yeah, W dad, dude. OMG, LGBTQ youth organization in Massachusetts advertised a youth photo shoot that pays white children less than BIPOC children to achieve racial equity. They just changed their site after backlash. Here's the before and after, but the internet is forever. Racial discrimination is illegal. And you see the before, it says youth photo shoot 2026, August 12th. Out Metro West is looking for 20 LGBTQ plus youth pre-K. Pre-K! That's like fucking 4 and 5-year-olds. What the fuck? Pre-K through age 29 to participate in a marketing photo shoot with Rose Wine Photography. Join us on August 12th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. at 160 Hollis Street, Framingham. We plan to use these photos in, but not limited to, social media, fundraising, and marketing campaigns, both digital and print. This is a paid opportunity for youth who participate, and youth have the option to get professional headshots for free. White youth will be paid $20 for participating, and BIPOC youth will be paid $25 for participating, as we plan to use these photos for general and specific marketing. BIPOC youth are paid at a higher rate to align with our commitment to racial equity. In order to participate, you must fill out this Google form and the media release form linked here. And then, they changed that after backlash. It now says, this is a paid opportunity for youth who participate, and youth have the option to get professional headshots for free. Youth will be paid $20 for participating, possible bonus of $5 for photos used at a higher rate with prime photo placement. We already know that they're still doing this based on racial discrimination, but they have to obfuscate their wording to make it sound like it's above the board. It's not. We know it's not. They know it's not. They know we know it's not, but they also know jack shit is gonna happen to them, unfortunately. You wonder who's getting the extra 5. Gee, I wonder. Let's see if this is the same article I might have in the next tab here. This is the Mass Daily News. Framingham Mass LGBTQ+ nonprofit Out Metro West is going viral after launching a job ad where they'll pay white applicants 20% less than their BIPOC counterparts. The nonprofit says that BIPOC youth are paid at a higher rate to align with our commitment to racial equity. No word yet if Out Metro West is related to Out Newcomers, who recently went viral after partnering with Boston Mayor Michelle Wu to offer $500 yoga, massage, and salon vouchers to LGBTQ+ migrants. Bro. What the hell? Is this the same article? It is. A Zoltar Death Ninja, thank you for the 27 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And Desert Ghost, my thick-schmieded Giga Chad man. Thank you for the 11 months on Kick. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. If they wanted actual equity of pay, they would pay everybody the same. That's because the way they use equity is commie gobbledygook. You want equality, an actual equality, not the way that commies have subverted what equality should be. The Boston mayor, yeah, the CCP agent. Healy-backed woke nonprofit under fire for job ad that intentionally pays white kids 20% less than BIPOC kids to advance racial equity. A Framingham-based LGBTQ+ youth nonprofit endorsed on video by Maura Healey when she was Massachusetts Attorney General, and now listed among the state's official LGBTQ youth resources under her governorship, is openly advertising race-tiered pay for participants in an August 12th marketing photo shoot at its 160 Hollis Street headquarters. The organization, Out Metro West, said in a public social media post promoting the shoot that white youth will be paid $20 for participating and BIPOC youth will be paid $25 for participating, as we plan to use these photos for general and specific marketing. BIPOC youth are paid at a higher rate to align to our commitment to racial equity. So this is even a different promotion of it than the one we read earlier. Same language, but it's like a different flyer. The event, scheduled for 6 to 8:30 p.m. on August 12th at the nonprofit's Framingham headquarters, is for what the group calls 20 LGBTQ+ youth pre-K through age 29. The images will be used, per the post, in social media, fundraising, and marketing campaigns, both digital and print. And this is the Google post. Massachusetts Fair Employment Practices Act, Chapter 151B, makes it unlawful to discriminate in pay on the basis of race or color for any employer with 6 or more employees. Federal Title VII of the Civil Rights Act does the same for employers of 15 or more. Both statutes apply to wages and compensation paid for work performed. Whether an unpaid or lightly compensated participant in a marketing photo shoot qualifies as a worker for the purpose of those statutes is the point at which legal analysis turns. But publicly advertising a rate card that pays participants differently based on race is ordinarily the kind of thing the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination is set up to look at. And the racial symmetry of the two laws means the differential does not become legally invisible because it pays white participants less. Title VII and Chapter 151B are race-neutral prohibitions. Go away, pop-up. Out Metro West Inc. is a Framingham 501c3 that received its IRS ruling in February 2015. I'm illiterate. It's received its IRS ruling in February 2015. The nonprofit's stated mission is to build communities where LGBTQ plus youth thrive through social, educational, and supportive programming, and its programming reportedly serves more than 375 youth and their families each year across the region. Why does a Rainbow Mafia group want photos of small children? You're asking too many questions. You're glowing. Its latest available IRS Form 990 filing for the fiscal year ending June 2023 reports $477,071 in revenue, $534,291 in functional expenses, and $97,198 in officer compensation. Its most recent reported revenue figure per ProPublica's Nonprofit Explorer is $708,856. The nonprofit's founder, Kathy Kaufman, is now listed on the organization's website as Director Emerita. She's like the anti-Jeremy Kaufman. They could do battle in the Coliseum. The extra $5 isn't even a big deal. It's just for the love of the game. Move to hate white people and, in the worst case, innocent children. Yeah, 100%. And most people are going to be like, it's just $5. What does it matter? This is one of those, it's the principle of the matter thing. You should not get paid less or more based on your race. That is an immutable characteristic. Everyone should be paid the same there. Right? When they say that they're going to be using it in marketing materials, maybe that's when you discuss residuals, right? That way residuals go to the people who are posted more often and used more frequently. That's how advertising works in sports, doesn't it? That's why women's soccer teams are paid less than men's, because they have less advertising, they have less people looking at them. It's just $5. Why would the company care about the difference? Just pay the same. Yeah, exactly. Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. What if they identify as a POC? You know that wouldn't work. Jen Jacko, thank you. The Rainbow Clown with the Ego Trip shirt. They advertise their hobbies now? Yeah, seems like it. Just received your Kirsche merch shipment notification, including the t-shirt. Let's fucking go, brother man. Hell yeah. Thank you for your patronage. Notably absent from Out Metro West's 990s over the entire 5-year window that is public, any line item government grants. Every filing from fiscal year 19 through fiscal year 23 reports $0 in government funding. The roughly $1.9 million in cumulative contributions the nonprofit has received across those years has come almost entirely from private donors and foundation partners, including a $10,000 grant from the Boston Foundation's Equality Fund in 2025. In a July 1st Instagram post, Out Metro West reported raising $43,301.81 in its 2026 spring appeal, including a $15,000 match from a local LGBTQ plus ally family. Free neutering, that argument of it's just $5 difference, it doesn't matter. If it's just $5, why pay them less? Also a good point. Massive Doge, thank you. You don't have $5? It's only 5 for this opportunity difference. No, this is one of the many compounding transgressions against one group of people. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. What the nonprofit does have, despite not being on the state's payroll, is a long and public relationship with Massachusetts' political establishment. Its 2015 annual dinner honored U.S. Senator Ed Markey. Congressman Joe Kennedy III served as honorary chair.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Anya Nyabis, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Currently not Banana Cat people. Welcome, Stinky Raid. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, cool. The stinky cat. Goddamn. Family as an indoctrination of the child. Yeah. A stinky cat. Yeah, how unexpected. What the heck? Man, I hope you're doing well, Stinky Cat. Hope things are well. Hey, Anya, Stinky Cat. Stinky Cat! Wasn't there a Stinky Cat song from some TV show? Wasn't that like Friends or something? Anthony, thank you. Sorry, Mistress Kirsche. Here's my last $. Unacceptable! Thank you, Anthony. A smelly cat, it's not your fault. Yeah. Oh no, I had to remind you. It's supposed to be a catchy song. I just can't remember it because I have brain damage. Slip of the tongue. From Friends, it was Smelly Cat. Smelly Cat, Stinky Cat, you know, it's the aroma nonetheless. Hey, Ma, there's a weird-looking cat outside. Catchy like Friday? Oh my gosh. No, Smelly Cat, Stinky Cat, it's not your fault. How much US aid funding was weaved into these orgs? That's a great fucking question. That's a great fucking question. Where was I in reading this? The honorary committee that last year included former U.S. Representative Barney Frank and state representatives David Linsky, Alice Peace, and Chris Walsh. The group's Come Out and Celebrate event featured a taped video message from then Attorney General Maura Healey, who described Out Metro West as protecting, connecting, and educating young people, and advocating for their rights. Healey is now governor. Her state's LGBTQ youth resource page continues to list Out Metro West among its recommended resources. Her Attorney General's office also published a mental health and gender-affirming care resource guide for the LGBTQ2IA+ young people that circulated across community organizations of exactly the profile Out Metro West describes itself as. The state does not directly fund Out Metro West, but by every functional measure, it endorses it. Whether the governor's office intends to continue that endorsement after August 12th, when a state-endorsed nonprofit will have publicly paid white youth less than BIPOC youth for a marketing photo shoot, is not yet clear. Well, it's Massachusetts, so I can only imagine. Please, folks, don't vote for her again. It lives in my head rent-free that my uncle said Maura Healey actually cares about blue-collar workers. Oh my god. Will be Pequeno! Thank you for the 29 months, my guy. Is there a way to score one of the ethical cannibalism t-shirts from last night's side scrollers? I think my mods have a link to where you can buy the shirts if you wanted to. I don't know if they still have it on hand to post it. Barney, I swear I didn't cause the housing bubble to burst. Frank, yeah, right? Yeah, right? With his nipples protruding very, very disrespectfully. Yeah. Barney Frank is a degenerate who caused the bubble crash in housing. His partner ran a prostitution ring from his home. Why is everyone in Massachusetts so fucking disgusting, man? You're sure I've answered this before, but you forget. Was this the same uncle who called me a Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one. It's always government money going to a non-profit, you know? You know? So what, white people's rights are chopped liver? Children's rights don't matter? You're correct, and that's the world you've been living in for a hot fucking minute. But Kirsche, your uncle's retarded. Many such cases. Barney Frank is one of the million dweebs that have low IQ of the planet. What the heck? No offense, but your uncle sounds a bit silly. He's a bit silly. He's a bit silly. Oh, Icy Wolf. Ice Wolf has the fucking link. I can post that. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, never mind. Binary Mind got it. He scrolled before I could copy it. Thank you. Thank you, Ice Wolf, for the attempt. And also thank you, Binary, for posting. Do I have anything else Massachusetts related after that? Not at the moment. Not at the moment, but I'm sure there'll be more because Massachusetts is fucking crazy now. I don't like the state of my home state, man. I don't like to see how far it's fallen, bro. It makes me sad. Hello, other Magic Fox in chat. Hello, I'm a Magic Foxu. Ay. Fallout 4 being set in Massachusetts continues to make more sense. It really does. I should really play the Fallout game set in Mass, at least, you know? Barney Frank put thousands of small local banks out of business with Dodd-Frank. Yeah, I remember seeing a lot more local bank stuff when I was younger, and that's kind of been all eaten by the large conglomerate banks. There's still a couple of, like, local banks that I see around here. So at least some of them have survived. Masshole, right? The rest of New England must surround Mass and fix it. Well, that's the problem, right? Because, like, the commies have really taken over Massachusetts. The commies and the Somalians have taken over Maine. Vermont has been commie for ages. I don't know what the state of Connecticut is like, but every time I read something from there, it ain't fucking good. So I was like, New Hampshire's the last bastion of sanity in the New England area. So like, New Hampshire must become ultra New Hampshire. We must conquer the other states. All hope is on Rhode Island. I actually have no idea what goes on in Rhode Island either. What about Rhode Island? I forget they exist. Any hope in Maine? Absolutely not. Maine is going the way of Massachusetts, and I'm not sure how to stop it unless people are getting locally involved. Greater New Hampshire soon. Rhode Island's a dumpster fire. Oh my god. It's not much better, but it's the only other state would have a shot at ratification. Gotta fix some things, man. Gotta fix it. You gotta get involved locally. We see all of this shitty shit cunt things happening. You gotta do something, you know? If you have like the means or a platform, do some stuff for politicians, right? Politicians that actually believe in the shit that you want to get done. Promote them. If there's no one doing that, get involved yourself. Find people locally who want to fix things. See which one of you can run. See which one of you is good at marketing, might have funding to help the campaign, right? Just find people locally, get together, try to make a difference. Try to make a fucking difference. Let me see. Homestead is online. Sorry to scoodle so soon after getting a delicious stimky raid. But this is just my normal time. This is just my normal time to leave. I see a Peekle. We were hanging out with Peekle on side scrollers yesterday, so let's go right into Peekle today. Peekle was a bit drunk. I was a bit high. We make a great fucking tag team, bro. She hates us. Pink woman! Pink woman. Thank you guys. Collab tomorrow. Oh yeah, that's right. Tomorrow I'm collabing with Pickle and Bag. Thank you. I completely forgot tomorrow's Saturday. The days of the week just fucking die. I'm having my normal stream time tomorrow. That means I can't digi. Fuck. I'm having my normal stream time tomorrow, and then at 7 we will be going to play Are We There Yet with a Peekle and the Bagman. Thank you for the reminder. But for now, go give Peekle some love on her own stream. Did it right! Yay! Go give Peekle some love on her own stream. I need to fucking piss! Help! I'm dying! I need to piss. I'm gonna go do that. Thank you guys for hanging out, for spending your valuable time on me. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. The pterodactyl is unhappy.